Agriculture Minister speaks to NDTV. Arjun Munda says 2 rounds of talks with farmers have remained inconclusive. Claims unruly elements are trying to misguide the farmers. As the farmers march to Delhi today to press for their demands, tear gas is used at the Punjab-Haryana border, at the Shambhu border, as the farmers were pushing the barricades to move on into Haryana. And at the Red Fort as well, barricades have come up by the Delhi police and the Red Fort has been closed for visitors today as farmers are on their Challo Delhi march. A day after he quit the Congress party, former Maharashtra Chief Minister Ashok Chavan has joined the BJP today. So a top Maratha face now in the BJP fold, a big setback to the Congress party in the state. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his way to the UAE today, where he will inaugurate a Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi, and also the mega diaspora event Ehlan Modi will take place this evening. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat and we've been covering the farmers' protest march today. There you can see visuals from the Shambhu border earlier, where farmers had gathered and were pushing through from Punjab into Haryana. And as they started removing the barricades that had been put there to prevent this march, tear gas shells were lobbed at the farmers. So chaotic scenes taking place there at the Shambhu border. Now farmers have continued with their Chalo Delhi march today after talks broke down yesterday. The talks remained inconclusive, even though 2 union ministers went to Chandigarh to speak with farmer leaders. Now, Union Agriculture Minister Arjun Munda spoke to NDTV about the talks with the farmers, and he said that 2 rounds of talks with farmers have remained inconclusive and claimed that unruly elements are trying to misguide the farmers, that urge the farmers to be patient and listen to the government. So Arjun Munda there speaking on the talks, even as tear gas shells are being lobbed at farmers at the Shambhu border.
केंद्रीय कृषि मंत्री अर्जुन मुंडा है सर, ये समझना चाह रहे हैं कि कितना आप लोगों के लिए लग रहा है कि 2 बार मीटिंग हुई, दोनों बार बेनतीजा हो गई, उसको लेकर आगे की?
नहीं, बेनतीजा हम नहीं कहेंगे। कंक्लूजन में कुछ चीजें ऐसे हैं जिसको लेकर के हमें आगे और समझ बढ़ाते हुए चर्चा करना चाहिए, लेकिन बहुत सारे ऐसे विषय हैं जिस पर वो भी माने और कुछ लोगों के उनके भी बयान आए कि किस किस चीज पर सहमति हुई थी। हम आज भी मानते हैं कि बातचीत के माध्यम से इसका समाधान हो सकता है और हम समाधान का रास्ता निकालने के लिए तैयार हैं, बशर्ते कि कोई ऐसे तत्व ऐसे मामले का लाभ लेने के लिए कोशिश न करे, इसका ध्यान किसान रखे।
तो एक प्रतिबद्धता जो है केंद्र सरकार की, कृषि मंत्री बतौर कृषि मंत्री, वो आप समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। मांगों को लेकर बैठक का दौर चल रहा है, ये बैठक का दौर चलेगा अभी और भी चलेगा, तब आपको लग रहा है कि कोई कंक्लूजन निकल सकता है?
नहीं, देखिए, मैं तो खुले तौर से कल भी कहा है उन लोगों से, और उन लोगों ने कहा कि भाई अभी आपके तरफ से जो बातें आई है हम अपने लोगों के बीच में चर्चा करेंगे और चर्चा करने के बाद फिर बात जारी रखेंगे। उन्होंने हमने भी स्पष्टीकरण दिया कि आप जब बात करना चाहें हम बात कर सकते हैं।
कुछ संदेश देना चाहेंगे किसानों को जो आ रहे हैं दिल्ली?
यही कहूंगा कि इस समय बहुत सारे ऐसे शक्तियां जिसकी सूचना भी कुछ आ रही है, जो किसानों को एक तरीके से बदनाम करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं। किसानों को ऐसे लोगों के साथ मिलकर के नहीं, बल्कि वो विश्वास रखते हुए कि यह सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है किसानों के हितों को।
All right, Agriculture Minister, they're saying constant government-farmer talks are on, and also how there's certain elements that are not allowing the talks to succeed. Now, let's bring you the latest. Today, the farmer groups, over 200 farmer unions pushing on to Delhi in the Chalo Delhi march to push for their demands. These are scenes from the Shambhu border, that's between Punjab and Haryana, where the farmers initially move into Haryana and then on to Delhi. Now, there as well, a major barricading was put up. While the farmers started to remove it, they were lobbed with rounds of tear gas canisters even being dropped on top of them from using drones. Well, let's go across to Vedant, who joins us from the Shambhu border, which is the border between Haryana and Delhi. And Vedant, you've been bringing us, the preparations in place since the morning to prevent any farmer groups. We can see JCBs there behind you moving those concrete barricades and putting them in place so that no farmer groups can cross over. Bring us the latest that's taking place over there.
Well, Gargi, as I've been reporting, this entire border has been sealed. This is a key border route, and over 2 years ago, when the farmers had come to Delhi, they'd used this particular route to enter the national capital, which is why there have been such massive preparations underway here. As you said, the JCBs are lifting those concrete barricades, and what we're picking up from Delhi police sources is that they want to create an over 20-layer security cover here at the Shambhu border, so that the farmers cannot enter. Well, what we're told by Delhi police sources is that they've received an input that some protesters have crossed the Shambhu border, which is why they could perhaps arrive here at the Shambhu border anytime soon, which is why the police is in action mode. These CRPF Jawans and Rapid Action Forces are on standby for the past couple of hours now, because they've received this input that farmers are on their way to the Shambhu border, which is why a 20-layer security cover is being created. Of course, they're ready with their tear gas canisters as well, and what we're being told is that on the first instance, they've received orders of tear gas shelling as soon as they see trucks or tractors coming towards the Shambhu border. That is what we are being told. And this entire road has been completely blockaded, completely sealed. There was traffic movement in the morning, but right now this entire route has been completely sealed. There's an alternate route that has been devised, but what the Delhi police are saying that this route is almost not functional right now, and they will soon put out an advisory saying that those coming from Haryana to Delhi should reconsider, because remember, the service lanes have also been completely sealed, and there's no movement happening at all except essential services, because as you can see there as well, ambulances etc. being allowed to enter from here, but only essential services, no commercial vehicles, no private vehicles being allowed here. And the Delhi police currently on standby. What we're being told is that the farmers could arrive at the Shambhu border in the next 2 hours or so, and the police personnel here ready with their tear gas canisters.
All right. And Vedant, we've also been reporting on the talks between the farmers and the central government. Yesterday, 2 union ministers were there in Chandigarh where talks were held. The talks remained inconclusive. In an interview to NDTV, Arjun Munda has claimed that some in the farmer groups do not want these talks to succeed. So that's where it's at. The farmers have certain key demands that the government is not meeting, though some demands the government has given into.
That's right, Gargi. There's a 7-point charter, remember, that the farmers are coming in with. The top of the list, of course, is the demand for a legal guarantee on the minimum support price. This has been a long-standing demand of the farmers. Other than that, of course, they've also been demanding a debt-free regime, and also some action against over-privatization and corporatization of agriculture and electricity. These are some of the key demands that there has been some sort of consensus on the electricity point, but MSP remains the biggest sticking point, because the farmers want the government to sort of bring in a new way of calculating MSP as per the MS Swaminathan Committee report, which basically means that 50% on the input costs of the farmers during the crop season. That is what the farmers essentially want. So there seems to be a mistrust that farmers have had as far as the government is concerned, which is what was a resounding message yesterday as well after that crucial committee that crucial meeting with with the government delegation as well. The farmers said that the intention on the part of the government is not right, and that has been the case with the farmers vis-a-vis the government in the past couple of years. But here, at the doorstep of the national capital, the farmers are set to arrive in the next 2 hours, and the Delhi police, leaving nothing to chance this time, they want to create this 20-layer security here.
All right.
At the doorstep of the
thanks so much, Vedant, for joining us with that. So, preparations at the Shambhu border. This is the Delhi-Haryana border where farmers are expected. But let's take you to Shambhu border now between Punjab and Haryana, where the farmers are gathered. Tear gas shells are being lobbed at them. Let's listen into what's being said.
पुलिस की कोशिश है कि किसी भी सूरत में ये जो बैरियर है ये टूट ना पाए, इसलिए लगातार देखिए किसानों के ट्रैक्टर उस एरिया में घूम रहे हैं जहां पर बैरिकेड लगे हैं। यानी कि कोशिश लगातार ये चल रही है कि बैरियर खींचकर यहां से हटाए जाएं, तोड़े जाएं। और पुलिस जो है आंसू गैस के लगातार, जिंदगी में मैंने इतने आंसू गैस के गोले लगातार कभी चलते हुए नहीं देखे जितने आज यहां पर लगातार चले ही जा रहे हैं, खत्म ही नहीं हो रहे हैं। अदिति।
All right, that's NDTV's Sharat Sharma reporting from the Shambhu border. He's saying that continuously tear gas canisters are being fired at them. Farmers using tractors, vehicles trying to remove the cement blocks that are blocking the road there, the highway onto Haryana from where they can move to Delhi. There you can see the kind of chaotic scenes as tear gas canisters are being fired, shells are being fired at them continuously. One worries because earlier today we saw that there were very elderly also among the farmers who had gathered there. There are women as well who are participating. 200 unions are involved in this protest. And earlier at the Shambhu border, we saw that farmers were also taken into custody by the police. However, now huge numbers they have gathered. This is from the Punjab side, and you can see on the other side of the other side of those cement barricades where the police is also gathered over there. In the morning, we saw the Patiala SP also on the spot. So senior officials on the ground as the farmers are pushing forward to move on to Delhi and continuously being fired upon by tear gas shells. Drones also being used to drop those tear gas shells on the farmers as they are pressing on to Delhi to push for their demands. Remember, there have been several rounds, 2 rounds in fact, of talks with union ministers that remained inconclusive. The government claiming that they are still in touch and those talks remain ongoing. However, Agriculture Minister Arjun Munda, speaking to NDTV, said that there are those among the farm leaders who do not want the talks, to succeed, and he claimed that some politics is being done there. So what you see right now is the Shambhu border between Punjab and Haryana, from where the farm leaders are going to be crossing over. There you can see preparations taking place at Red Fort. So in Delhi as well, there are reports that 2 metro stations are closed, that there are these barricades that have been put up at the Red Fort in view of the farmer protest. Now, do remember the last time the farmers had protested and taken out a tractor rally in Delhi, one group had actually deviated and gone onto the Red Fort. So perhaps in view of that, now the centre has, the authorities have put up barricades at the Red Fort as well. But back to the Shambhu border, where you can see chaotic scenes. There, a langar also on a truck, and earlier our reporter was telling us that drones were used to drop tear gas canisters on these langar sites that had come up near the border area. So right now what's happening is the farmer groups are attempting to push through and remove the concrete barriers that have been put up by authorities. They have come with their tractors, trolleys, trucks as well, and in huge numbers, as some 200 farmer unions are actually participating in this Chalo Delhi protest march, where they're pressing for their demands. While the government has agreed to some of the demands that were made by the farmers, there are some that have not been agreed to, like a law for the minimum support price is something that the farmers have been pushing for. Now, the government determined not to let the farmers, repeat what took place 2 years ago when the farmer groups had come to push for repealing the farm laws at the time, the 3 farm laws, and they'd actually set up camp endlessly for months on the Delhi border. It led to a lot of inconvenience of the Delhi citizens as well in those areas. So the government, trying not to allow, and since it's a BJP government in Haryana as well, the Haryana authorities, in full, making full efforts to ensure that these farmer groups are not being able to cross through from Punjab on to Delhi. As our reporter Sharat Sharma was telling us, he's never experienced the number of tear gas rounds that are being fired into the crowds. We saw earlier from drones also tear gas canisters were being dropped. Farmers were using, these wet jute bags to cover the canisters and prevent the smoke from coming out. Also using, wet cloth to cover their faces, as the entire area is engulfed with fumes there. So. This is the Shambhu border between Punjab and Haryana, as the farmers are attempting, to cross through and go on to Delhi. Now, talks have been taking place between farm leaders and the government and the union ministers. 2 union ministers went to Chandigarh yesterday to hold the second round of talks, which remained inconclusive. There you can see drones that are being used to drop those canisters. Now, yesterday we did see the preparations being made by security forces for the farmer protest, and at that time we had seen how they were using drones to drop these tear gas canisters. Perhaps the first time something like this is being done for a civilian protest, as the farmer groups are pushing on to Delhi. Now, the farmers have a charter of demands. This is the second massive farmer protest. This is farmer protest 2.0 that we are seeing right now. And they have a charter of some 7 demands. Now, some of the demands that the government has not agreed to is the law to guarantee the minimum support price. That is something they've been demanding. The farmers are also asking that minimum support price be calculated according to the MS Swaminathan Commission's formula. MS Swaminathan had, studied the farmer issues and had come out with, the commission had come out with a series of advice for the government on steps to be taken. Interestingly, the late MS Swaminathan has recently been conferred the Bharat Ratna as well. So farmers demanding that MSP be calculated according to his formula. Union leader, they're speaking to the crowds. He's reached right where the cement blocks are. As you can see, tractors being moved, used to move those cement blockades that have been put up. Union leaders, speaking out, telling the gathered farmers to cover their eyes and, to use wet cloth to cover their mouths. There is the drone that is being used. Drones have been used to drop canisters on top of the farmers. And so this is the situation at the Punjab-Haryana border and around Delhi as well. Major bandobast in place with a huge security and barricades that have been put up, several layers of barricades put up for the farmers once they arrive at the Delhi border to prevent them from crossing into the national capital. Massive traffic jams are also being reported in some parts between Delhi and Noida as well. So there you can see that canister that was dropped onto the crowd of protesting farmers. We'll continue to track, all these developments, and we've been covering it since the morning as the farmers are protesting and continuing with their Chalo Delhi march. We'll slip into a short break. More coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
कुछ फ्रेंड्स ना बिल्कुल फैमिली जैसे होते हैं. मेरा फ्लैटमेट.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav. only on NDTV 24/7. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
जब हम अपने एयरफोर्स और अपने जवानों के पास आते हैं, सेना के लोगों से मिलते हैं, तो एक अलग किस्म का जोश होता है। और आपके लिए यहाँ पर तेजपुर पे आना, कुछ यादें वापस आ रही हैं? आप यहाँ पहले आए हुए हैं?
देखिए, मैंने ऊपर वाला से चाहा था कि जब मैं यहाँ शूटिंग कर रहा था कि मैं वापस आऊँ यहाँ, तो मैंने यही कहा था, चाहा कि जब आप लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि ये शो जय जवान जो मेरा फेवरेट शो है, आप लोगों कि मुझे ये इट्स माय फॉर्च्यून और माय ऑनर एंड प्रिविलेज टू बी ऑन दिस शो, तो मैंने कहा कि तेजपुर में करेंगे। सो द लाइफ कम्स फुल सर्कल, क्योंकि मैंने यूनिवर्स में भेजा था कि मैं यहाँ हूँ और मैं यहाँ हूँ आपके साथ और इस शो के लिए, आपके शो के लिए।
So beautiful. Thank you so much and it's such an honor to have you. और आज पूरा दिन हमारे सामने है, हम देखेंगे कि यहाँ क्या-क्या हो रहा है। पूरी तैयारी जो होती है लड़ाकू विमान उड़ाने के पहले, उसको भी हम आज दिन भर देखते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं यहाँ से। ये हमारे फाइटर क्राफ्ट्स को निकालने के पहले टो किया जाता है। सो दिस इज द टोइंग व्हीकल। हम यहाँ इसमें चलेंगे, देखेंगे किस तरह से सुखोई को टो किया जा रहा है। लेट्स गो। बहुत ही कमाल का और बहुत स्पेशल एहसास है कि हम इसमें बैठे हुए हैं और इसको इतने टनों भारी इस सुखोई जो सुखोई 30 MKI है, ये अपने हैंगर से निकल रहा है और ये टो किया जा रहा है उड़ान भरने के पहले। आप लोग तो यहाँ पर पिछले दिनों आए और आप लोगों ने शूटिंग की, तो आपको काफ़ी अच्छा ये एक्सपीरियंस मिला होगा कि किस तरह से हमारे फाइटर क्राफ्ट्स, बल्कि फिल्म जो है फाइटर, उसमें इसका बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस हुआ होगा, समझने का, देखने का, कैसे हमारी एयरफोर्स और एयरमैन काम करते हैं।
नहीं, एब्सोल्युटली बड़ा मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है घर वापसी है मेरे लिए। एंड और सबसे मिलना, भाइयों से मिलना और पूरे टीम मेंबर्स और जिन्होंने मेरी सबकी, हम सबकी और इस फिल्म की बहुत ही, इनके बयान नहीं आते तो ये फिल्म जो आप देख रहे हैं वो देख नहीं सकते आप। सब ने जो भी काम किया है फिल्म के अंदर और जो डिटेलिंग हुई है हर चीज़ की, वी आर जस्ट वेरी वेरी प्राउड दैट वी हैव सच अ ग्रेट ऑफिसर्स एंड ग्रेट एयरफोर्स।
बहुत बिल्कुल, बहुत ही खास मौका, बहुत खास लम्हा है और आप वापस आए यहाँ पर। इट जस्ट शोज हाउ स्पेशल द एक्सपीरियंस मस्ट हैव बीन फॉर यू।
नहीं, एक्चुअली सुखोई में बैठना, सुखोई को देखना, उनका टेक ऑफ, उनकी लैंडिंग आसमान में, वो समथिंग एल्स।
जब आपने पहली वो यूनिफॉर्म पहना होगा जो आपके लिए बनाया गया होगा, वेरी स्पेशल फीलिंग, नो?
पहले मैंने जब मैं सबको देखता था तो मुझे लगा बड़ा आसान होगा देखने में, मगर जब मैंने पहली बार पहना मैंने नहीं, आई हैव टू बिकम फिट अप, आई हैव टू लुक बेटर, सो फॉर दैट टू गेट इनटू दैट यूनिफॉर्म इतना फिट नहीं हूँ अभी जितना मैं था जब मैं शूटिंग कर रहा था मगर उसके लिए मैंने काफी वजन भी कम किया और आई हैड टू रिड्यूस इन इंचेस टू गेट इनटू दैट यूनिफॉर्म so that I give full respect to that beautiful uniform of a fighter. I play a commanding officer in fighter, so it was for me that was a big challenge.
You tell us a little bit. What is fitness for you? आपके लिए क्या मतलब है इसका?
Me, I think it's a way of life. It's a religion. It's like brushing your teeth. So that's what I do. So for me, obviously for इस किरदार के लिए कुछ ज़्यादा करना पड़ा और ज़्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ी और मैंने जो मेरे में ताकत थी वो सब मैंने इस रोल के अंदर डालने की कोशिश की है. I sacrificed a lot, not only me, I think every actor. I worked very hard for every role, but this role was very, very special for me. I've gone to an extra length. I can very proudly say that.
Yes.
For this role, because I had to do it, not only for the film, but for the Indian Air Force.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
कंक्लूजन में कुछ चीज़ें ऐसे हैं जिसको लेकर के हमें आगे और समझ बढ़ाते हुए चर्चा करना चाहिए, लेकिन बहुत सारे ऐसे विषय हैं जिस पर वो भी माने और कुछ लोगों के उनके भी बयान आए कि किस किस चीज़ पर सहमति हुई थी. हम आज भी मानते हैं कि बातचीत के माध्यम से इसका समाधान हो सकता है और हम समाधान का रास्ता निकालने के लिए तैयार हैं, बशर्ते कि कोई ऐसे तत्व ऐसे मामले का लाभ लेने के लिए कोशिश न करे, इसका ध्यान किसान रखे.
तो एक प्रतिबद्धता जो है केंद्र सरकार की, कृषि मंत्री बतौर कृषि मंत्री, वो आप समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. मांगों को लेकर बैठक का दौर चल रहा है. ये बैठक का दौर चलेगा अभी और भी चलेगा, तब आपको लग रहा है कि कोई कंक्लूजन निकल सकता है?
नहीं, देखिए, मैं तो खुले तौर से कल भी कहा है उन लोगों से, और उन लोगों ने कहा कि भाई अभी आपके तरफ से जो बातें आई है हम अपने लोगों के बीच में चर्चा करेंगे और चर्चा करने के बाद फिर बात को जारी रखेंगे. हमने भी स्पष्टीकरण दिया कि आप जब बात करना चाहें बात कर सकते हैं.
कुछ संदेश देना चाहेंगे किसानों को जो आ रहे हैं दिल्ली?
यही कहूंगा कि इस समय बहुत सारे ऐसे शक्तियां जिसकी सूचना भी कुछ आ रही है, जो किसानों को एक तरीके से बदनाम करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं. किसानों को ऐसे लोगों के साथ मिलकर के नहीं, बल्कि वो विश्वास रखते हुए कि यह सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है किसानों के हितों को.
All right, well, let's now go across to Vishal, who joins us from the Shambhu border, where farmer groups have gathered to cross into Haryana, but rounds of tear gas are being fired at them. Vishal, tell us what's happening. I hope you're all right.
So yeah, where we're standing right now, a few canisters fell right beside us. It was pretty uncomfortable for us. We could not speak for a minute or so. You can see there's a drone that's hovering above us that's been dropping tear gas canisters for the last 2-3 hours. It's been non-stop, and the size of the canisters have been becoming bigger by the minute. I have seen at least 3 to 4 people getting, stretchered off. They have been injured. A person was bleeding profusely from his nose. There are also reports coming in. I have not been able to go to the exact border side because it's quite dangerous there. But some people are saying that police have also fired rubber bullets on people. So it's pretty dangerous out there right at the border. We are about 100 meters away from the border. We are on the Punjab side. So it's pretty dangerous on the border at the moment. Continuous firing of tear gas canisters, and also reportedly some rubber bullets being fired. I have seen at least 3 to 4 people being stretchered off. One person was unconscious while he was stretchered off. Another one was bleeding profusely. Another woman was also injured. So a lot of elderly people here, it could be really dangerous for them because let alone injuries from the rubber bullets, these tear gas canisters can cause a lot of trouble even for young people, let alone old people. These are poisonous gases that so many people are inhaling at the moment. The whole air is filled with tear gas at the moment. Non-stop firing of tear gas canisters from drones and tear gas canister guns. And a few moments ago, some farmers were able to breach the first level of, the barricades. They sort of pulled it across, and they have put it on our side, and they're trying to breach the second level of the barricades. They have not been able to do so so far, but they are being dispersed every now and then, but they keep coming back and try to remove one barricade after the other. So they have been dispersing in all directions. We are also surrounded by a lot of farmland across this area, so people are dispersing in all directions to save themselves. But still, thousands remain on this ground, the epicenter of another round of farmer protests that has started, and it's probably going to get even more serious, Gargi.
All right, Vishal, also, worrying, you were pointing out how there are many elderly also among, these farmers who have gathered at the border. So given the kind of continuous firing that has been taking place of tear gas canisters, one worries. You said you've already seen at least 4 people stretchered off. Also, some langar camps have also been put up there?
That's right. About an hour ago, there are about 4 to 5 langar camps organized on the bridge that's about 200 meters before the border. They're distributing food for free for everyone. So that drone that's been raining tear gas canisters on these people. The same drone also rained down some of the shells on the people who are distributing food. So that was sort of pretty surprising, because the main part of the action lies near the border and those people were far from the border. So that sort of was surprising from the police. And the people only started, and the farmers only started removing these barricades after these tear gas shells were fired. Farmers were supposed to start at 12, but before they could start, the cops started firing tear gas canisters. So that sort of irked them, and they have been active since then, quite active since then. But they're yet to, go on their offensive. They are yet to go full in. I think the senior administration of the farmers, they are yet to give them a full signal, and that they have to give it their full go.
Right, a worrying situation as well. One wouldn't want anyone to get very injured, as you've been pointing out. You're saying that rubber bullets were also fired onto the protesting farmers. We do know those cement, barricades have been put up, and some attempts were made with, the tractors to push those barricades away. But so far, it seems, the farmers are waiting it out, Vishal, and seeing what, to do next. We also saw that down below in the fields, some farmers were crossing over to Haryana.
Yes, sorry. So what we've been hearing is on the other side, which is Haryana, we are on the Punjab side. Farmers have come in there as well, but there's not much activity on the other side except the police. That about 300 to 400 police personnel are there, but they're heavily outnumbered by the thousands that have come here, the 1,000 farmers from all across Punjab that have come here. They're heavily outnumbered. So far they have resorted to tear gas canisters and I think rubber bullets as well. So a few injuries. I've seen that 3 to 4 people have been injured, and we'll have to wait for the next level of this tense moment. A lot of earth movers are still being lined up. So it will be interesting to see how and when they breach the second level of the fencing, and also if they take that route that they took last year of using that river bed to go to the other side. So that remains to be seen. It's a heavily fortified border, the Haryana-Punjab border. Farmers want to go to the other side so that they can go to Delhi for the Delhi Chalo Andolan that they're doing. So we'll have to wait and see how this unfolds.
That's right. Vishal there reporting on the Shambhu border and what the situation is right now on the Punjab side. As you can see, thousands of farmers have lined up there and major barricading in place. Cement barricades are put up there. Farmers with their, tractors and vehicles are also there on the Punjab side. One attempt was made to push through those barricades, and then we saw rounds upon rounds of tear gas being fired at the protesting farmers. This is at the Shambhu border. From here, the farmers will cross into Haryana and then move on to Delhi. This is the Chalo Delhi march by the farmers to press for their demands. The farmers have been complaining that several of the promises that were made to them when they protested 2 years ago remain unkept by the government. There have been 2 rounds of talks between the union ministers and farm leaders, though Agriculture Minister Arjun Munda told NDTV earlier today that there are some elements who do not want these talks to succeed. And in Delhi as well, there have been major preparations made at the borders to prevent any of the protesting farmers from crossing into the national capital. In fact, so much so that even around the Red Fort area, barricades have been put up. So it's a tense moment right now at the Shambhu border. Let's listen into what the General Secretary of the Kisan Union is saying. All right, so what are the farmer demands and where is it actually stuck? Let's go across to Alok Pandey now for more. Alok, just take us through, what is the tussle right now? The farmers claim that promises that were made to them 2 years ago remain unkept. 2 rounds of talks have taken place. The government has agreed to some of their demands, but some 3 points remain the sticking points, so to say, in these talks between the farmer groups and the government.
Well, you're absolutely right, Gargi. While I think both you and I will agree that this is not a story that can be told from a studio, it is something that is playing out on the ground. But at the same time, I think it's important for us to also understand what the issue is, why the farmers are protesting. So I think there are 2 major demands that still remain a sticking point. One is this legal guarantee for minimal support prices, which is the point that we are seeing on our graphics right now. And the other is the demand to recalculate how MSPs are arrived at. But I will first talk about why a legal guarantee for MSPs is important. I think we can keep on shifting the slides one after the other as I talk. So basically, you see what happens right now is that the government has announces MSPs for 23 crops, which is the point that you see right now. So these 23 crops are the major cash crops basically, for which minimum support prices are announced. Now, minimum support prices mean the prices at which governments procure crops from farmers, which are the minimum prices. But the problem right now is, Gargi, that there is no statutory backing, means there is no law that mandates the application of this price. And now I'll give you a practical example of this, having covered states like Uttar Pradesh and Bihar in the past. Now, what happens is that, say, a certain amount of your produce does get procured by the government, which is, say, 10% of a total crop or 20% of a total crop in a state. But after that, what happens is that the farmer is forced to approach a middleman or somebody who is a non-governmental functionary for selling off the remainder of his crop or the other crop that is in the market. Now, at that point of time, what happens is that because there is no law that guarantees an MSP, the middlemen basically say that, look, we are going to give you cash, but this is the price we are going to give you. So, for instance, if you say the MSP of a particular crop is 3,000 rupees per quintal, the middleman will tell you, Gargi, ki bhai, main 2500 rupees dunga, I'll give you 2,500 rupees per quintal. If you want it, I'll give you cash right now, else you go your own way, I go my own way. What does the farmer do? The choice that he has is either he pays that 2,500 rupees accepts the 2,500 rupees per quintal, or he looks elsewhere. Where does he look? That is what the farmer unions are saying, that look, if you have a law that mandates that anyone can only procure a certain crop at this price, as say X, then at least there will be some legal framework to support the farmer. So at least the middleman or whoever is procuring will think before offering a price that is much below the MSP. That's number one. Number two, what the farmers also want, and if we can just go a little ahead also, they want that the MSP calculation has to be different. This is a complex issue. I don't think I can explain it within 1 or 2 minutes, but the point is that at the moment, the calculation that happens, and we can move on to the next set of graphics also. At the moment, what happens in terms of MSP calculation is that the government actually sets a minimum support price according to their own calculation, which they say is 1.5 times the cost incurred by the farmer plus family labor. So that is the government calculation. So they are saying that, look, you have incurred this much cost when it comes to procuring seeds, fertilizers, etc. Plus we are calculating the cost of the labor that has gone into preparing that crop. And then they give 1.5 times over it. Now what the farmers are saying that, boss, look, this is not the way to go about it. What we want to do is that we want you to give us a 50% markup on that. And this is, I'm oversimplifying it. There are many layers involved, but this is essentially what the farmers are saying that, look, you are not calculating the inclusion of the land value on which I am cultivating. Suppose I am cultivating after taking a certain piece of land on rent, which is what the system is mostly. You know, they are poor landless farmers who don't have their own land. They are taking land from somebody and paying a rent for it. So they are saying that, look, you have to bring that in also. And they say that a government appointed committee, the MS Swaminathan committee, had actually said that, look, there can be a 50% markup to what the government is already calculating. Again, I'm simplifying it. And that's something that the government has not done. Now the government is saying that, look, we are willing to talk and that we are willing to form another committee and that we are ready to look at all these demands. But like I said earlier, the crux of the issue between the farmers and the government right now is over minimum support price and these two things. Number one, the fact that you give us, the farmers say that we want a minimum support price for all crops. We also want a legislation that will say that nobody can procure below minimum support prices. And the second is that they want the MSP to be calculated according to them in a better way.
All right. Thanks so much, Alok, for taking us, through this complex sort of demands of the farmers and, what they're asking for and what has not been met. Remember, 2 rounds of talks have taken place. In an interview to us, Agriculture Minister Arjun Munda claimed that there are some who are misleading the farmers and doing politics, in these negotiations, and they don't want that the farmer protest or this march should be halted. Well, there you can see the face-off taking place at the Shambhu border as the farmers have gathered on the Punjab side, and they are faced with the cement barricades, and the police and the security forces on the other side. Continuous rounds of tear gas are also being fired onto the farmers and being dropped from above using drones so that the farmers disperse and cannot cross over into Haryana and then on to Delhi. We'll continue to bring you all the very latest. For the moment, slipping into a short break.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ।
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स।
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद व्हिच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित।
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, क्वाइट अ फ्यू ऑफ देम।
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते।
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से।
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की।
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और रिया की मम्मी।
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज़्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very, because I think I've done both. And I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did a long format, I did 24 and I did Night Manager. And of course, फिल्में तो मैं बचपन से कर रहा हूँ.
Any all-time favorite film?
Mr. India, yeah, it's my all-time favorite film. Yeah, it's a lovely film, wonderful film. I revisited it again when I did one of the ads, and it is something very, you know, something which really it's stood the test of time. Yeah.
You know, like your preferred genre for film, comedy or action?
Comedy, because comedy is something which you know, you can do it, or you have it, or you don't have it. Their lighting, director, music, background music, that cannot help you. You have to do it yourself. You know, with action and with dramatic scenes, and you know, with anger and violence, sex. You know, there's a lot of things which can really help you in that. You know, जबरदस्त background music चलेगा, ऐसा लगता है बहुत जबरदस्त काम हो रहा है. Comedy में सब चलेगा नहीं. और ये खुद कर रहा हूँ.
Social media पसंद है आपको? Are you on Instagram?
Yes.
What is Gen Z for you?
Gen Z for me is, I think, Gen Z is the mind, you know. For me, anybody who has a young mind, for me is Gen Z, yeah.
You would call yourself a Gen Z?
Absolutely.
Great.
Salam.
Welcome back. Well, let's now shift focus from the farmers' protest to Maharashtra, where Ashok Chavan, who quit the Congress party yesterday, today was welcomed into the BJP by none other than Devendra Fadnavis. It is a huge setback for the Congress party to lose, you know, a big Maratha face, someone who has been the chief minister also of Maharashtra under the Congress party. So Ashok Chavan, who announced his resignation from the Congress yesterday, that he's quit the Congress, today joining the BJP. The reason for this, you know, quick turnaround is also being speculated that he is being given a Rajya Sabha ticket, and that is the reason he had to join quickly as Rajya Sabha nominations are taking place. Let's go across to Ronak now for more. And Ronak, so a big setback for the Congress party, and also now worry about who else is going to, you know, quit along with Ashok Chavan. Already the other two parties in the MVA, the NCP and the Shiv Sena, both are split, and now it seems the Congress in Maharashtra as well.
जी देखिए, निश्चित तौर पर एक बड़ा सेटबैक यहाँ पर कांग्रेस पार्टी को लगा है, और अब देखना महत्वपूर्ण होगा कि जैसे ही राज्यसभा की उम्मीदवारी फिलहाल तो ना देवेंद्र फडणवीस ना बीजेपी किसी ने पत्ते नहीं खोले। आज जब प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई तो साफ तौर पर ये कहा गया कि बिना किसी सर्च से वे कांग्रेस का साथ छोड़कर बीजेपी में शामिल हुए। लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण ये हो जाता है कि अगर अशोक चौहान जैसा नेता बीजेपी के साथ आता है तो उनके जो समर्थित विधायक है वो भी निश्चित तौर पर वहां पर कांग्रेस का साथ छोड़ सकते हैं। और हमारे सूत्र बता रहे हैं कि 10 से 12 ऐसे विधायक है जो कि अशोक चौहान के साथ बीजेपी में आने के लिए तैयार है। लेकिन जो रणनीति दिख रही है वो राज्यसभा चुनाव की दिख रही है। राज्यसभा चुनाव में जो कांग्रेस अगर 6ठी सीट पर उम्मीदवार उतारता है, अगर नंबर उनके पास नहीं रहे तो निश्चित तौर पर एक बड़ा यहाँ पर राजनीतिक खेला जो है वो महाराष्ट्र में हो सकता है, और उसी का इंतजार बीजेपी कर रही है। और शायद उसके बाद ये तस्वीर साफ हो जाएगी कि अशोक चौहान के साथ देने वाले नेताओं या फिर विधायकों की संख्या कितनी है। जी।
All right. Thanks so much, Ronak, for joining us with all those details. Now, let's bring you the big international news. And Jordan's King Abdullah met with the US President Joe Biden at the White House, the first Arab leader to visit the White House after the war between Israel and Gaza and Hamas, this conflict that is taking place. The talks were to resolve this conflict as fears grow of an offensive in Gaza's southern city of Rafah, where over 1 million people are there. US President Joe Biden said an Israeli offensive in Rafah should not proceed without a credible plan for ensuring the safety of more than 1 million Palestinians who are sheltering there, while King Abdullah called for a ceasefire. This visit comes after weeks of talks involving the US and regional powers have so far failed to produce a ceasefire and hostage release deal between Israel and Hamas. And Biden has also taken a harder line with Israel after Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to send ground troops into crowded Rafah.
The major military operation in Rafah should not proceed without a credible plan for ensuring the safety and support of more than 1 million people sheltering there. Many people there have been displaced multiple times, fleeing the violence to the north, and now they're packed into Rafah, exposed and vulnerable. They need to be protected.
A direct message from the US president to one of his closest allies. Israel cannot indiscriminately bomb targets in the densely packed Rafah region of southern Gaza, an area it says is the last remaining refuge of the Hamas. While Israel has been pushing Gazans to move south to Rafah for weeks or stay at their own peril, panic is now rising among civilians stuck in this roughly 5-month-long war as the Israeli Defense Forces expand their ground operations. At least 100 people, including women and children, have been killed in Rafah over the weekend in Israeli airstrikes. More than half of Gaza's 2.3 million people are packed into the city after being uprooted repeatedly by Israeli evacuation orders. Israel's ground operations now cover 2/3 of Gaza's territory.
وهي نتنياهو وحكومته حكومة الحرب بتهدد باجتياح رفح واحنا وين بدنا نروح لكن لو قالوا لنا على وحاولوا يضغطوا علينا الهجرة إلى مصر لن نذهب إلى مصر سنعود أدراجنا إلى غزة ونموت في غزة أو في أي مكان على أرض غزة ولن نهاجر إلى مصر أو أي مكان آخر.
UN officials warn that an attack on Rafah will be catastrophic, with more than 600,000 children in jeopardy. An imminent attack on the city could destroy Gaza's already depleted healthcare system that is hanging on by threads. While the US opposes any attack on Rafah unless conditions are made to protect its civilian population, it continues to provide military and diplomatic aid to Israel. The US Senate is close to passing a $95 billion foreign aid bill for Ukraine and Israel.
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news updates on the other side. The latest on the farmers' protest. Do stay with us.
The government of Punjab under the leadership of
Salam UAE, the ultimate reality awards is here to recognize
the contribution of real estate companies and property developers in building the UAE.
It's a small step to honor their journey and success stories
in building the property landscape in UAE.
It's indeed our pleasure to meet you
at the Ultimate Realty Awards in Dubai. See you on the 17th February.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ।
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स।
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद विच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित।
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, क्वाइट अ फ्यू ऑफ देम।
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते।
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से।
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की।
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और रिया की मम्मी।
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very because I think I've done both, and I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did a long format. I did 24, and I did Night Manager, and of course, फिल्में तो मैं बचपन से कर रहा हूँ.
Any all-time favorite film?
Mr. India, yeah, it's my all-time favorite film. Yeah, it's a lovely film, wonderful film. I revisited it again when I did one of the ads, and there's something very, something which really it's stood the test of time. Yeah.
You know, like your preferred genre for film, comedy or action?
Comedy, because comedy is something which you either you can do it or you have it or you don't have it. Their lighting, director, music, background music that cannot help you. You have to do it yourself. You know, with action and with dramatic scenes and with anger and violence, sex. There's a lot of things which can really help you in that. जबरदस्त बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक चलेगा, ऐसा लगता है बहुत जबरदस्त काम हो रहा है. कॉमेडी में सब चलेगा नहीं, और ये खुद कर रहा हूँ.
सोशल मीडिया पसंद है आपको? Are you on Instagram?
Yes.
What is Gen Z for you?
Gen Z for me is, I think, Gen Z is the mind. For me, anybody who has a young mind, for me is Gen Z. Yeah.
You would call yourself a Gen Z?
Absolutely.
Great.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
यहाँ पे जो कमांडोज इनसे अब हम मिलेंगे वो गरुड़ कमांडोज हैं, तो इनके जो कमांडोज हैं वो भी ये बहुत ही स्पेशली ट्रेन्ड फोर्सेस का हिस्सा हैं और यहाँ पे हमें ब्रीफिंग देंगे, बताएंगे कि किस तरह से इनकी ट्रेनिंग भी होती है। तो हम मिलने चल रहे हैं उन गरुड़ कमांडोज से। हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून सर। हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं कि इनकी क्या खास ट्रेनिंग होती है, इनके बारे में कुछ बताएं हमें।
कमांडो की ट्रेनिंग बहुत टफ होती है।
हाँ।
इनका ट्रेनिंग जीआरटीसी से स्टार्ट होती है और फिर आर्मी, एयरफोर्स, नेवी, चारों तरफ ट्रेनिंग होती है।
क्या खास रोल होता है गरुड़ कमांडोज का?
गरुड़ कमांडो का कोई भी मिशन मिले,
हाँ,
उसमें फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर यही होता है गरुड़ कमांडो।
हमने अब जाना कुछ कि
News that matters to you.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Union Agriculture Minister speaks to NDTV. Arjun Munda says 2 rounds of talks with farmers remain inconclusive. Unruly elements trying to misguide the farmers. As farmers march to the national capital, traffic congestion and chaos seen at several borders. Tear gas used to disperse farmers at the Punjab-Haryana border. The Red Fort has been barricaded by the Delhi police. Red Fort has been closed for visitors. Day after quitting the Congress, Ashok Chavan joins the BJP. Top Maratha face in BJP fold now. Prime Minister Modi will land in UAE today. PM's Mega Diaspora Connect this evening. Welcome, you're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahal. Prime Minister Modi is on a 2-day visit to the UAE, during which he will inaugurate the first Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. The inauguration of the Babs Temple is a key part of Prime Minister Modi's visit to the UAE, during which he will also address the Indian community in the UAE at an event in Zayed Sports City in Abu Dhabi. That is expected at around 8 p.m. today. And this is Prime Minister Modi's 7th visit to the UAE since 2015, and it's also the 3rd in the last 8 months. During his visit, Prime Minister Modi will also hold bilateral meetings with the UAE President. The two leaders will discuss ways to further deepen, expand and strengthen the strategic partnership between the countries and exchange views on regional and international issues of mutual interest. Well, the Prime Minister will also participate in the World Government Summit 2024 to be held in Dubai as a guest of honor and deliver a special keynote address. Well, my colleague Maria is also now joining us live. She is in the UAE at the Zayed Sports City, where the event is going to be held today. Well, Maria, we believe there's a lot of excitement, and more than 65,000 people from the Indian community have already registered for this event. What is happening there, and what all is expected?
Yes, that's right. So, you know, when Prime Minister Modi traveled for the first time in 2015, it was Marhaba Modi. This time it is Ehlan, which essentially means welcome. You know, the Indian diaspora, which is pretty strong and robust here in UAE, are actually showcasing this as their big presence in UAE. And they realize that perhaps for the Prime Minister, this is going to be the big messaging they want to give him in the run-up to elections. So let me give you a sense of the stadium. As you said rightly, this is the Zayed Sports City Stadium. The preparations are still going on. So, you know, the entire stadium has been taken over by the SPG of the Prime Minister, but also there is a special security of the government which has been put in place here. The royal security is also ensuring that the entire area is cordoned off. But the Indian diaspora, what is their mood like? I have a strong presence of mostly women here. They have taken a break from their work. They're doctors as well. So let's speak to them and get a sense of what brings them here today. All of you are volunteers, I believe. Yes. ये आपने पहना हुआ है। जी। मुझे बताएं, आप लोग कितने दिनों से तैयारी कर रही हैं?
हम लोग करीबन 1 मंथ से तैयारी कर रहे हैं और हमें बहुत खुशी है कि मोदी जी जो है यूएई आ रहे हैं। उनका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है यहाँ पे, और हम लोगों ने बहुत मिलकर तैयारियाँ की हैं और उम्मीद है कि हमारा पूरा प्रोग्राम बहुत अच्छा जाएगा।
तैयारी की बात करते हैं, क्या क्या है? क्योंकि I can see, you know, there is a dance performance by a group of Maharashtrian women. There is another performance by Rajasthani. So, I mean, it's like different parts of India.
States, all communities, all states, and everybody is very eager to welcome Modi. This is very proud moment for us, for Indian, for all Indians.
Where? You're from which place?
Hi, this is Venkat Subramanya. I am from Andhra Pradesh. See, we have been working last 14 days for this, gathering the volunteers, issuing the registration cards, and going various places, because see, almost 3.5 million Indian population is staying in the UAE. Out of that, only we are expecting 2% of the total population for this today. It is about 60,000 people we are expecting.
And 5 lakh. That's a huge population, right? It is the biggest diaspora in.
So I'm Dr. Monica. And this is Dr. Saujanya. We are representing the Indian female doctors here. We are huge in number, and we are all super excited for welcoming our dear Modi ji, because of whom we are actually having a high head all over the world, and we are really proud of him. And we feel so proud each day. And
were you involved in that Marhaba event in 2015 also? It was a small group, but there was a Marhaba event.
There was. And we were really involved in that. We were super excited that time. And we are super, super excited this time. You know?
Please come here. Yes.
Ehlan Modi. Ehlan Modi.
I want to say 2 lines for Modi. हे देशभक्त है कर्मवीर, अपने हौसले से नई बुलंदियों को छूते तुम चलो, छूते पुल तुम चलो.
क्या आप स्टेज पर भी बोलेंगी आज?
अगर मौका मिला तो बिल्कुल.
Thank you so much. So let me get more voices. आप लोग
जय श्री राम.
आप लोग कहाँ के हैं? मतलब
मैं कर्नाटक से हूँ. हाँ.
और यहाँ पर क्या रोल है आपका?
मैं यहाँ पे वॉलंटियर है. यहाँ पे जो हम सीटिंग अरेंजमेंट सबको हम अलोकेट करते हैं और किसी को हेल्प करना है वॉलंटियर. सो वी आर part of the core team.
1,500 volunteers are present here. More than 1,500. And so many are in
around 2,000. You have taken a break from your work.
Yes, of course. हमारे बच्चों को हम अकेले घर पर छोड़ के आए.
पर वेदर सही नहीं था.
आज बहुत अच्छा.
क्योंकि was raining.
क्योंकि गॉड भी हमारे साथ है.
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है.
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है.
आप लोग साथ में बोलेगी तो किसी की आवाज नहीं जाएंगे. एक एक करके.
I want to say मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, और हम बहुत तहे दिल से मोदी जी का स्वागत करते हैं और बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं कि उन्होंने हमको.
Was there some fear, particularly because of rains yesterday, that what if something goes?
स्ट्रांगली पता था हमारे मन का. हमको मन से हम सोच रहे थे कि ये काम होगा ही नहीं, कि बारिश ना हो. देखिए आज देख लीजिए, स्काई बिल्कुल क्लियर है.
Sunny today, certainly. Very different from what we were seeing yesterday. Yesterday there were rains. You can see, in terms of the preparations, again, as I've been saying, 65,000 registered on the first 2 days. That's what the organizers tell us. And they're hoping a good presence of around 50,000 Indians. And they come from various states of India, from Tamil Nadu, from Gujarat, from Madhya Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh. Yes, you're from Andhra Pradesh. I have to recount.
From Rajasthan.
I'm from Kerala. It's a great opportunity.
I'm from Rajasthan.
Indore, please.
I'm from Indore.
Okay, so there is someone from Uttar Pradesh as well. So, yes, we have seen the big Ram temple consecration in Ayodhya, and now there is another temple being inaugurated here. What does it mean?
सब कुछ मुमकिन है. मोदी है तो मुमकिन है. इससे पहले हम कभी नहीं सोच सकते थे कि ये काम हो पाएगा कभी. सबसे बड़ी
फॉरेन ये मोदी जी का ये सब उनका ही काम है कि जिन्होंने इतना अच्छा रिलेशन बनाया इंडिया यूएई का, जिससे हमें भी फ़ायदा हो रहा है, हमारे देश का भी नाम आगे बढ़ रहा है. 10 साल
को क्या फ़ायदा हो रहा है?
फ़ायदा हो रहा है कि हम स्टेटस मिल रहा है अच्छा. पहले इंडिया के लोग को कैसे देखते थे, नज़रिया बदला है, ताकि हम अब इंडियन से हमें वैल्यू मिल रहा है. मोस्ट लोकल पीपल भी हमें अच्छा वैल्यू देते हैं और हमारा नाम है पूरा ऑल सब कॉन्टिनेंट में से.
नेक्स्ट मार्च से हम लोगों को वीज़ा भी ऑन अराइवल हो गया इंडियंस को. ये बहुत बड़ी बात है.
अराइवल फॉर इंडियंस.
और इंडियंस.
बिग चेंज, बिग शिफ्ट.
बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है ये. हम लोगों को और कहीं पर इतनी जल्दी नहीं हुआ. इससे पहले अमेरिकन और कैनेडियंस ही आज यहाँ पर आ सकते थे. आप 14 डे का वीज़ा लेके और यहाँ पर आ सकते हैं अभी. ये बहुत बड़ी.
मैम, आप लोग इधर उधर कर रही हैं, उसकी वजह से कैमरा पे सब चीज़ आ रहा है.
मोदी इज अ ग्रेट लीडर.
Why do you say he's a great leader?
Because in the world, India at the top of the world. Because world is recognizing what is India now.
from what he made in India, temples or anything he built, the development, what you have made in the 10 years, the world is seeing towards India, and people are recognized.
Tell me, when you have been in Abu Dhabi for how many years?
4 years.
What has changed?
Change means he developed.
Is there anybody here who has been in Abu Dhabi for good 15, 20 years? 17 years?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. One more.
I'm here.
Yes, please.
See, I'm living in Dubai in UAE for the past 17 years.
Yes.
See, I can see a drastic change within these 10 years, the way we are looked upon as Indians and how we are, I mean, the cultural integrity has been upgraded, and even despite of coming from various cultures and various states of India, we still feel that everybody is looked with dignity and the respect has grown definitely within these past 10 years.
So I can see some girls there actually doing some preparations. I mean, Mursaleen, if you could pan and show them. They are dressed in, lehenga and that dupatta, that's very pretty. So there'll be a performance by that group as well. And I'll ask the camera to pan and show that stage where the cultural performances are taking place. That's where Prime Minister will be. It's the entire stadium has been now cordoned off. There is almost like 40 gates, 40 entrances to the stadium. As I've been saying, we see that significant diaspora connect everywhere Prime Minister goes. The scale certainly has been only increasing in the last so many years. We have seen that Alphonse Arena event in Sydney to Madison Square Garden event of New York City, and now this big Elan event here in UAE. So in another 15 minutes, Prime Minister arrives here in UAE. First round will be, of course, bilateral serious conversation about comprehensive trade agreement, and then the diaspora event, which will be the big high point of the day.
To Abdul Nasser, UAE ambassador to India. Let's also now listen into that conversation here.
In the last 9 years, India-UAE relationship has been multi-dimensional. What are the expectations of UAE from this visit of Prime Minister? We have with us UAE Ambassador to India, Ambassador Abdul Nasser Jamal Al-Shali. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. The first question, Prime Minister Modi is going to arrive in the next 24 hours. What is it that UAE expects from this visit?
A successful visit for sure. I believe all engagements have been planned. Things are going to be smooth in terms of participating in the World Government Summit, the engagement at the stadium, the bilateral meeting, the inauguration of the BAPS temple as well. So we are excited and we're looking forward.
And the land for the BAPS temple was given by the government. In terms of the cultural connect, what is it that you're trying to send a message of by building a temple in Abu Dhabi?
A message of tolerance, coexistence and acceptance, and that we do not discriminate, based on religion, ethnicity, so on and so forth. And I believe this is also a testament to what the relationship is about. The relationship is inclusive. The relationship is not just about business-to-business relations or government-to-government relations, but is also about people-to-people connection. And the BAPS temple stands as proof and evidence of that.
And the Indian diaspora, there's an important event which has been planned. It's at the stadium. And Elan Modi, or Welcome Prime Minister Modi, is the name of that event. The Indian diaspora is very robust and strong, and they have played an important role, we believe, in the UAE story as well. How much do you think they have contributed to your success?
No, they have played an important role, and I believe they will continue to play such an important role. They have been our guests. They will always be our guests. I know that some Indians see the UAE as their second home. Others see it as their first home. And this will continue to be the case in coming years. What has changed, perhaps, is that now as we venture into other sectors, Indians are coming from other specializations to come and see how they can expand their business or contribute to the UAE's development and economic journey, and we are grateful for their very vital contribution.
My last question to you, and I'll be going back to my first question, in terms of the next 24 hours and Prime Minister Modi's stay in UAE, what are the expectations, what is the anticipation?
I have a lot of work to do. I have been doing quite a bit today. I spent most of my day just working out some of the details when it comes to the visit, the outcomes, the MOUs to be signed and exchanged. Just an example here, we still don't have a final number when it comes to the MOUs because there are just too many of them and more are being added. But we are excited, we are looking forward, and I'm sure this will be as successful as all the other visits.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
All right, so Prime Minister Modi is expected to reach UAE in a short while from now, and a lot is expected today. Bilateral engagements after Prime Minister Modi lands, and after which we are expecting at around 8 p.m. the mega Alan Modi event that will take place in Abu Dhabi. Well, shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking at this point in time. This is from Karnataka. The DA case that was being investigated by the CBI will now be probed by the Lokayukta, as the state government had recently withdrew the permission given to the CBI by the Yediyurappa government. Now, the matter against DK Shivkumar will be investigated by the Lokayukta, and in order to investigate, the FIR has to be formally registered by the agency. All right, to talk more on that, my colleague Pratibha is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Pratibha, we are learning now the case has gone to Lokayukta from the CBI. What more details now are coming in?
Well, in fact, the entire case started off in November last year when the Congress government decided to approach the Karnataka High Court and withdraw its consent that was given to the CBI. In fact, the consent was given by the previous BJP government in the year 2019. And the CBI was investigating the DA allegations that were enveloping the Karnataka Deputy CM, DK Shivkumar. And later in the month of January is when the CBI, as well as an individual from the BJP, had approached the High Court and challenged this order, saying that the withdrawal of consent cannot really happen because the CBI was almost around 90% in the stage of completion with respect to the investigation against DK Shivkumar. But the matter was referred to a larger bench at that point in time, and now that the matter is sub judice, as per procedure, it is but natural for the Lokayukta to be handed over the case according to the withdrawal of consent that has been done by the current Congress government. And also the Lokayukta has to start its investigations or the allegations of DA around DK Shivkumar with the registration of the FIR, and that is precisely what has happened. Whether it can really continue with this investigation or not, much would depend on the matter that is still sub judice. But in the meantime, this is definitely not a setback for DK Shivkumar, especially with Lok Sabha election also fast approaching, because now we'll have to wait and see what the trial at the court would really suggest, whether the CBI would take it to the next level by challenging this or not. These are some of the steps that people need to really keep an eye on. But as far as this registration of the FIR goes, definitely not a setback, but DK Shivkumar would continue with his activities.
All right, could this mean more trouble for DK Shivkumar? Of course, that remains to be seen. But what is the Congress now planning to do? Any information that's coming in on that? What is DK Shivkumar's next move going to be regarding this?
Well, it is definitely going to be a wait-and-watch game as far as the Siddaramaiah administration as well as DK Shivkumar is concerned, because it was but the step that was taken by the Siddaramaiah administration with the consent of DK Shivkumar to go through this step of having a state agency investigate this and not a central agency. And that is precisely why the step was taken in the month of November last year, where they had suggested that the withdrawal of consent would take place, and they had even approached the Karnataka High Court in this regard. Now with the Karnataka Lokayukta, which is a state agency that is going to be investigating this, whether it will continue with that or not still remains to be seen. But then as far as the step taken in terms of registration of the FIR is concerned, definitely no trouble for DK Shivkumar currently. But then yes, it is definitely going to be a wait and watch game as far as the reactions from the CBI as well as the BJP members would be concerned in terms of the court.
All right, thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us all those details now. Here, what we are learning is that the state Lokayukta is going to be probing this matter, the disproportionate asset case against DK Shiv Kumar. The case now has been transferred to Lokayukta from the CBI. Earlier, remember, the case was with the Central Bureau of Investigation, and the states, the opposition ruled states mainly have been alleging that there is bias and the agencies are being guided by the center, by the BJP ruled center. Now, what we are learning is that the Lokayukta is going to be investigating this matter. The matter was earlier with the CBI, but the state government had withdrawn the nod given to the CBI, after which the matter has gone to the state Lokayukta. Could this mean trouble for, DK Shiv Kumar or not? As of now, it definitely doesn't. But what happens next, that of course remains to be seen. We are learning now the FIR, of course, has to be formally registered by the agency for the proceedings to go on. But as far as we know, the state government, which had recently withdrew the permission given to the CBI by the Yediyurappa government, the previous government, now has handed over the case to the Lokayukta. So the state Lokayukta is going to be investigating this matter. Of course, what the BJP here is saying that the Siddaramaiah government is trying to shield DK Shiv Kumar by taking the case from the CBI to handing it over to the state Lokayukta. So that is the latest we are picking at this point in time. Well, my colleague Pratibha also continues to be with us. We'll go to her in just a bit. Meanwhile, that's the latest we are picking. This is the disproportionate asset case that is against, that has been filed against DK Shiv Kumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. Well, BJP so far has been saying that it's Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, who's trying to help DK Shiv Kumar, who's trying to shield DK Shiv Kumar, and the case has been now given to the Karnataka Lokayukta for the same. Earlier, it was the central agency, the CBI, which had to investigate the case. The CBI, the CBI has so far been investigating the matter, but the case now goes to the Lokayukta. It was the earlier government, the Yediyurappa government in the past, that had given the case, handed over the case to the CBI. And now the present government, that's the Siddaramaiah government, had withdrawn the permission given to the CBI. The case goes to the state Lokayukta. All right, my colleague Pratibha also joins us back on the broadcast here. Pratibha, what kind of reactions are coming from the BJP? The BJP so far has been saying that it's the Siddaramaiah government, the Chief Minister himself, who's trying to shield DKS.
Well, in fact, yes, this was on the same lines that the reaction from the BJP was picked up in the month of November last year, when the Congress government had approached the Karnataka High Court to withdraw the consent that was given to the CBI. The consent was initially given by the BJP regime in the year 2019. And last year is when the consent was withdrawn by the current Siddaramaiah administration, which was definitely a fillip in terms of DK Shiv Kumar's political career. And now that the Lok Sabha election is also approaching, it is but natural for the state investigation agency to continue probing the allegations as per Siddaramaiah's administration's order. And in the month of January, this was actually challenged by both the CBI as well as an individual from the BJP, Mr. Yatnal. And the case was heard by the court and it was referred to a larger bench. And now that the matter is still sub judice, whether the Lokayukta can continue with its investigation or not, whether the case files still need to be handed over by the CBI or not, these are some of the questions that still linger on. But the first step when it comes to probing the allegations by a state agency would be to start with the registration of the FIR, which is what has been done by the state Lokayukta at this point in time. Would it really spell trouble for DK Shiv Kumar? Right. Definitely not at this point in time. More trouble would be expected only when there are any kind of challenges that would be expected in the court. But for now, it is a definite wait-and-watch game that is being played by both Siddaramaiah administration as well as DK Shiv Kumar.
All right. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us those details there. We'll try and get more on that in a bit. But That is the latest we are picking in connection with the case of illegal acquisition of property or the disproportionate asset case. Now the matter has gone to the state Lokayukta. Whether this would mean more trouble for DK Shivkumar or not, that remains to be seen. Well, we'll keep an eye on the developments here and get you more. Meanwhile, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. Well, the Farmers' Delhi Chalo March is underway amid heavy barricading at the Haryana-Punjab border and also entry points into the national capital. Chaos had emerged at Punjab-Haryana border, that's the Shambhu border, as protesting farmers began to remove the barricades, after which the Haryana police fired rounds of tear gas to disperse the mob. Now, visuals on your TV screen show huge plumes of smoke also coming out, making visibility almost impossible. Hundreds of farmers, also media personnel, were seen running helter-skelter. The police forces in Delhi and Haryana have made unprecedented arrangements to thwart the farmers from Punjab moving towards the national capital. They're pressing for their demands. There was a key meeting that was held between the union ministers and the farmer unions yesterday. Also, it continued till late night, but it remained inconclusive, and there was no consensus on the key demands that the farmers had been raising, the three key demands that they had been raising regarding, also calling for a law on the MSP issue. Well, the police also at this point in time has installed concrete slabs, iron nails, barricades, barbed wires in many places in Haryana and Delhi to bolster their defenses against the marching farmers. The police, we are also learning, are monitoring social media for information. They are using drones as well to keep an eye on the activities linked to the protest. Well, several farmers were also detained. Their vehicles were seized at the border by Haryana police earlier, soon after they began the Delhi Chalo March amid heavy security. Well, my colleague Vishal is now joining us live on the broadcast. He's at the Shambhu border at present and he's tracking the situation on the ground. Vishal, what is the situation at the moment? What all can you see? We do believe that the farmers have been trying to march towards the national capital, but they've been stopped by the police and tear gas was also fired. What is happening at the moment?
So the administration from the other side of the border, which is Haryana, they have been firing tear gas canisters using a drone for the last 3 to 4 hours. Innumerable tear gas canisters have exploded in this area where you can see thousands of farmers have lined up from Punjab, all over Punjab and Chandigarh especially. So I would like my cameraman to zoom into me. I'll show one of the canisters that exploded here. The farmers are claiming this is one of the canisters that exploded here, and farmers have sort of breached the first level of barricading. There are at least 7 levels of barricading on both sides of the bridge. So they have breached the first level. They have removed the roadblocks. They have also removed the barbed wire. So farmers are moving forward. They have few more levels to go before they will be able to go across to the border. So, but the tear gas canisters have not stopped raining on them. Even as we speak, I could hear a few tear gas canisters exploding. There are at least 2,000 to 3,000 people here. They have congregated from all across Punjab. There are tents set across the whole area. There are at least 6 to 7 langars. Free food is being given to people. One of the drones also, hit the area that has 2 or 3 langar, and the tear gas canister exploded there. So that was quite surprising on part of the administration. So we still have, thousands of people lined up here. They are yet to go full throttle and try to cross the border. On the other side is Haryana, and from then on they will try to move to Delhi. That is their whole Andolan, Delhi Chalo Andolan.
Yes,
and
yes. Vishal, we are also
the administration has stationed at least 400.
march towards the national capital. They've been saying they're prepared for a long haul. They've also been carrying enough ration and diesel to last for months. This could be a replay of what happened in 2020-21.
Yes, that's right. I mean, it's too early to say that, but few of the farmers that I spoke with, few of the elderly farmers who were in their 70s and 80s, even they are all here. They are saying that they have at least rationed 6 months of food here, and they plan to be here for the long haul unless the demands are met. So on top of their list is, of course, MSP, which we have been describing since yesterday. There are 9 other demands. Elderly, women, thousands of people are here right now, at least 2,000 to 3,000. You can see smoke in the distance if the cameraman can zoom in. On both sides of the border, there's a lot of activity. On the other side, there are at least 400 policemen stationed there to stop about 2,000 to 3,000 farmers. So they're heavily outnumbered, but they have been also holding their ground. The farmers have not been able to go to the other side. So far, it's been 3 to 4 hours since they've been trying. They have removed the first level of their barricading. They have also removed few of the, you can see an injured person is just walking. I would like my cameraman to zoom into him. You can see a person bleeding. So this is at least the 5th incident that I have personally seen of a person being injured and profusely bleeding. So there have been a lot of injuries. A person was stretchered, he was unconscious. A woman was also injured. So a lot of conflict going on here, a pandemonium, absolute pandemonium, but the farmers are yet to go to the other side.
Okay, all right. The situation seems to be quite tense at the moment, with a huge crowd of farmers gathered here at the Shambhu border. This is the Punjab-Haryana border, remember, from where the farmers are trying to march towards Delhi. Those are the visuals on your TV screens we've been showing, which display how the farmers who've been trying to reach the national capital have been stopped by the police forces. The police has made extensive arrangements at the border areas. That's the borders connecting Delhi as well as the Punjab-Haryana border, where the barricades also have been put up, and also in order to stop the farmers to move forward, tear gas was also fired at them. Several were detained as well. All right. We'll keep an eye on the developments here. With that, it's time for a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
जब हम अपने एयरफोर्स और अपने जवानों के पास आते हैं, सेना के लोगों से मिलते हैं, तो एक अलग किस्म का जोश होता है। और आपके लिए यहाँ पर तेजपुर पे आना, कुछ यादें वापस आ रही हैं? आप यहाँ पहले आए हुए हैं?
देखिए, मैंने ऊपर वाला से चाहा था कि जब मैं यहाँ शूटिंग कर रहा था तो मैं वापस आऊँ यहाँ। तो मैंने यही कहा था, चाहा कि जब आप लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि ये शो जय जवान जो मेरा फेवरेट शो है, कि मुझे ये इट्स माय फॉर्च्यून और माय ऑनर एंड प्रिविलेज टू बी ऑन दिस शो, तो मैंने कहा कि तेजपुर में करेंगे। सो द लाइफ कम्स फुल सर्कल, क्योंकि मैंने यूनिवर्स में भेजा था कि मैं यहाँ हूँ और मैं यहाँ हूँ आपके साथ और इस शो के लिए, आपके शो के लिए।
So beautiful. Thank you so much and it's such an honor to have you. और आज पूरा दिन हमारे सामने है, हम देखेंगे कि यहाँ क्या क्या हो रहा है। पूरी तैयारी जो होती है लड़ाकू विमान उड़ाने के पहले, उसको भी हम आज दिन भर देखते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं यहाँ से। ये हमारे फाइटर क्राफ्ट्स को निकालने के पहले टो किया जाता है। सो दिस इज द टोइंग व्हीकल। हम यहाँ इसमें चलेंगे, देखेंगे किस तरह से सुखोई को टो किया जा रहा है। लेट्स गो। बहुत ही कमाल का और बहुत स्पेशल एहसास है कि हम इसमें बैठे हुए हैं और इसको इतनी टनों भारी सुखोई जो सुखोई 30 MKI है, ये अपने हैंगर से निकल रहा है और ये टो किया जा रहा है उड़ान भरने के पहले। आप लोग तो यहाँ पर पिछले दिनों आए और आप लोगों ने शूटिंग की, तो आपको काफ़ी अच्छा ये एक्सपीरियंस मिला होगा कि किस तरह से हमारे फाइटर क्राफ्ट्स, बल्कि फिल्म जो है फाइटर, उसमें इसका बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस हुआ होगा, समझने का, देखने का, कैसे हमारी एयरफोर्स और एयरमैन काम करते हैं।
नहीं, एब्सोल्युटली बड़ा मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है घर वापसी है मेरे लिए। एंड और सबसे मिलना, भाइयों से मिलना और पूरे टीम मेंबर्स और जिन्होंने मेरी हम सबकी और इस फिल्म की बहुत ही, इनके बयान नहीं आते तो ये फिल्म जो आप देख रहे हैं वो देख नहीं सकते आप। सब ने जो भी काम किया है फिल्म के अंदर और जो डिटेलिंग हुई है हर चीज़ की, वी आर जस्ट वेरी वेरी प्राउड दैट वी हैव सच अ ग्रेट ऑफिसर्स एंड ग्रेट एयरफोर्स।
बिल्कुल, बहुत ही खास मौका, बहुत खास लम्हा है और आप वापस आए यहाँ पर। इट जस्ट शोज हाउ स्पेशल द एक्सपीरियंस मस्ट हैव बीन फॉर यू।
नहीं, एक्चुअली सुखोई में बैठना, सुखोई को देखना, उनका टेक ऑफ, उनकी लैंडिंग आसमान में, वो समथिंग एल्स।
जब आपने पहली वो यूनिफॉर्म पहना होगा जो आपके लिए बनाया गया होगा, वेरी स्पेशल फीलिंग, नो?
पहले मैंने जब मैं सबको देखता था तो मुझे लगा बड़ा आसान होगा देखने में, मगर जब मैंने पहली बार पहना, मैंने नहीं, आई हैव टू बिकम फिट अप, आई हैव टू लुक बेटर। सो फॉर दैट टू गेट इनटू दैट यूनिफॉर्म, इतना फिट नहीं हूँ अभी जितना मैं था जब मैं शूटिंग कर रहा था। मगर उसके लिए मैंने काफ़ी वज़न भी कम किया और आई हैड टू रिड्यूस इन इंचेस टू गेट इनटू दैट यूनिफॉर्म, सो दैट आई गिव फुल रिस्पेक्ट to that beautiful uniform of a fighter. I play a commanding officer in fighter, so it was for me that was a big challenge.
You tell us a little bit, what is fitness for you? आपके लिए क्या मतलब है इसका?
Me, I think it's a way of life. It's a religion. It's like brushing your teeth. So that's what I do. So for me, obviously for इस किरदार के लिए कुछ ज़्यादा करना पड़ा और ज़्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ी और मैंने जो मेरे में ताकत थी वो सब मैंने इस रोल के अंदर डालने की कोशिश की है। आई सैक्रिफाइस अ लॉट, नॉट ओनली मी, आई थिंक एवरी एक्टर, बिकॉज़ आई वर्क वेरी हार्ड फॉर एवरी रोल, बट दिस रोल वाज वेरी वेरी स्पेशल फॉर मी। दिस इज आई हैव gone to an extra length. I can very proudly say that for this role, because I had to do it not only for the film but for the Indian Air Force.
Welcome back after the break. Chaos has been witnessed at the border areas, especially at the Shambhu border, where the farmers had been trying to march towards the national capital, pressing for their demands. Meanwhile, what is the situation at the Delhi borders? Let's go across to my colleague Vedant, who's joining us live on the broadcast. He's at the Shambhu border at the moment. What is the situation on the ground, Vedant? What more are you learning?
Well, Kitty, let me just give you a sense of where this border is, where this is just 300 kilometers from where the farmers actually are right now, which is at the Shambhu border. So essentially what this means is that the Delhi police has more time to, in a sense, completely fortify this entire border. What we are learning from senior officials of the Delhi police is that the bid is to create a 25-layer security, from these big cement blocks to these concrete blocks to barbed wires to sandbags to, of course, layers and layers of rapid action forces and paramilitary forces. Over 20 companies of rapid action forces currently deployed here. 3 JCBs also have just come in. In fact, 600 police personnel are at the spot. Senior DCPs, over 20 senior officials of the Delhi police are here overseeing all the preparations. And there you can see layers and layers of barricading, and this entire stretch, this national highway that I'm currently at, is going to be blocked for entry and exit. Neither commercial vehicles nor private vehicles are allowed here, and there you can see the number of police personnel deployed here, because remember, the Delhi police's bid is to not let the farmers come into the national capital, because remember, this was the road, if I can ask my camera person to show you, that witnessed huge sit-ins 3 years back when the farmers had come to the national capital to protest against the 3 farm laws, which is why this stretch is so critical. Looking at the macro picture, this was the stretch which witnessed extraordinary commotion 3 years back, which is why the Delhi police leaving nothing to chance, and it almost looks like an international border right now. With these rapid action forces, these barricades and these dividers kept here. So of course, the farmers are expected to reach here by tomorrow or perhaps later today. Remains to be seen whether they're able to breach the security at the Shambhu border to actually come here at the Shambhu border.
Okay, so the police has made massive arrangements. The security has been amped up in order to make sure that the farmers do not cross towards this side of the border, that is towards national capital, which they've been marching to. Well, all right. Let me also now go across to my colleague Shambhu, who's at the Tikri border. Let's get a sense of the situation on the ground from Tikri border at the moment. Shambhu, what is happening there?
Let me tell about the location that I am right now at. I am just ahead to 2 to 4 kilometers from Tikri border. Right now, this is Haryana that we are at, the place. I'm trying to show the visuals. As you can see, the complete road has been blocked over here. Well, this road leads and connects to Delhi from Haryana's Bahadurgarh. Well, on the opposite side, the complete road has been blocked, which connects from Haryana's Bahadurgarh to Delhi. Well, that road has been blocked since morning. Well, at Tikri border, the road was still open. It is still open from Tikri border, but from here, from this side of the Haryana, this has been closed. Well, I am trying to show you the barbed wires on the barricades that you are seeing right now. Both the sides of the road have been blocked. On the other side, Haryana police is deployed at the spot. Well, only ambulance is allowed to leave from coming from Delhi. Right now, just a few minutes back, there was an ambulance which passed by. Well, other cars are not allowed to enter or leave from this enter side. Well, the people who want to go to Delhi from Haryana, they will have to take a different path. They will have to go through a village, nearby village, which is up to 7 to 8 kilometers stretch. Well, from here, Tikri border is around 2 to 4 kilometers. But while we were coming over here, it took us more than 30 minutes to just cross 2 to 4 kilometers. Well, the security arrangements are very tightened. The Haryana police is also taking it very seriously, as Delhi police had done the security in the same manner. Haryana police also managing the security at Bahadurgarh, Haryana. Back to you.
All right, the situation seems to be quite tense and also a major inconvenience that the public has been facing today since the start of the day. We've been showing our viewers the visuals coming in from different parts of the national capital as well, and also the border areas, especially at the Punjab-Haryana border. We do believe that there is a lot of chaos with farmers trying to march towards the national capital, pressing for their demands. Those are the visuals on your TV screens. We'll keep an eye on the developments there and get you more. Meanwhile, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. We're learning this is some big breaking news that is coming in from Haldwani in Uttarakhand. Another youth is undergoing treatment in STH has died, we are learning, during the Banbulpura disturbance. The death toll in the riots has increased to 6 now. We are learning the victim, Sushila Tiwari, who was undergoing treatment, has succumbed to her injuries. We are learning there are many more people who are injured. They're still undergoing treatment in different hospitals. The death toll in Haldwani violence has risen to 6. We are learning another youth undergoing treatment in the hospital in Haldwani has died. That is the information that is coming in. My colleague Kishore Rawat is joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Kishore, that's some unfortunate news. We're learning now that the death toll has increased to 6, and Sushila Tiwari, who was undergoing treatment at the hospital, has succumbed to her injuries.
बिल्कुल, हल्द्वानी के बनपुरवा इलाके में जो दंगा हुआ था, विवाद हुआ था, उसके बाद जो मरने वालों की संख्या वो 6 हो गई है। ये युवक का हॉस्पिटल में इलाज चल रहा था, उस दौरान इसकी मौत की खबर आई है। तो कुल मिलाकर 6 लोगों की मौत की अभी तक सूचना है। इसके अलावा वहां पर बनपुरवा इलाके में अभी भी धारा 144 और कर्फ्यू लगाया गया है, क्योंकि अभी भी कुछ आशंका है कि जो वो मामला है वो बढ़ सकता है या फिर कुछ इंटेलिजेंस हिंट होंगे। यही वजह है कि वहां से अभी कर्फ्यू हटाया नहीं गया है। इसके अलावा पूरे इलाके में जो गिरफ्तारियां हैं वो लगातार चिन्हित की जा रही है और गिरफ्तारियां अभी हुई है। लगभग 30 से ज्यादा लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया और कुछ लोगों को नामजद किया गया है। लेकिन फिलहाल ये दुखद खबर है कि उस दंगे में मरने वालों की संख्या 6 हो गई है, जिसमें एक युवक की मौत आज बताई जा रही है कि आज हॉस्पिटल में इलाज के दौरान उसकी मौत हुई है। जी,
all right, thank you so much Kishore for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments here and get you more. With that, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side.
Punjab. Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी बोथ।
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स।
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद व्हिच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित।
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, quite a few of them.
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते।
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से।
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की।
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और दिया की मम्मी।
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज़्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very because I think I've done both, and I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did a long format, I did 24, and I did Night Manager, and of course,
news that matters to you.
Welcome back. After the break, there's some breaking news that's coming in from Jammu Kashmir. We are learning in connection with the case of migrant workers killing in Jammu Kashmir. The accused behind the terror attack has been arrested. That's the latest we are picking at this point in time. Remember, 2 workers from Punjab were killed by terrorists few days back. And my colleague Nazir is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Nazir, we are learning the accused behind the terror attack has been nabbed by the police.
Yeah, exactly. Within less than 1 week's time of the attack on migrant workers in Srinagar, the accused has been arrested. Police say Adil Manzoor was involved in this targeted attack, and he was being hired by handlers from Pakistan through social media. And they asked everybody to ensure that no local falls prey into that propaganda from Pakistan. So 2 migrant workers were killed in downtown Srinagar on last week, and after that, police say they, based on the technical evidence, field intelligence, they tracked down the attacker. The saloon attacker has been arrested, and the weapon of offense has also been recovered from his possession. And this press conference was held by Additional Director General of Police, Mr. Vijay Kumar, and IGP Kashmir, Mr. Briddhi. They informed the media that how this whole plot, this module was set up to carry out target attack on the migrant workers. 2 innocent people who had come here to eke out their living were targeted last week. But within 1 week's time, police has cracked the case and arrested the accused.
All right. Well, definitely this has come as a big success for the Jammu Kashmir police. 2 migrant workers from Punjab were shot dead by terrorists a few days back in Srinagar, and we are learning now the main accused behind the terror attack has been arrested by the police. Thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us all those details there. Shifting our focus now, Uttar Pradesh has seen massive infra development in the last few years. We are now going to take a look at Gorakhpur's growth story.
आज गोरखपुर और हमारा पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश शिक्षा और चिकित्सा का एक नया केंद्र बिंदु बन रहा है।
नमस्कार, मैं अनामिका जैनंबर स्वागत करती हूँ आप सभी का इस विशेष प्रस्तुति में जिसका नाम है मेरा उत्तर प्रदेश नया उत्तर प्रदेश। गोरखपुर शहर अब करवट ले रहा है, विकास की ओर बढ़ रहा है, अब गरज रहा है। अब यहाँ माफिया नहीं पलते, ना ही पलते हैं मच्छर, यहाँ पलते हैं सपने और उम्मीदें गरीब की आंखों में और साधन विहीन कुटिया में। ये कर्मयोगी मुख्यमंत्री श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का शहर है जो विकास के पंख लगाकर उड़ रहा है और विकास की इस नई बयार के साथ लोगों का स्वागत कर रहा है।
मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि गोरखपुर एक अच्छी दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। अपने शहर को स्वच्छ, सुंदर और विकसित बनाने में हम सब भी अपना योगदान देंगे। 1978 से 2017 तक इन 4 दशकों तक गोरखपुर शहर इंसेफ्लाइटिस की चपेट में था। इन 4 दशकों में 50,000 से ज्यादा बच्चों की जानें गई। जब योगी आदित्यनाथ जी यहाँ के सांसद थे
तब इन्होंने बहुत करीब से इस खौफ को महसूस किया और इसके उन्मूलन के लिए वो सब किया जो वो कर सकते थे। लेकिन असली जीत तो तब हुई जब 2017 में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी मुख्यमंत्री बनकर के आए। योगी जी ने एक एक्शन प्लान बनाया जिसमें ये सारी जिम्मेदारी केवल स्वास्थ्य विभाग की नहीं होगी, बल्कि उसमें स्कूलों को और पंचायती राज विभाग समेत 17 विभागों को सम्मिलित किया। 2023 में ये बीमारी जड़ से खत्म हो चुकी है। ये योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की जीत है, उपलब्धि है और इसका पूरा का पूरा श्रेय जाता है श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के लिए।
इंसेफ्लाइटिस उत्तर प्रदेश से पूरी तरह समाप्त हो चुकी है। अब एक भी बच्चे की मौत इस बीमारी से नहीं होती है।
बच्चों का खास ख्याल रखते हुए योगी सरकार ने 500 बेड वाले बाल रोग विभाग का शुभारंभ किया है। हाई टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस इस हॉस्पिटल में सभी तरह की सुविधाएं मुहैया कराई हैं।
जो सुविधा पहले मेडिकल कॉलेज में हुआ करती थी, आज वो सुविधा प्राथमिक स्वास्थ्य केंद्र पे, जिला अस्पताल में, सामुदायिक स्वास्थ्य केंद्र पे मिल रही है। वहाँ डॉक्टर 24 घंटे रह रहा है, वहाँ दवाइयाँ मिल रही हैं। तो जो मरीज़ सीधे हमारे यहाँ मेडिकल कॉलेज में मस्तिष्क के उपचार के लिए आता था, आज वो मरीज़ अपनी प्राथमिक अवस्था में ही जिला अस्पताल और स्वास्थ्य केंद्रों पर ही अपने आप का इलाज करा लेता है।
एक समय था कि किसी गंभीर समस्या आने के बाद यहाँ के लोगों को बाहर जाना पड़ता था, लेकिन अब गोरखपुर में एम्स बनने के बाद ये स्वास्थ्य क्षेत्र में मील का पत्थर साबित हुआ है। करीब 1000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से बना गोरखपुर एम्स शहर वासियों के साथ साथ आसपास के जिलों के लिए भी वरदान बन गया है। मरीजों की सुविधा के लिए एम्स अब ड्रोन के जरिए दवाएं पहुंचाने जा रहा है। इससे 200 से 250 किलोमीटर के दायरे में दवाएं पहुंचाई जाएंगी। इसके लिए स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय की सहमति भी मिल चुकी है। स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में इसे एक क्रांतिकारी कदम कहा जा सकता है।
हर बीमारी की जड़ है कुपोषण, गंदगी या कुपोषण। कुपोषण के खिलाफ महिला और बाल विकास विभाग के माध्यम से एक अभियान चलाना और सभी विभागों ने अपनी जिम्मेदारियों का निर्वहन किया तो परिणाम आप सबके सामने।
इसके साथ साथ यहाँ अत्याधुनिक लैब की भी स्थापना की गई है। इससे ये होगा कि बीमारी का जल्दी से पता चल जाएगा और लोगों को अपने सैंपल बाहर नहीं भेजने पड़ेंगे, इंतजार नहीं करना पड़ेगा। साथ ही उनको बीमारी का पता चलेगा तो जिंदगियां बच सकती हैं। जब लैब की स्थापना नहीं हुई थी, तब लखनऊ से सड़क मार्ग से पुणे नमूने की जांच के लिए इसे भेजा जाता था। इससे समय भी लगता था और समय पर बीमारी न पता चलने से कई बार जान का भी खतरा होता था। लेकिन अब ये सब हमारे हाथ में है। जिंदगियां बचाना हमारे हाथ में है, खास तौर से बच्चों का ध्यान रखते हुए।
स्वास्थ्य कर्मियों की सतर्कता और हर विभाग अगर अपनी अपनी जिम्मेदारियों का ईमानदारी पूर्वक निर्वहन कर ले तो कोई कारण नहीं कि हम डेंगू, कालाजार, चिकनगुनिया, मलेरिया जैसी संचारी रोगों को भी पूरी तरह उन्मूलन करने में सफल हो जाएंगे।
योगी सरकार ने जो ये कदम उठाया है, ये पूरे पूर्वांचल वासियों के लिए एक वरदान ही है। उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार शहर में मेडिसिटी बनाने जा रही है, जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर के डॉक्टरों और लैब के लिए मेडिकल हब का काम करेगा। इसके अलावा महायोगी गुरु गोरखनाथ आयुष विश्वविद्यालय भी बनकर तैयार होने जा रहा है, जहां पारंपरिक चिकित्सा पद्धतियां पढ़ाई जाएंगी। तो अब गोरखपुर वाले शान से कहेंगे कि उनकी सेहत का ख्याल रखने के लिए योगी बाबा है ना।
आज गोरखपुर देश के अच्छे शहरों में गिना जा रहा है, तो खुशी आपको भी होती होगी, हमें भी होती होगी। आप भी कहीं बाहर जाते होंगे, गोरखपुर का नाम कोई भी सुनता होगा तो आपके चेहरे पर भी उसके चेहरे पर एक खुशी होती है, आपको सम्मान देता होगा।
Salam UAE, the ultimate reality awards is here to recognize
the contribution of real estate companies and property developers in building the UAE.
It's a small step to honor their journey and success stories
in building the property landscape in UAE.
It's indeed our pleasure to meet you
at the Ultimate Realty Awards in Dubai. See you on the 17th February.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ।
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स।
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद विच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित।
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, क्वाइट अ फ्यू ऑफ देम।
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते।
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से।
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की।
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और रिया की मम्मी।
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज़्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very because I think I've done both, and I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did a long format. I did 24, and I did Night Manager, and of course, फिल्में तो मैं बचपन से कर रहा हूँ.
Any all-time favorite film?
Mr. India, yeah, it's my all-time favorite film. Yeah, it's a lovely film, wonderful film. I revisited it again when I did one of the ads, and it is something very, you know, some
संकल्प विकसित भारत।
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Protesting farmers try to breach border barricades between Punjab and Haryana at the Shambhu border. Tear gas and water cannons being used against the protesting farmers. The farmers say they will march till their demands are met. Union Agriculture Minister speaks to NDTV after 2 rounds of talks with the farmers remain inconclusive. Arjun Munda said unruly elements are trying to misguide the farmers. The Jammu and Kashmir police say they have solved the case of 2 migrant workers being targeted. 2 migrants from Punjab were killed in Jammu and Kashmir. One of the people, Adil Manzoor, has been held by the police. Trouble mounts for Karnataka's Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shiv Kumar. Now the Lokayukta will investigate the corruption charges against DKS as the CBI case has now been transferred to the Lokayukta. A day after quitting the Congress party, Ashok Chavan joins the BJP today. A top Maratha face in the BJP fold. A worry now for the Congress. Who else will follow Ashok Chavan? And the Prime Minister will be arriving in the UAE. He will be inaugurating the first temple in Abu Dhabi and engage in talks with the top leadership. Also attend a mega diaspora event, Ehlan Modi. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Let's first go across to news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the police say they have cracked the case of migrant workers being targeted. This latest incident that happened in which 2 migrant workers from Punjab were killed. Let's go across to Nazir for more. Nazir, what are the details?
Well, Gargi, top police officials, ADGP Mr. Vijay Kumar and Mr. the IGP Kashmir, they addressed a press conference a while back and gave details how this case has been cracked within a week after the incident in which two migrant workers who had come here to take out their living innocent people, they were targeted and killed in downtown area last week. Soon after that, police say they launched the investigation and an SIT was constituted. And now one accused, Adil Manzoor, has been arrested. According to police, he had no militancy background. How he did it? He was, lured by handlers from Pakistan, according to police, through social media. And then he was motivated to carry out attack and also threatened to carry out this attack as well. So police say also his weapon of offense as a pistol has been recovered from his possession. This incident has shocked everybody because two people who were working as carpenters, they're most sought after people, carpenters from Punjab. They have been working here 5 years on. But they were, targeted last week on 7th of this month in downtown area. That shocked everybody, and there were in fact rallies demanding justice for the victims. But within weeks' time, police has shown that they can crack such cases based on the field and the technical evidence. They have finally caught the man accused, Adil Manzoor. But what is big worry? Well, on one hand, police are saying that there's only one local active militant operating in Srinagar. At the same time, those who are not having any militancy background are being lured from Pakistan by Pakistani handlers through social media, but in this case, what police have said, and then to carry out such an attack where innocent people are being targeted to create fear and terror. But finally, within 1 week's time after this target attack on migrant workers, the men accused, along with the weapon of offense, have been, weapon has been seized, and the man accused has been arrested.
All right, Nazir. So that case has been cracked by the police there of targeting killing of two Punjab migrants. Now, the other big story today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be arriving in the UAE shortly. It's a 2-day trip during which he will inaugurate the first Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. The inauguration of the Bab's temple is a key part of the Prime Minister's visit, where he'll also engage in talks with the top leadership of the UAE and also attend a community event, Ehlan Modi, at the Zayed Sport City in Abu Dhabi, for which thousands of people have signed up. Let's go across to NDTV's Maria Shakil, who joins us from there. And Maria, the weather, I believe, was playing a bit of spoil sport. There was a lot of rain earlier, but tell us about the preparations and the Prime Minister's program.
Yes, so the Prime Minister has arrived and straight from the airport, he will be heading to the Royal Palace where the bilaterals will happen. But here in the stadium, if the camera could pan and show, there is enthusiasm. The crowd has started gathering and we have a very special guest here. I would say they are perhaps the most colorful couple of Dubai, Veena Chandani and Bhuven Chandani. Ma'am, yes, you have come in from wheelchair. What is this motivation?
Modi is the motivation. Our Prime Minister, we love. And whatever we are doing, nothing what he has done for the country. My Bharat. One I will take a request. Please allow us, NR is also to vote from Dubai. Because every time 5 years we are not coming back to vote.
So now tell me, you were in a hospital?
Yeah.
You wanted to come here to vote.
What?
You could have taken rest.
No. I sent my kids, my doctor. I will go to this function. However, if you want to do the operation, do it. Otherwise, leave it. I will do it afterwards.
Okay, that's what he said.
Yes.
And then you are here along with
my husband. Last 50 years.
You have been here for the last 50 years.
Yes.
And you moved here 50 years ago?
Yes.
And the entire family is settled here?
Yes.
Your children and all?
We are having 3 beautiful kids, 2 daughters.
All right, so Maria there talking to some of those who have gathered for this big Indian diaspora event, Ellen Modi, which means welcome Modi, as the Prime Minister is on this two-day trip to the UAE. And in fact, what we do know is 65,000 people had registered for this event, though it has rained very heavily in the UAE, and that's played a bit of a spoil sport, and the numbers have had to be, pared down. But the Prime Minister will be holding talks with the top leadership there in the UAE, and he will also be inaugurating the first Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. So there you can see that stadium where that big diaspora event will be taking place. And the Indian community there is approximately 3.5 million in the UAE. And here at this stadium is where the Ellen Modi event will be taking place today evening. The Prime Minister on this visit, where he will be meeting the UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, as well as others. And remember, this is after several trips that the Prime Minister has made to the UAE in recent times. So the Prime Minister will be inaugurating this temple as well in Abu Dhabi. And in fact, this is the Prime Minister's 7th visit to the UAE since 2015, and in just his 3rd visit in the last 8 months. So a power-packed trip it is, lots of events from inaugurating the Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. He will also be holding meetings and talks with the top leadership. There is the temple that the Prime Minister will be inaugurating, the Bap's temple, which is a key part of his visit, and it is the first Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. But let's return to Maria Shakil, who's at the Zayed Stadium, where that Ellen Modi event is going to be taking place in a short while from now. Maria, we believe 65,000 people had signed up for this event. Give us an idea of what's happening over there.
Yes, so if you can see, that is the entrance perhaps. There are in all 25 to 30 entrances to this stadium. The Prime Minister, remember, Gargi had come to UAE in 2015. At that time, it was Marhaba Modi event, and now it is Ellen Modi, which essentially means welcome. As I was having this conversation with this couple, which has made a lot of effort to travel all the way from Dubai, but more so I would say that someone who has decided to come all the way also in a wheelchair. Ma'am, what is your motivation? Let's ask that question again.
My motivation is love for my country, because I love Bharat. And from 48 years I'm here, then also Dil is Hindustani. So knee surgery and all this is Khali Wali, I don't care.
You don't care?
No, I don't care.
And there's a lot of, music that is there. So we'll be...
No, I will enjoy. I will dance in wheelchair only, no problem.
And what about you, sir?
Yeah, I am in Dubai last 48 years, no? But yeah, she will enjoy. I love Modi because I was coming from Modi. I love Modi too much more.
And ma'am, you're all dressed up. We can see the bindi, which has saffron, white and green.
Yes, because because from 2 days I was thinking what to wear, so I took out all my wardrobe, see my nails, my rings, my bindi, my scarf, everything. Total Hindustani.
Total Hindustani. Thank you so much. I wish you recover soon. So let me get you more voices. Somebody who's an organizer here. People have gathered here, but still, there are several benches. How soon are you expecting the entire stadium to be full?
See, we live in a country where the rules and regulations are very strict. And every ticket has to have a QR code. The buses are being parked outside Abu Dhabi because remember, Abu Dhabi is an island. So busloads of people are coming, but they're all being parked and then ferried across in shuttle buses. So it'll take time for the whole process to go. And even at the entry gate, the Emirates ID, the passport and the OCI cards are being checked because remember, we live in a multinational environment and there's absolutely not even 0.001% chance that we can take with the Prime Minister's security.
Mr. Basav, just help us understand in terms of when the Prime Minister arrives, what all will be happening here.
in the stadium.
Okay, so even before the Prime Minister arrives, the program is going to begin with of course, the national anthem, and then there's a procession of a nice cultural, colorful procession around the stadium so that people kind of get into the mood. They already are, as you can see. And then there'll be about an hour-long program kind of talking about the Indo-UAE friendship. And then I don't want to give the surprise away, but basically an Indian coming into town and what he encounters in UAE as a sole working class young boy. I don't want to give away the surprise. Watch the space.
All right. Thank you so much. Just look at the stadium. And that's the dais from where the Prime Minister will be addressing the diaspora. Gargi, Prime Minister has travelled to UAE in the past. In 2015, it was Marhaba Modi. Right now, it's Welcome Modi, which is Ahlan Modi. And there are, arrangements. Perhaps the VVIPs here will be sitting on those white chairs that you can see in front of you. And then there are these passes of various categories which have been issued for various people who will be seated in various parts of the stadium. And what the organizers tell us is that initially, in just perhaps 2 days, the registration had to be closed because it touched around 65,000, and that is perhaps the capacity of the stadium. So they wanted to ensure that everything goes as per the plans. The security has been, in fact, not only taken over by the SPG, which is the Special Protection Group of the Prime Minister. There is the Royal Security of Mohammed bin Zayed, who is the president of UAE as well, which is ensuring that everything goes as per plans. Prime Minister has arrived, and of course, this will be the big cultural event and also the last diaspora event of his second term, because in next 2 weeks we can expect the elections to be announced. But that sense that you see of the role of the diaspora in the India story is something that the Prime Minister has been highlighting about, and we have seen that play out in multiple cities and multiple countries wherever Prime Minister has travelled. So let me try and get you more voices of those who have gathered up. You're from where?
I am from India.
Okay, you're from India. Hello. Hello. What's your name?
Nathaniel John.
Okay. Why have you come here?
To see Modi.
Stay here, Modi.
Okay. You know who is Modi?
Yeah.
Who is he?
Prime Minister.
He's Prime Minister. You know everything. Okay, tell me about yourself. When did you move to Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, last December I came Abu Dhabi as a priest. I am serving in Orthodox Church. So I got an opportunity to meet our Prime Minister. It's very very great moment. That's all.
Okay, so you will be here witnessing this diaspora event, and in what do you think has changed for Indians in Abu Dhabi or the Middle East?
That I don't know how to say. I'm not a person to share such things.
Okay. So now tell us about your own experience when you met the Prime Minister when he was here.
It's a great opportunity because last more than 10 years he's speaking in far from giving lot of things to Indian people. But it's my first experience to meet in closer. Okay.
Thank you so much. So, around 7 p.m. Dubai time, which will be around 8:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, is when this event will begin in terms of the Prime Minister's presence, and he will be addressing the diaspora here, the biggest diaspora event in the Middle East.
All right, thanks so much, Maria, for joining us and bringing us, all those different voices. We'll return to you. As Maria told us, the Prime Minister has arrived in the UAE. He has a packed program ahead, which includes this diaspora event, Ahlan Modi. But let's talk about the farmers' protest now. And the farmers' Delhi Chalo March is underway. This amid heavy barricading at the Haryana-Punjab border, that is the Shambhu border, and also entry points to the national capital are heavily barricaded right now to prevent any farmers from being able to cross through into the capital. So chaos was seen earlier today at the Punjab-Haryana border, the Shambhu border, after rounds and rounds of tear gas were fired
at the farmers as the farmers attempted to remove the barricades, not just tear gas being fired at them, but being dropped on them from above. Drones were used to drop tear gas canisters onto the protesting farmers as they attempted to remove the cement barricades at the Shambhu border. Visuals showed these huge plumes of smoke, and in fact, NDTV's reporter there, Vishal, was also affected by these fumes and smoke that was seen in the area as rounds of tear gas were fired on the farmers. This was the point from where the farmers from Punjab can cross into Haryana, from where they're going to pass through on to Delhi. Now, the police forces in both Delhi and Haryana have made massive arrangements, unprecedented really, to stop the farmers from arriving in Delhi to press for their demand. There have been several demands made by the farmers, promises that were made to them during the last protest that took place 2 years ago. Remember, at that time, the farm laws were repealed, and then the farmers returned after several promises were made, but now they're back as those promises have not been kept, especially for a law on minimum support price. Now, 2 rounds of talks took place between the farm leaders as well as the union ministers. Piyush Goyal and Arjun Munda both went to Chandigarh yesterday to hold talks with the farm leaders. Those talks went on for several hours, but there was no breakthrough, though the government has said that they are in touch with the farm leaders. Here's what Arjun Munda told us this morning.
सर, ये समझना चाह रहे हैं कि कितना आप लोगों के लिए लग रहा है कि 2 बार मीटिंग हुई, दोनों बार बेनतीजा हो गई, उसको लेकर आगे की?
नहीं, बेनतीजा हम नहीं कहेंगे। कंक्लूजन में कुछ चीजें ऐसे हैं जिसको लेकर के हमें आगे और समझ बढ़ाते हुए चर्चा करना चाहिए, लेकिन बहुत सारे ऐसे विषय हैं जिस पर वो भी माने और कुछ लोगों के उनके भी बयान आए कि किस किस चीज पर सहमति हुई थी। हम आज भी मानते हैं कि बातचीत के माध्यम से इसका समाधान हो सकता है और हम समाधान का रास्ता निकालने के लिए तैयार हैं, बशर्ते कि कोई ऐसे तत्व ऐसे मामले का लाभ लेने के लिए कोशिश न करे, इसका ध्यान किसान रखे।
तो एक प्रतिबद्धता जो है केंद्र सरकार की, कृषि मंत्री बतौर कृषि मंत्री, वो आप समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। मांगों को लेकर बैठक का दौर चल रहा है, ये बैठक का दौर चलेगा अभी और भी चलेगा, तब आपको लग रहा है कि कोई कंक्लूजन निकल सकता है?
नहीं, देखिए, मैं तो खुले तौर से कल भी कहा है उन लोगों से, और उन लोगों ने कहा कि भाई अभी आपके तरफ से जो बातें आई है हम अपने लोगों के बीच में चर्चा करेंगे और चर्चा करने के बाद फिर बात को जारी रखेंगे। हमने भी स्पष्टीकरण दिया कि आप जब बात करना चाहें हम बात कर सकते हैं।
कुछ संदेश देना चाहेंगे किसानों को जो आ रहे हैं दिल्ली?
यही कहूंगा कि इस समय बहुत सारे ऐसे शक्तियां जिसकी सूचना भी कुछ आ रही है, जो किसानों को एक तरीके से बदनाम करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं। किसानों को ऐसे लोगों के साथ मिलकर के नहीं, बल्कि वो विश्वास रखते हुए कि यह सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है किसानों के हितों को।
All right, let's go across to NDTV's Vishal, who joins us from the Shambhu border. Vishal, tell us what's happening there right now.
Gargi, the situation right now seems to be quite tense. The frequency of the tear gas canisters falling from the sky, that has reduced, but they do fire, the authorities do fire these tear gas canisters from time to time. You can see smoke in the distance. I would request Ashwini to zoom into that smoke area where a lot of people are assembled there. They're trying to go to the other side, but they have not been able to do so far. They have been able to breach first few barricades, but there are multiple barricades and there are cemented barricades. There are also spikes, embedded in those barricades. There are barbed wires. They have removed one of the barbed wires, and they have also removed few of the spikes, but a lot of the barricades still remain. The farmers are still trying to get to the other side. We are on the Punjab side. On the other side is Haryana, and that is what the farmers are planning to do from today. They have started this protest march, and they want to go to Delhi to raise their voice against the government and say that they want enactment of a law that guarantees them minimum support price for all crops. Right now, reports suggest that MSP is only guaranteed for 23 crops. They want it to be a uniform thing for all the crops. So as far as the latest from Shambhu border is concerned, there's still thousands of people here. There's less pandemonium right now, but still you can see smoke in the distance, smoke canisters falling. There's also a lot of health checkup counters set up in the distance about 200 meters from the border. So people are volunteering and helping the people who have been injured. About 6-7 people have been hit in the face. As I've seen them injured. So they have been profusely bleeding. So a lot of injuries all across the ground here. So that's what we have so far from here. The farmers are yet to get to the other side.
All right, so farmers, they're gathered at the Shambhu border on the Punjab side, trying and attempting to push through. We saw earlier rounds of tear gas being fired at them. So right now, a tense situation and a face-off. Well, let's go across to the Tikri border and find out what the situation is like over there. Remember, all these various borders around Delhi have huge security. And let's go across to Shambhu, who joins us from there. So what is the situation right now? It's also been a huge inconvenience to Delhiites and to commuters who use these borders, to cross over from various satellite cities into Delhi.
Well, yes, right now I am 2 to 3 kilometers ahead from Tikri border. That means if you're coming from Haryana, still there's 2 to 4 kilometers to cover to go to Delhi. Well, this is right now I am at Bahadurgarh, Haryana. You can see that the security arrangements have been tightened. Well, I'm trying to show you visuals which I've never seen before. Well, you can see that these concrete walls that you're seeing, but on the left-hand side, 2 concrete walls have been taken, and now cement is being poured inside those cemented. You can see the cemented walls. Those cement is being poured inside the walls. That means these walls will become even tighter. Nothing could, in fact, again I'm trying to show the visuals. You can see that nothing would be able to break these walls because these are being filled with cement. Right over here, well, Haryana police has been making security arrangements very tight so that the farmers that are coming from Haryana, they cannot enter Delhi at any cost, because last time in 2020 and 2021 we have seen that the farmers, they entered Haryana border. And then after that they entered Delhi. But this time Haryana police is also making special arrangements that this time they cannot enter the Haryana border as well. Well, right now I'm trying to show the visuals. As you can see, the cranes that are taking those heavy cemented walls with them, they are making the levels, they are making it more thicker so that the farmers cannot break through these cemented walls. On the other side, both the roads going towards Haryana or going towards Delhi from Haryana's Bahadurgarh have been blocked. Only ambulance is allowed to pass over, which I'm trying to show. The ambulance is right now over here. Only ambulance is allowed to pass over the barricade, the border. Other than that, no vehicle is allowed to cross the borders right now. Both the roads have been blocked. If someone is wishing to go to Delhi, they will have to take a very long path nearby a village. Well, this is what right now I'm trying to show you, each and every visuals from Haryana's Bahadurgarh that joins Delhi's border. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Shambhu, for joining us with that. So just take a look at these kind of unprecedented measures being taken by the police and by authorities. As Shambhu was showing us there, even between the concrete barriers, it was being filled with cement to ensure that no farmers or tractors could actually break through and cross over. Now, what are the farmers demanding? They're demanding a law for minimum support price according to what the recommendations were by the Swaminathan Commission. NDTV spoke to a member of the MS Swaminathan Commission, R.B. Singh, who said that to implement the Commission's recommendations, a new law on MSP should be enacted in the country. And that is what the farmers too have been demanding.
किसानों को उनकी प्रोड्यूस का सही मूल्य मिले, ये सबसे बड़ी प्राथमिकता थी आपके बारे में। आपने अपने समय में क्या सिफारिश की थी इस सब्जेक्ट पे?
जी, इस पर सिफारिश की थी कि हमें किसानों के लिए सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये है कि मिनिमम सपोर्ट प्राइस ऑफ देयर प्रोड्यूस चाहे वो क्रॉप हो चाहे कोई प्रोड्यूस एग्रीकल्चर कमोडिटी का मिलना चाहिए। और वह फिक्स किया गया था C2 प्लस 50% ऑफ C2। ये C2 क्या है? ये जो है कि एवरेज वेटेड एवरेज प्राइस जो होती है, जिसमें कि एक प्राइस होती है अपॉर्चुनिटी कास्ट ऑफ इनपुट, वो भी लगाना चाहिए। जो फैमिली लेबर है उसकी कास्ट क्या लग रही है वो भी लगाना चाहिए। फर्टिलाइजर और वाटर और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ये सब जो कास्ट लगाते हो तो लगाते ही हो, बट दीज कास्ट शुड आल्सो बी पुट इन देयर।
All right, news now of the violence in Haldwani, and the number of dead has now risen to 6. This is after the anti-encroachment drive when a mazar and a madarsa was brought down and there were clashes between the police and the locals. Now the number of people who have died in the violence that took place during the anti-encroachment drive has gone up to 6 people. As many people were injured when there was a clash between the locals and the police there. Well, let's go across to Kishore for more. And Kishore, a 6th person has died due to this violence.
बिल्कुल, हल्द्वानी में जो घटना घटी थी जिसमें बवाल हुआ था अतिक्रमण हटाने को लेकर और उसके बाद दंगा हुआ था, उसमें करीबन 5 लोगों की मौत तो पहले सूचना आ चुकी थी, लेकिन एक व्यक्ति की जो उसका हॉस्पिटल में इलाज चल रहा था और उसकी मौत हुई है। इसके अलावा कई लोग घायल भी है, उनका भी इलाज चल रहा है और जो गंभीर रूप से घायल है उनके इलाज तो चल ही रहा है, लेकिन जो आंशिक रूप से घायल थे उनको छुट्टी दे दी गई है। लेकिन फिलहाल ये बड़ी खबर ये है कि उसमें मरने वालों की संख्या 6 हो चुकी है। इसके अलावा जो और आरोपी थे उनकी तलाश लगातार जारी है और 30 लोगों से ज्यादा लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है। ऐसे में अब उस इलाके में कर्फ्यू तो अभी भी लगाया गया है जहां ये पूरा मामला हुआ था, लेकिन 6 लोगों की अब तक इसमें मौत हो चुकी है।
जी, और किशोर, उस एरिया में अभी भी टेंशन है, आप कह रहे हैं अभी भी कर्फ्यू लगाई गई है। ये जब मज़ार और मदरसा का डेमोलिशन हुआ था वहाँ पर एंटी इंक्रोचमेंट ड्राइव में, जब क्लैशेस हुए थे लोकल्स और पुलिस के बीच, अब क्या सिचुएशन है?
देखिए, पूरे हल्द्वानी में तो अब कर्फ्यू नहीं है, लेकिन बनपुर-बुला मामला जहाँ पर ये इंक्रोचमेंट हटाने के लिए प्रशासन की टीम गई थी, तो वहाँ पर अभी भी पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स की टीमें हैं और डिप्लॉयड हो रखी है और इसके अलावा उस इलाके में अभी भी कर्फ्यू लगाया गया है।
किशोर, I'm going to have to go across now. Narendra Modi has arrived in the UAE on this 2-day visit. It's today and tomorrow that he will be in the UAE. After this, so as you can see, a salute being given to the Prime Minister on his arrival. Prime Minister on a 2-day visit, and they're being given this very, very warm welcome. This is in fact the Prime Minister's 7th visit to the UAE since 2015, his 3rd in just the last 8 months, and also his last big international trip before elections are announced. So in a sense of this term of the Prime Minister's, this is his last international trip that he would probably be making, and a big diaspora event also planned, Ellen Modi, that is being planned at the Zayed Stadium, which will take place today evening. The Prime Minister will also be inaugurating the Baps Temple, which is a key part of his visit and of course his address to the Indian diaspora. So that event will be taking place later. He'll also hold talks with the top leadership. As you saw, the President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, he will be holding talks with him. The two leaders will discuss ways to further deepen, expand and strengthen the strategic partnership between both countries that has only strengthened in the last couple of years of Prime Minister Modi's term. The Prime Minister would hold talks on and exchange views on regional and international issues of mutual interest. He'll also be participating in the World Government Summit to be held in Dubai as a key guest of honor and deliver a special keynote address as well. So there, the Prime Minister arriving in the UAE on this 2-day visit. It's a packed trip for the Prime Minister, greeted by the UAE President, and he will be holding talks with the top leadership as well, and inaugurating the first Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. And then, of course, one of those very trademark events, whenever the Prime Minister travels abroad, you have one massive diaspora event, and that is taking place here as well at the stadium where the Helen Modi event will be held. This is at the Zayed Sport City stadium, where the Indian community will be, the diaspora will be gathering. It's been raining heavily as well in the UAE. That's played a bit of a spoil sport. We believe 65,000 people had signed up for that diaspora event to be attended by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He will also be participating in the World Government Summit, which will be held in Dubai, where he is a guest of honor. The Prime Minister will also be delivering a special keynote address. So Prime Minister Modi, they're arriving on this two-day visit. In fact, interestingly, one of the changes has been that from here, from the UAE, the Prime Minister will be going to Qatar. He will be traveling to Doha, and this change in his plan was made after Qatar released the 8 former Indian Navy personnel on Monday, which was a huge, incredible news for the country to have its Navy veterans who were on death row, in fact, there in Qatar, being released, 7 of them already back in India. So the Prime Minister will be traveling to Qatar as well after he leaves the UAE. It's a packed program the Prime Minister has, as we've been mentioning. He will be inaugurating the Baps temple in Abu Dhabi. It's the first Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi that the Prime Minister will be inaugurating, and then he will also attend the Helen Modi event. That means a welcome Modi event. It's the big trademark diaspora event that often accompanies the Prime Minister's foreign visits, and thousands of the Indian diaspora are gathering, in fact, to greet the Prime Minister and for this event, which is being held at the stadium. This is in the Zayed Sport City where this event will be held, and the Prime Minister will hold talks with the UAE leadership. He will be holding talks with the President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed. They will discuss ways to further deepen, expand and strengthen the strategic partnership between the two countries. They will also be discussing regional and international issues of mutual interest. The Prime Minister will then also participate in the World Government Summit 2024 to be held in Dubai as a guest of honor and deliver a special keynote address. Let's go across to Maria now for more. And Maria, Prime Minister there, a warm welcome for the Prime Minister as he arrives in the UAE. Tell us more about his program. You're, of course, at the venue of the Helen Modi event.
Yes, Gargi. So India and UAE have developed quite a strong bond, which is multi-dimensional in many ways. Perhaps it spreads from cultural to trade, and also that understanding of economic ties, which have deepened over the last few years as well. So now, with the Prime Minister's arrival, his itinerary and the schedule will kick in. There is a bilateral which is going to take place, and even as we speak, you can see that cultural program which has begun here at the Helen Modi event. This is the Zayed Stadium, where the Prime Minister is expected only at 7 p.m. But talking about the India-UAE bilateral relations, which have received impetus from time to time because of exchange of high-level visits from both the sides. We have seen how Prime Minister Modi has been in UAE 6 times in the past, and this is his 7th visit to the UAE. In fact, the 3rd one in the last 8 months alone. SEPA, which is essentially a trade agreement between the two countries, which is essentially economic partnership agreement, actually has given a lot of boost to the trade in the last few years. Remember, it was signed particularly during the COVID times, but yes, because it had the endorsement of the top 2 leaders, Mohammed bin Zayed as the president of UAE and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, so
the leaders having endorsed it, it went on to officials who implemented it in a record time of just 88 days. Then there is that big announcement that came during the G20, which is the economic corridor, which involves India, Europe and Saudi Arabia. In that also the UAE has an important role to play. But yes, it is a lot of personal warmth which is on display. Remember when Mohammed bin Zayed traveled to India, there was a road show that was organized for him in Gujarat. He was there for the vibrant Gujarat summit. But here, as where we are, there is a lot of excitement building in as Prime Minister will be reaching here shortly. But yes, there are two aspects or two parts of this trip. One is the cultural connect, which the Prime Minister spoke about. The government of UAE had donated 27 acres of land where the BAPS temple has been built. That is going to be inaugurated by Prime Minister tomorrow, and today will be the diaspora event. But on the other side is also a lot of diplomatic engagement, which includes Prime Minister delivering a keynote address at the World Government Summit, a summit which he had attended in the past as well. But as we have been saying, there is a lot of anticipation around the India story, and India continues to be seen as that bright spot on otherwise global economy or the global, economic environment, which is, relatively being seen as gloomy. But there is a lot of interest around that, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi trying to really build that personal relationship, be it with the Emir of Qatar, which actually led to those 8 Indians who were on death row and who were in fact convicted and on death sentence in Qatar. They were in fact sent back to India. Their sentence was completely relieved. But overall, that's what Indian diplomacy has come to define Gargi in the last 10 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Right, Maria, and also the Prime Minister. This is going to be his last big international trip. Last trip, probably, as the elections are expected to be announced soon. And once again, you have, this very trademark big diaspora event, and the Prime Minister inaugurating a massive temple there in Abu Dhabi, which Maria brought us visuals of yesterday. Maria, we will return to you for more updates. The Prime Minister, they're arriving in the UAE, a packed schedule ahead. This is his last international trip, probably before elections are declared.
कुछ फ्रेंड्स ना बिल्कुल फैमिली जैसे होते हैं. मेरा फ्लैटमेट.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, वन वर्ल्ड हाइजीन।
यहाँ पे जो कमांडोज इनसे अब हम मिलेंगे वो गरुड़ कमांडोज हैं। तो इनके जो कमांडोज हैं वो भी ये बहुत ही स्पेशली ट्रेन्ड फोर्सेस का हिस्सा हैं और यहाँ पे हमें ब्रीफिंग देंगे, बताएंगे कि किस तरह से इनकी ट्रेनिंग भी होती है। तो हम मिलने चल रहे हैं उन गरुड़ कमांडोज से। हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून सर। हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं कि इनकी क्या खास ट्रेनिंग होती है, इनके बारे में कुछ बताएं हमें।
कमांडो की ट्रेनिंग बहुत टफ होती है।
हाँ।
इनका ट्रेनिंग जीआरटीसी से स्टार्ट होती है और फिर आर्मी, एयरफोर्स, नेवी, चारों तरफ ट्रेनिंग होती है।
क्या खास रोल होता है गरुड़ कमांडोज का?
गरुड़ कमांडो का कोई भी मिशन मिले,
हाँ,
उसमें फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर यही होता है गरुड़ कमांडो।
हमने अब जाना कुछ कि ये गरुड़ कमांडोज जो हैं वो क्या होते हैं, पर अभी हमें ये कुछ स्पेशल एयरबॉर्न अपनी ये ट्रिक्स और वो भी दिखाएंगे, कुछ कमाल दिखाएंगे, कारनामे, जिसे देखने के लिए मैं बहुत उत्सुक हूँ कि क्या होगा। तो हम थोड़ी देर में वो भी विटनेस करेंगे।
तो आज हम ट्रेनिंग मिशन पे जा रहे हैं अपना। हमारा मिशन होगा, यहाँ से हमारा आईजेड है अराउंड 5 मिनट्स का फ्लाइंग टाइम। तो यहाँ से हम लोग इन प्लेन होंगे, वहाँ पे स्लीदर डाउन करना है हमको इंसर्जन जोन में। बेसिकली पर्पस ऑफ स्लीदरिंग इज़ कि हम कई जगह करते हैं। वॉर टाइम में दुश्मन के इलाके में गरुड़ कमांडोज या ट्रूप्स को इंसर्ट करने के लिए करते हैं। पीस टाइम में HADR, प्राकृतिक आपदा कोई आती है तो अगर ट्रूप्स की वहाँ पर रिक्वायरमेंट हो तो उनको इंसर्ट करने के लिए करते हैं। आज ट्रेनिंग मिशन है तो पहला अपना सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस पहले हमारे ऊपर है। कोई हम मिशन पे नहीं जा रहे हैं आज, तो अपना सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस रखे, ध्यान में रखिए।
जो कमांडोज गए थे, गरुड़ कमांडोज, वो पहुंच गए हैं यहाँ पे और हम देखेंगे अब वो वहाँ से उतरते कैसे हैं। स्लिदरिंग एक्टिविटी है जो अभी हम देखेंगे। तो दे स्पेशली ट्रेन्ड कमांडोज,
and they're the first responders.
First responders in every situation, everywhere. They are the specially trained forces. स्पेशल केयर होते हैं इनके और फास्ट ट्रेनिंग।
A lot is dependent on them. A lot. Most. It's. They're the protectors.
Yeah, and quick response.
Quick
अनिल जी, हमने अभी वहां देखा था पीछे उन कमांडोज को, गरुड़ कमांडोज को, और किस तरह से वो स्लिदर करके नीचे उतरे। ये अब हम उस एरिया में आ गए हैं जहां पर उनकी ट्रेनिंग होती है। तो ट्रेनिंग में कई तरह की चीजें हैं, इक्विपमेंट भी है, वेपन्स भी हैं। आइए चल के देखते हैं, फिर हम देखेंगे ये भी कि पीछे इनकी जो ट्रेनिंग होती है कुछ शायद आज हमें दिखाएंगे भी कुछ
रियल फैमिलीज।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in the UAE. There you can see him meeting the top leadership as was planned. He's on a 2-day visit today and tomorrow, during which time he will also be inaugurating the first Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. And the inauguration of the Bab's temple is a key part of the Prime Minister's visit. Later today, he'll also be attending a diaspora event that's become quite trademark of the Prime Minister's visits abroad. Let's go across to Maria Shakil, who joins us from the Zayed Sports City. UAE in Abu Dhabi, where that Elan Modi event will be taking place. And Maria, we can see the Prime Minister sitting with leaders of the UAE engaging in talks right now. But tell us more about his entire program as well as this event which will take place later today.
Okay, so let me show you first where I am. This is, as I said, the Zayed City Stadium. Various states of India, they have organized their own cultural program. This is, of course, the state of Bengal. Their representatives, you can see them, perform that dance. Then there are other states as well. All that bright in color, the celebrations of India's culture is what we have seen in the past, is something that we are seeing here again. Tell us about this.
We are from Rajasthan, representing the Rajasthan Padarosa. Eat a lot of mithais and ghee.
Thank you so much. So let's speak to some more people here and try and understand. I mean, so in all, these are programs which have been organized by representatives of various states of India. Ma'am, overall, कितने states से ये है पूरे events?
Overall, about I think 28 states we've managed to get, because the sun is in my eye. I think most of the states of India are going to be represented, which have a distinct culture that people identify with, and also the communities that are present in UAE who had the talent to come and showcase their special, their culture, their colors, their props, their dress.
Indian diaspora in UAE is roughly around 30 lakhs.
36 lakhs officially, but remember, when we say officially, we count people who have Indian passports. Remember, there are many, many others who are of Indian origin but carry passports of Portugal or Spain or UK or US. So my rough guess is that we constitute about 50% of the population.
Let's speak to some women here. You are representing which state?
Andhra Pradesh.
And what is so unique about this dance that you're doing?
Pardon?
The dance that you are doing, the dance form, what is it?
Andhra state.
You tell me.
Okay, so let me go back to Gargi over to...
Right, we'll go back to Maria, but first let's listen to what's being said.
पूरे इस क्षेत्र के लिए उसको जोड़ने का तो काम करेगा ही, लेकिन आर्थिक विकास के एक नए द्वार खोलेगा। हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियां जरूर इस आईमेक को लेकर के सोचेगी कि ऐसे भी हमारे प्रेसिडेंट थे कि जिन्होंने दुनिया को दिशा दिखाई और इतना बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण कार्य आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए आपने किया है। आदरणीय आईनेस, मैं ब्रदर ये भी कहूँगा कि आज जो हमारे भारतीय समुदाय का जो एक पब्लिक इवेंट हो रहा है, मुझे बताया गया कि हजारों की तादाद में लोग आ रहे हैं। ये आपके सहयोग के बिना, आपके प्यार के बिना संभव नहीं है, और इसके लिए भी मैं हृदय से आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ।
All right, so there you
और निश्चित तौर से कई क्षेत्रों में ये समझौते हुए हैं।
Prime Minister Modi, they're talking with the UAE president shortly after landing, thanking him for, his program today, where he will be inaugurating a temple, a massive temple there, the Bap's temple that the Prime Minister will be inaugurating later, and then the diaspora event, also thanking the UAE president that without your support, such a massive event where thousands of the Indian diaspora will be present would not have been possible. Let's return now to Maria, who joins us from the Zayed Sport City Stadium, where the Prime Minister will later be attending the Elan Modi event, which is the Welcome Modi event. Back to you, Maria. We were just cutting in to listen to what the Prime Minister was saying. Tell us more about the preparations being made.
Yes, so, there are dance performances which have been organized by various states of India. This is about the great cultural connect that the Indian diaspora is trying to communicate. And even as the stadium is waiting to be filled, this movement along this entire area has begun. So there is this dance performance which is happening from which state? Which state are you representing, ma'am?
Kerala team.
This is the Kerala team.
Yeah.
But as far as the presence of diaspora, particularly those from Kerala is concerned, I believe they are the highest in UAE.
Not so. We are all Indians, so warm welcome for the Indians. That is thanks to the UAE government that they have given such a lot of support for all the Indians from wherever it is, either north or south.
Yes, so for all Indians in UAE, you are just an Indian, not representing your other subnational identities.
Yeah, actually we are from the southern part, so our team here is representing Kerala team, and we do have Karnataka, Andhra and Tamil Nadu team as well. So the south we are all together representing as well.
Yeah, southern states. Yes, ma'am. ये जो फूल है आप, you're representing which state? आप किस state?
आंध्रा का है। अच्छा है।
कब आई हैं यहाँ पर? कितना साल हो गया?
15 साल हो गया।
15 साल हो गए।
बहुत अच्छा है। मोदी जी को देखने के लिए बहुत एंग्जाइटी है। उतना ही है।
और ये जो डांस की तैयारी चल रही थी, कितने दिनों से चल रही थी?
वो एक हफ्ता के लिए हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजर है वही है। शी द ऑर्गेनाइजर। So everybody is cooperating. That's it.
All right, thank you so much. So over to you, Gargi, as we look at these pictures and perhaps speak to some more organizers. So hi, so this is the big movement.
Yeah, this is going to be a big procession.
After this,
the main event will start on the stage, cultural program on stage.
This is the cultural program, and then the Prime Minister arrives. Over to you, Gargi, in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Maria. Maria, bringing us those preparations ahead of the big diaspora event in the UAE. The Prime Minister there in talks with the UAE leadership. Will be tracking all that is going to take place during the Prime Minister's two-day visit. We'll slip into a short break and return with more. Do stay with us.
कुछ फ्रेंड्स ना बिल्कुल फैमिली जैसे होते हैं। मेरा फ्लैटमेट।
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
जब हम अपने एयरफोर्स और अपने जवानों के पास आते हैं, सेना के लोगों से मिलते हैं, तो एक अलग किस्म का जोश होता है। और आपके लिए यहाँ पर तेजपुर पे आना, कुछ यादें वापस आ रही हैं? आप यहाँ पहले आए हुए हैं?
देखिए, मैंने ऊपर वाला से चाहा था कि जब मैं यहाँ शूटिंग कर रहा था कि मैं वापस आऊँ यहाँ, तो मैंने यही कहा था, चाहा कि जब आप लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि ये शो जय जवान जो मेरा फेवरेट शो है, कि मुझे ये इट्स माय फॉर्च्यून और माय ऑनर एंड प्रिविलेज टू बी ऑन दिस शो, तो मैंने कहा कि तेजपुर में करेंगे। सो द लाइफ कम्स फुल सर्कल, क्योंकि मैंने यूनिवर्स में भेजा था कि मैं यहाँ हूँ और मैं यहाँ हूँ आपके साथ और इस शो के लिए, आपके शो के लिए।
So beautiful. Thank you so much and it's such an honor to have you. और आज पूरा दिन हमारे सामने है, हम देखेंगे कि यहाँ क्या-क्या हो रहा है। पूरी तैयारी जो होती है लड़ाकू विमान उड़ाने के पहले, उसको भी हम आज दिन भर देखते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं यहाँ से। ये हमारे फाइटर क्राफ्ट्स को निकालने के पहले टो किया जाता है। सो दिस इज द टोइंग व्हीकल। हम यहाँ इसमें चलेंगे, देखेंगे किस तरह से सुखोई को टो किया जा रहा है। लेट्स गो। बहुत ही कमाल का और बहुत स्पेशल एहसास है कि हम इसमें बैठे हुए हैं और इसको इतनी टनों भारी सुखोई जो सुखोई 30 MKI है, ये अपने हैंगर से निकल रहा है और ये टो किया जा रहा है उड़ान भरने के पहले। आप लोग तो यहाँ पर पिछले दिनों आए और आप लोगों ने शूटिंग की, तो आपको काफ़ी अच्छा ये एक्सपीरियंस मिला होगा कि किस तरह से हमारे फाइटर क्राफ्ट्स, बल्कि फिल्म जो है फाइटर, उसमें इसका बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस हुआ होगा, समझने का, देखने का, कैसे हमारी एयरफोर्स और एयरमैन काम करते हैं।
नहीं, एब्सोल्युटली बड़ा मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है घर वापसी है मेरे लिए। एंड और सबसे मिलना, भाइयों से मिलना और पूरे टीम मेंबर्स और जिन्होंने मेरी हम सबकी और इस फिल्म की बहुत ही, इनके बयान नहीं आते तो ये फिल्म जो आप देख रहे हैं वो देख नहीं सकते आप। सब ने जो भी काम किया है फिल्म के अंदर और जो डिटेलिंग हुई है हर चीज़ की, वी आर जस्ट वेरी वेरी प्राउड दैट वी हैव सच अ ग्रेट ऑफिसर्स एंड ग्रेट एयरफोर्स।
बहुत बिल्कुल, बहुत ही खास मौका, बहुत खास लम्हा है और आप वापस आए यहाँ पर। इट जस्ट शोज हाउ स्पेशल द एक्सपीरियंस मस्ट हैव बीन फॉर यू।
नहीं, एक्चुअली सुखोई में बैठना, सुखोई को देखना, उनका टेक ऑफ, उनकी लैंडिंग आसमान में,
और लैब के लिए मेडिकल हब का काम करेगा।
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi lands in United Arab Emirates. He will attend the mega diaspora event Ahlan Modi. He will also inaugurate the first temple in Abu Dhabi, also engage in talks with top leadership there. Farmers protest, High Court steps in. High Court says make Delhi party to case. Force should be the last resort. This is what the court has said. Face off on NCR border bridge. Police uses water cannons and also tear gas. Farmers retaliate using stones. Supreme Court refuses to stay ECI law, seeks government response on plea, constitutional validity challenged. Jammu and Kashmir police say they have cracked the case involving targeted killing of 2 migrants from Punjab. Terrorist Adil Manzoor is arrested for the killings. So farmers have taken to streets again. Government sources have spoken out on farmer agitation and they've said that a panel to make MSP transparent has been formed in 2022. The government has said that SKM did not send nominees to the MSP committee. This is what the government has said in a latest reaction to the protests that have begun. Remember, this is the visuals that you see are from today. This is a group, Kisan Mazdoor Sangh, which has been organizing protests with several other farmer organizations from Punjab, Haryana and UP. They've been demanding a law on MSP and also farm loan waiver for all farmers, and also they have been asking for withdrawal of cases against them
the ones that were lodged during the farmers' protest of 2020-2021. Heavy security arrangements, barricading was done throughout Delhi NCR today to prevent farmers from entering Delhi. Of course, some farmers have broken some of this, and this is part of the Chalo Delhi protest that several farmer organizations have come together. The main agenda of this agitation, the main demand of this farmer organization is to ask for an MSP law, a legislation guarantee for MSP on several crops, something that the government has said is an impossibility considering several logistics. The government has now said that SKM, Samyukt Kisan Morcha, which was heading the farmers' protest in 2020-2021, remember a year-long protest was organized by farmer organizations in 2020-2021 to revoke farm laws that were passed. The government has said that SKM had not sent any nominee to the MSP committee that was supposed to discuss the possibility of an MSP law and make the mechanism transparent. The committee was formed in 2022, but the farmer organizations had failed to send a single nominee, even a single nominee, to the meetings. This is what government sources have said on the ongoing farmer agitation. Those are the visuals at the Shambhu border today. Remember, the farmer organizations under the banner of Kisan Mazdoor Sangh had come together, and they've been demanding an MSP law, a legislative guarantee on MSP prices, saying that farmers for long have just been price takers and not price makers. They have been demanding an MSP law, a demand that was similar to the demand that several protesting farmer organizations had raised in 2020-2021. These are live visuals from Shambhu border. Heavy barricading and several other arrangements had been done by Delhi Police, Haryana government and several other agencies to prevent farmer from entering Delhi. And this is all on the Shambhu border that is happening. Several farmer organizations are involved in this protest, and they've been demanding an MSP law. Talks with the government have been ongoing for last few days. Remember, Ministers Arjun Munda and Piyush Goyal have been actively talking to farmer organizations, but the talks have been inconclusive till now. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed in United Arab Emirates. It is during this visit that he will inaugurate the first Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. He just landed in Abu Dhabi a short while ago. The inauguration of the BAPS temple, BAPS Swaminarayan temple, is a key part of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to UAE this time. He will also address the Indian community at an event in Zayed Sports City in Abu Dhabi later this evening. This is his 7th visit to the country, and it assumes significance in view of the wide-ranging cooperation between the two sides. During the visit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to hold bilateral meetings with President of UAE, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, and the two leaders are expected to discuss ways to deepen, expand and strengthen strategic partnership between the two countries, also exchange views on regional and international issues of mutual interest. Those are the visuals of the two leaders speaking. Remember, Mr. MBZ was also the chief guest at the recently held Vibrant Gujarat. Mr. Modi and Mr. Zayed also held a long road show in the run-up to Vibrant Gujarat, which was seen as one of the most important, prestigious business summits held in India. This was held in Gandhinagar. Let me go across to my colleague Maria Shakil, who is reporting from Abu Dhabi with more details on this story.
You can see that is the entrance perhaps. There are in all 25 to 30 entrances to this stage, and now it is Ahlan Modi, which essentially means welcome. As I was having this conversation with this couple, which has made a lot of effort to travel all the way from Dubai, but more so I would say that, you know, someone who has decided to come all the way also in a wheelchair. Ma'am, what is your motivation? Let's ask that question again.
My motivation is love for my country, because I love Bharat, and from 48 years I'm here. Then also Dil is Hindustani, so knee surgery and all this is Khalli Wali. I don't care. You don't care? No, I don't care.
And there's a lot of music that is there, so we'll be.
No, I will enjoy. I will dance in wheelchair only, no problem.
And what about you, sir?
Yeah, I am in Dubai last 48 years, no? But yeah, she will enjoy. I love Modi because I was coming from Modi. I love Modi too much, Lord.
And ma'am, you're all dressed up. We can see the bindi which has saffron, white and green.
Yes, because because from 2 days I was thinking what to wear, so I took out all my wardrobe, see my nails, my rings, my bindi, my scarf, everything. Total Hindustani.
So President has landed in Abu Dhabi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed in Abu Dhabi and he's meeting the UAE Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed, also known as MPZ. He will inaugurate, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate the iconic Babs Hindu temple in a short while from now. This is the first ever Hindu temple in the capital of UAE. Dubai, of course, has some temples, but this is, of course, going to be the largest Hindu temple there. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also expected to address the Indian community at an event in Zayed Sports City in Abu Dhabi. My colleagues Maria Shakil and Mohammad Mursalin are bringing you the latest from Abu Dhabi. And some areas of cooperation are going to be discussed, is what we hear in the bilateral meetings. Remember, both UAE and India have been working on strategic partnerships between the two countries. These areas of partnership include fintech, digital infrastructure, railways and investment flows. Mr. Zayed was also the chief guest at Vibrant Gujarat, one of the prestigious business summits that India organizes. This was organized by the Gujarat government, and many pacts were signed, especially on food parks and food security between both countries. Remember, this is the 7th visit of the Prime Minister to UAE, and this is his 3rd visit to the country in the last 8 months. In 2015, when the Prime Minister had visited this country, he became the first Indian Prime Minister to visit United Arab Emirates in 34 years. That was seen as a turning point for the relationship between the two countries. The Prime Minister expected to inaugurate the Babs Swaminarayan temple in a short while from now. He will also be addressing a community diaspora event in a short while from now. Let me go across to my colleague Maria Shakil, who's reporting live from Abu Dhabi. Maria, please tell us what is happening there. There's a lot of excitement with regard to the community event, but Prime Minister has landed there. And since 2015, relationship between India and UAE have seen many changes, and it has only strengthened. Tell us what is the latest on this.
Yes, that's right, Vasudha. So, since 2015, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has visited UAE almost 6 times. This is his 7th visit to UAE and 3rd visit in the last 8 months. You were there in Gujarat, Vasudha, during the Vibrant Gujarat Summit. We did see that massive roadshow which was organized by the government there, which certainly showcased that great connect, the bonhomie that Prime Minister personally shares, the relationship that is there between Prime Minister Modi and Mohammed bin Zayed, the President of UAE. I'm here at the stadium. This is the Zayed Sports City Stadium in the heart of Abu Dhabi, and the diaspora which is started gathering here. You can see the enthusiasm, and just few minutes back, Vasudha, the stadium was relatively empty, and now we have started seeing a lot of people entering the stadium. In fact, the organizers tell me, Vasudha, that in the very few days, perhaps in the first few days itself, they registered almost 65,000 people who wanted to come and get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. I have covered the Prime Minister's Alphonse Arena event in Sydney as well. We have seen how in multiple countries, wherever he travels, even if it is a brief travel of a day or two, he does have that community event. In Japan, in Tokyo, in Hiroshima, Hiroshima. I remember every time there is that, even if it's a very brief meeting, but a meeting with the diaspora, it has been always an important part of the Prime Minister's foreign policy. And that's something that we'll be seeing here as well. And if the camera could pan and show the cultural event has begun. These are various dance performances which are coming in from various states of India. When I spoke to the organizers and I asked them as to why is it important to showcase the various dances of which are very unique to each and every state, be it, the state of Maharashtra or Gujarat, the southern states, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and several other states, I was told that this is essentially saying that India is one. Yes, we may have different cultures, we may have various traditions, but when it comes to showcasing the celebration of India, we are showcasing them as one, and that is what we want to tell the Prime Minister even today. So Prime Minister, even as we speak, is having that very crucial bilateral excuse me, where he is going to have a meeting, very important meeting, furthermore developments with regards to SEPA. You are one of the organizers. Tell us in terms of how many people are you expecting, and by when do you think all of them would have gathered here?
Here we are more than 65,000 already registered here today. We are expecting same like that, because kids already, and today is working day. So after working day, means it's working day, and instead of working day, there is 65,000 people already registered here. They are coming here.
65,000, as I said, Vasudha will be here, and that cultural program that we were talking about has now moved. It has taken a full round of the stadium and is now back to exit the stadium. This has certainly pepped up the excitement, as you can see women dancing and exiting now, which has created that euphoria in the stadium with the people who have gathered also seen in celebration.
So lots of color and celebration there, Maria. I remember in 2015, the Prime Minister had visited this industrial city of Abu Dhabi and had specifically spoken to blue-collar workers there. And in some ways, he had visibilized the diaspora, the Indian diaspora of this place, clearly, which was not visibilized all these years. In fact, he was the first Indian Prime Minister in 34 years then to visit United Arab Emirates. Tell us, Maria, how different is this diaspora? What is the feeling in them? Because clearly, as opposed to the Indian community, Indian American community, or in other countries, this is a very different kind of Indian expat community. How are they feeling about this whole event?
Yes, this Indian expat community, Vasudha, is in fact the largest in UAE. They are a good and strong, robust community, which is around 36 lakhs. Here at the stadium, they are expecting around 65,000 only, but chants of Modi can be heard as well in where these girls, even as they dance, they want to send that message of that connect with Prime Minister Modi. But let me get you some more voices. Indian diaspora जो यहाँ है, जो खास करके UAE में है, वो यूनिक कैसे है?
देखिए, यूनिक तो है कि यहाँ पर पूरे इंडियन कम्युनिटी पूरे स्टेट के हैं, और majority is more than 3.6 million people here, and all of the states, the
states of India,
states. See, and
you're from which state?
I'm from Madhya Pradesh, Bhopal. My name is Satyendra Dwivedi. I'm organizer of this. So all of this program was organizing by all of the communities.
Everybody is working together.
Everybody is working together since more than 30 days to make this happen, and now you can see that everyone is enjoying.
Yes.
Everyone is
and so Vasudha, in 2015 the event was called Marhaba Modi, and then we are seeing this Alan Modi or Welcome Modi event, which has been clearly a shift. That time it was a very small gathering where Prime Minister largely interacted with around a group of 300 to 400 people. This time I think the message that is coming in from the Indian community is they want to show
their presence. They want to show their presence in the Middle East, how they are part of the India story here, but at the same time, they have made that contribution. I was speaking to the UAE ambassador to India last evening, Vasudha, and he told me what is the nature of contribution of the Indians in particular in UAE and how they feel privileged that UAE is home to so many Indians.
Okay. Thank you, Maria, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you. That's my colleague Maria Shakil reporting from Abu Dhabi on the Prime Minister's historic visit to UAE. He's, of course, going to inaugurate the largest Hindu temple in a short while from now. Also, he will be addressing an Indian community diaspora event very soon. We'll keep tracking that, keep watching. But for now, moving on, farmers have taken to streets again. The High Court now has stepped in. The High Court has said that it's essential to make Delhi a party to this case. The High Court has also asked for this issue to be resolved amicably, and the High Court has said that force should be the last resort. There's a face-off on NCR border bridge. Police has been using water cannons and also tear gas. Farmers have retaliated with stones. I have my colleague Vishal joining us from Shambhu border. Vishal, this whole Delhi Chalo protest by over 20 farmer organizations is, of course, escalating. The talks between farmer organizations and government is going on, but they have remained inconclusive. The demands, of an MSP law and also, of this debt waiver seem to be, impossibilities for the government to meet. What is the latest on this? What are the farmers thinking? What is going to be their plan for now?
So right now the situation on ground on the border in Haryana and Punjab's border, which is the Shambhu border. We are on the Punjab side. Across the border is Haryana. Though there are thousands of farmers here, they have assembled here from all across Punjab. So they have breached the first level of barricades. There are multiple levels of barricades there. If the cameraman Ashwini can show, people have been dispersed in all directions because continuous raining down of tear gas canisters has been happening all day. You can also hear a few blasts. Those are the tear gas canisters exploding. Many people have faced injuries because, when they have tried to extinguish those canisters, they have exploded in their faces. A lot of people have really horrible facial injuries. So they have been trying to evade those injuries, but sadly, a dozen of them have faced these injuries. I have with me one of the elderly leaders who has joined the protest since the morning, and he has, as you can see in the background, there's heavy shelling going on of tear gas canisters. So we have with us Harpal Singh Sangaji, who is 69 years old, and he says that he is one of the presidents of Azad Kishan Committee, right?
हाँ, आजाद किसान कमेटी दुआबा.
So अभी आपको क्या लगता है कब तक चलेगा ये?
देखो जब तक चले, हम भी घर से छुट्टी लेकर आए हैं. काम हमारी जो मांग है ना, ये पिछले साल आंदोलन दिल्ली में चला था, उस समय की अधूरी पड़ी है. वो मांग हमारी ये थी कि सभी फसलों पे एमएसपी की गारंटी दो.
तो सर वो तो सरकार अभी मानने को पूरी तरह तैयार नहीं है. तो आज पहला दिन है और काफ़ी लोग आए हैं और अभी भी लेकिन उस साइड जा नहीं पाए हैं आप लोग. तो वो कब तक हो पाएगा आपके हिसाब से?
जब तक हो पाए इसी जगह रहेंगे. ये लोग सारे इसी जगह रहेंगे. ये मतलब एक सबसे बड़ी बात ये है कि हमें कहते हैं कि मुल्क आज़ाद है. ये आज़ादी का ये देख लो प्रतिक्रम ये आज़ादी का हो रहा कि किसानों को जबरदस्ती रोक के रखा हुआ है. वे जेडे किसानों के ਅਸੀਂ कहिए जमहूरी हक होंगे या डेमोक्रेटिक राइट होंगे वो सारे ਅਸੀਂ कहने कुचले जा रहा है इस मुल्क के विच.
सर आप भी आगे तक गए थे जब ये कैनिस्टर्स जब फट रहे थे, आप भी आगे तक गए थे. आपने क्या दिक्कत फेस किया?
दिक्कत क्या किया, आंखों में वो जलन हो रही है. ये मैं पानी से गिल्ला करके इसको डुबोकर आंखों पे और मुंह पे ऐसे करके रखा हुआ था.
आज कोई मीटिंग होने वाली है आप लोगों की जो आपने डिसाइड करोगे?
हर रोज मीटिंग करेंगे. मतलब ये है कि सरकार जो कहती है ना वे राज हम ऐसा कर देंगे वो कर देंगे, ये उसका नमूना है. जैसा राज हमको देने वाले आगे में आने वाला है ये उसका नमूना दिखा रहे हैं कि ऐसा राज हम देंगे. क्योंकि ये जो को अपने हक की बात करे, अपने राइट की बात करे, वो होने नहीं देंगे ये लोग जो है.
As you can see, farmers are agitated that their demands have not been met. Their top priority is guarantee of MSP, enactment of a law that guarantees them a minimum support price. That has not been done so far. So they have said that they will be stationed here for as long as it takes. And this, as the tear gas canisters keep raining down on them, it's a very tense atmosphere here. The air is filled with that poisonous gas. You can hear the canisters exploding. The frequency of these tear gas canisters exploding has increased in the last 1 or 2 hours. So it's been about 5 hours since they started raining down these tear gas canisters. So they were using drones in the beginning. They have stopped doing that because protesters were, throwing stones at those drones. So they stopped using those drones for a while. So now they have been using guns to fire those canisters. So that's the situation at the moment right now. Farmers are here, but they haven't been able to cross to the other side.
Thank you, Vishal, for joining us with those details. That is my colleague Vishal reporting from Shambhu border, with farmers saying that they'll be stationed there for as long as their demands are met. We will be back in a short break.
पंजाब देश दा पहला सूबा बन
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ।
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स।
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद व्हिच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित।
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, क्वाइट अ फ्यू ऑफ देम।
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते।
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से।
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की।
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी, और हर्ष की मम्मी और रिया की मम्मी।
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज़्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very, because I think I've done both. And I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did a long format, I did 24, and I did Night Manager. And of course, फिल्में तो मैं बचपन से कर रहा हूँ.
Any all-time favorite film?
Mr. India, yeah, it's my all-time favorite film. Yeah, it's a lovely film, wonderful film. I revisited it again when I did one of the ads, and there's something very, something which really it's stood the test of time. Yeah.
Like your preferred genre for film, comedy or action?
Comedy, because comedy is something which you either you can do it or you have it or you don't have it. Their lighting, director, music, background music that cannot help you. You have to do it yourself. With action and with dramatic scenes and with anger and violence, sex. There's a lot of things which can really help you in that. जबरदस्त बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक चलेगा, ऐसा लगता है बहुत जबरदस्त काम हो रहा है. कॉमेडी में सब चलेगा नहीं. और ये खुद कर रहा हूँ.
सोशल मीडिया पसंद है आपको? Are you on Instagram?
Yes.
What is Gen Z for you?
Gen Z for me is, I think, Gen Z is the mind, For me, anybody who has a young mind, for me is Gen Z, yeah.
You would call yourself a Gen Z?
Absolutely.
Great.
Salam UAE, the Ultimate Reality Awards is here to recognize
the contribution of real estate companies and property developers in building the UAE.
It's a small step to honor their journey and success stories
in building the property landscape in UAE.
It's indeed our pleasure to meet you
at the Ultimate Realty Awards in Dubai. See you on the 17th February.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की. अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा. खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन.
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ.
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स.
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद व्हिच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित.
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, क्वाइट अ फ्यू ऑफ देम.
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते.
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से.
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की.
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और रिया की मम्मी.
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great.
Welcome back. There's a plea against the new law for appointment of election commissioners of India and also the chief election commissioner. Remember, a bill regarding this was passed by the parliament in the winter session recently. Supreme Court has now sent a notice to the centre seeking its response on this plea that has challenged the constitutional validity of this new law. It has specifically flagged the absence of the Chief Justice of India from the selection committee that now has the Prime Minister, the opposition leader, and also one minister from the cabinet. So the countdown to the biggest festival in the world's largest democracy has started and everyone is prepping for the 2024 national elections. India's future is its youth. To support that goal, NDTV is launching NDTV 18 Ka Vote campaign to make youngsters aware of the need to vote. Our aim is to encourage voters aged 18 to show their strength in the 18th Lok Sabha polls. You can send us your video messages on NDTV on hashtag NDTV 18 Ka Vote, and we'll show all of that on NDTV.
कुछ फ्रेंड्स ना बिल्कुल फैमिली जैसे होते हैं. मेरा फ्लैटमेट.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
यहाँ पे जो कमांडोज इनसे अब हम मिलेंगे वो गरुड़ कमांडोज हैं. तो इनके जो कमांडोज हैं वो भी ये बहुत ही स्पेशली ट्रेन्ड फोर्सेस का हिस्सा हैं और यहाँ पे हमें ब्रीफिंग देंगे, बताएंगे कि किस तरह से इनकी ट्रेनिंग भी होती है. तो हम मिलने चल रहे हैं उन गरुड़ कमांडोज से. हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून सर. हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं कि इनकी क्या खास ट्रेनिंग होती है, इनके बारे में कुछ बताएं हमें.
कमांडो की ट्रेनिंग बहुत टफ होती है.
हाँ.
इनका ट्रेनिंग जीआरटीसी से स्टार्ट होती है और फिर आर्मी, एयरफोर्स, नेवी, चारों तरफ ट्रेनिंग होती है.
क्या खास रोल होता है गरुड़ कमांडोज का?
गरुड़ कमांडो का कोई भी मिशन मिले,
हाँ,
उसमें फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर यही होता है गरुड़ कमांडो.
हमने अब जाना कुछ कि ये गरुड़ कमांडोज जो हैं वो क्या होते हैं, पर अभी हमें ये कुछ स्पेशल एयरबॉर्न अपनी ये ट्रिक्स और वो भी दिखाएंगे, कुछ कमाल दिखाएंगे, कारनामे, जिसे देखने के लिए मैं बहुत उत्सुक हूँ कि क्या होगा. तो हम थोड़ी देर में वो भी विटनेस करेंगे.
तो आज हम ट्रेनिंग मिशन पे जा रहे हैं. अपना हमारा मिशन होगा, यहाँ से हमारा आईजेड है अराउंड 5 मिनट्स का फ्लाइंग टाइम. तो यहाँ से हम लोग इम्प्लेन होंगे, वहाँ पे स्लीदर डाउन करना है हमको इंसर्जन जोन में. बेसिकली पर्पस ऑफ स्लीदरिंग इज़ कि हम कई जगह करते हैं. वॉर टाइम में दुश्मन के इलाके में गरुड़ कमांडोज या ट्रूप्स को इंसर्ट करने के लिए करते हैं. पीस टाइम में HADR, प्राकृतिक आपदा कोई आती है तो अगर ट्रूप्स की वहाँ पर रिक्वायरमेंट हो तो उनको इंसर्ट करने के लिए करते हैं. आज ट्रेनिंग मिशन है तो पहला अपना सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस पहले हमारे ऊपर है. कोई हम मिशन पे नहीं जा रहे हैं आज, तो अपना सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस रखे, ध्यान में रखिए.
जो कमांडोज गए थे, गरुड़ कमांडोज, वो पहुंच गए हैं यहाँ पे और हम देखेंगे अब वो वहाँ से उतरते कैसे हैं. स्लिदरिंग एक्टिविटी है जो अभी हम देखेंगे. तो दे स्पेशली ट्रेन्ड कमांडोज,
and they're the first responders
in every situation, everywhere. They are the specially trained forces. स्पेशल केयर होते हैं इनके और खास ट्रेनिंग.
lot is dependent on it. Most it's They're to protect us.
Yeah, and quick response.
Quick
you know.
response, yeah.
अनिल जी, हमने अभी वहां देखा था पीछे उन कमांडोज को, गरुड़ कमांडोज को, और किस तरह से वो स्लिदर करके नीचे उतरे। ये अब हम उस एरिया में आ गए हैं जहां पर उनकी ट्रेनिंग होती है। तो ट्रेनिंग में कई तरह की चीजें हैं, इक्विपमेंट भी है, वेपन्स भी हैं। आइए चल के देखते हैं, फिर हम देखेंगे ये भी कि पीछे इनकी जो ट्रेनिंग होती है, कुछ शायद आज हमें दिखाएंगे भी कुछ स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग जो है। ये क्या है?
ये गरुड़ स्पेशल फोर्स द्वारा यूज किया जाने वाला एरिया वेपन है, जिसमें रॉकेट लॉन्चर मार्क 3 है। एंटी टैंक, मतलब एंटी टैंक को बर्बाद करने के लिए, और एक पर्सनल ग्रुप है 15-20 टेररिस्ट ग्रुप, उसको बर्बाद करने के लिए, और कोई पर्टिकुलर एरिया का
है हर एक किस्सा। इको रिट्रीट ओडिशा।
Politics between BJP and TMC has intensified. In fact, BJP President of West Bengal, Shukanta Majumdar, reached Basirhat to protest against the Sandesh Khali incident today. The BJP leader, in fact, took the local train to avoid police blockades set up to prevent him from reaching Basirhat. Police also lathi-charged protesters and fired tear gas shells to disperse the protesters. Sandesh Khali incident, where women have accused sexual harassment, has led to a political war of words between the BJP and TMC. The area outside Basirhat SP office saw stone pelting and also tear gas shells being fired along with lathi-charge to bring the situation under control. BJP has in fact accused TMC supporters of stone pelting. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
कुछ फ्रेंड्स ना बिल्कुल फैमिली जैसे होते हैं। मेरा फ्लैटमेट।
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
जब हम अपने एयरफोर्स और अपने जवानों के पास आते हैं, सेना के लोगों से मिलते हैं, तो एक अलग किस्म का जोश होता है। और आपके लिए यहाँ पर तेजपुर पे आना, कुछ यादें वापस आ रही हैं? आप यहाँ पहले आए हुए हैं?
देखिए, मैंने ऊपर वाला से चाहा था कि जब मैं यहाँ शूटिंग कर रहा था कि मैं वापस आऊँ यहाँ, तो मैंने यही कहा था, चाहा कि जब आप लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि ये शो जय जवान जो मेरा फेवरेट शो है, आप लोगों कि मुझे ये इट्स माय फॉर्च्यून और माय ऑनर एंड प्रिविलेज टू बी ऑन दिस शो, तो मैंने कहा कि तेजपुर में करेंगे। सो द लाइफ कम्स फुल सर्कल, क्योंकि मैंने यूनिवर्स में भेजा था कि मैं यहाँ हूँ और मैं यहाँ हूँ आपके साथ और इस शो के लिए, आपके शो के लिए।
So beautiful. Thank you so much and it's such an honor to have you. और आज पूरा दिन हमारे सामने है, हम देखेंगे कि यहाँ क्या क्या हो रहा है। पूरी तैयारी जो होती है लड़ाकू विमान उड़ाने के पहले, उसको भी हम आज दिन भर देखते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं यहाँ से। ये हमारे फाइटर क्राफ्ट्स को निकालने के पहले टो किया जाता है। सो दिस इज द टोइंग व्हीकल। हम यहाँ इसमें चलेंगे, देखेंगे किस तरह से सुखोई को टो किया जा रहा है। लेट्स गो। बहुत ही कमाल का और बहुत स्पेशल एहसास है कि हम इसमें बैठे हुए हैं और इसको इतनी टनों भारी इस सुखोई जो सुखोई 30 MKI है, ये अपने हैंगर से निकल रहा है और ये टो किया जा रहा है उड़ान भरने के पहले। आप लोग तो यहाँ पर पिछले दिनों आए और आप लोगों ने शूटिंग की, तो आपको काफ़ी अच्छा ये एक्सपीरियंस मिला होगा कि किस तरह से हमारे फाइटर क्राफ्ट्स, बल्कि फिल्म जो है फाइटर, उसमें इसका बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस हुआ होगा, समझने का, देखने का, कैसे हमारी एयरफोर्स और एयरमैन काम करते हैं।
नहीं, एब्सोल्युटली बड़ा मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है घर वापसी है मेरे लिए। एंड और सबसे मिलना, भाइयों से मिलना और पूरे टीम मेंबर्स और जिन्होंने मेरी हम सबकी और इस फिल्म की बहुत ही, इनके बयान नहीं आते तो ये फिल्म जो आप देख रहे हैं वो देख नहीं सकते आप। सब ने जो भी काम किया है फिल्म के अंदर और जो डिटेलिंग हुई है हर चीज़ की, वी आर जस्ट वेरी वेरी प्राउड दैट वी हैव सच अ ग्रेट ऑफिसर्स एंड ग्रेट एयरफोर्स।
बहुत बिल्कुल, बहुत ही खास मौका, बहुत खास लम्हा है और आप वापस आए यहाँ पर। इट जस्ट शोज हाउ स्पेशल द एक्सपीरियंस मस्ट हैव बीन फॉर यू।
नहीं, एक्चुअली सुखोई में बैठना, सुखोई को देखना, उनका टेक ऑफ, उनकी लैंडिंग आसमान में, वो समथिंग एल्स।
जब आपने पहली वो यूनिफॉर्म पहना होगा जो आपके लिए बनाया गया होगा, वेरी स्पेशल फीलिंग, नो?
पहले मैंने जब मैं सबको देखता था तो मुझे लगा बड़ा आसान होगा देखने में, मगर जब मैंने पहली बार पहना, मैंने नहीं, आई हैव टू बिकम फिटर, आई हैव टू लुक बेटर। सो फॉर दैट टू गेट इनटू दैट यूनिफॉर्म, इतना फिट नहीं हूँ अभी जितना मैं था जब मैं शूटिंग कर रहा था मगर उसके लिए मैंने काफ़ी वजन भी कम किया और आई हैड टू रिड्यूस इन इंचेस टू गेट इनटू दैट यूनिफॉर्म सो दैट आई गिव फुल रिस्पेक्ट to that beautiful uniform of a fighter. I play a commanding officer in fighter, so it was for me that was a big challenge.
You tell us a little bit, what is fitness for you? आपके लिए क्या मतलब है इसका?
Me, I think it's a way of life. It's a religion. It's like brushing your teeth. So that's what I do. So for me, obviously for इस किरदार के लिए कुछ ज़्यादा करना पड़ा और ज़्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ी और मैंने जो मेरे में ताकत थी वो सब मैंने इस रोल के अंदर डालने की कोशिश की है। I sacrificed a lot, not only me, I think every actor. I worked very hard for every role, but this role was very, very special for me. I've gone to an extra length. I can very proudly say that.
Yes.
For this role, because I had to do it, not only for the film, but for the Indian Air Force.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Welcome back. Migrant workers killing case has been cracked by the J&K police. Terrorist behind the targeted attack on 2 migrant workers from Punjab has been arrested. Adil Manzoor was arrested from Srinagar. The weapon of offence has also been recovered. 2 carpenters from Amritsar in Punjab were killed in Srinagar last week. Police say that handlers in Pakistan used social media to recruit attackers.
2 migrant workers who had come here to take out their living, innocent people, they were targeted and killed in downtown area last week. Soon after that, police say they launched the investigation and an SIT was constituted, and now one accused, Adil Manzoor, has been arrested. According to police, he had no militancy background. How he did it? He was, lured by handlers from Pakistan, according to police, through social media. And then he was motivated to carry out attack and also threatened to carry out this attack as well. So police say also his weapon of offense as a pistol has been recovered from his possession. This incident has shocked everybody because 2 people who were working as carpenters, they're most sought after people, carpenters from Punjab. They have been working here 5 years on. But they were, targeted last week on 7th of this month in downtown area. That shocked everybody, and there were in fact rallies demanding justice for the victims. But within weeks' time, police has shown that they can crack such cases based on the field and the technical evidence. They have finally caught the man accused, Adil Manzoor. But what is big worry, while on one hand police are saying that there's only one local active militant operating in Srinagar. At the same time, those who are not having any militancy background are being lured from Pakistan by Pakistani handlers through social media, but in this case what police has said, and then to carry out such an attack where innocent people are being targeted to create fear and terror. But finally, within 1 week's time after this target attack on migrant workers, the men accused, along with the weapon of offense, have been, weapon has been seized, and the man accused has been arrested.
Moving on, Uttar Pradesh has seen massive infrastructure development. Take a look at Gorakhpur's growth story.
आज गोरखपुर और हमारा पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश शिक्षा और चिकित्सा का एक नया केंद्र बिंदु बन रहा है।
नमस्कार, मैं अनामिका जैनंबर स्वागत करती हूँ आप सभी का इस विशेष प्रस्तुति में जिसका नाम है मेरा उत्तर प्रदेश नया उत्तर प्रदेश। गोरखपुर शहर अब करवट ले रहा है, विकास की ओर बढ़ रहा है, अब गरज रहा है। अब यहाँ माफिया नहीं पलते, ना ही पलते हैं मच्छर, यहाँ पलते हैं सपने और उम्मीदें गरीब की आंखों में और साधन विहीन कुटिया में। ये कर्मयोगी मुख्यमंत्री श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का शहर है जो विकास के पंख लगाकर उड़ रहा है और विकास की इस नई बयार के साथ लोगों का स्वागत कर रहा है।
मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि गोरखपुर एक अच्छी दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। अपने शहर को स्वच्छ, सुंदर और विकसित बनाने में हम सब भी अपना योगदान देंगे। 1978 से 2017 तक इन 4 दशकों तक गोरखपुर शहर इंसेफ्लाइटिस की चपेट में था। इन 4 दशकों में 50,000 से ज्यादा बच्चों की जानें गई। जब योगी आदित्यनाथ जी यहाँ के सांसद थे तब इन्होंने बहुत करीब से इस खौफ को महसूस किया और इसके उन्मूलन के लिए वो सब किया जो वो कर सकते थे। लेकिन असली जीत तो तब हुई जब 2017 में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी मुख्यमंत्री बनकर के आए। योगी जी ने एक एक्शन प्लान बनाया जिसमें ये सारी जिम्मेदारी केवल
स्वास्थ्य विभाग की नहीं होगी, बल्कि उसमें स्कूलों को और पंचायती राज विभाग समेत 17 विभागों को सम्मिलित किया। 2023 में ये बीमारी जड़ से खत्म हो चुकी है। ये योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की जीत है, उपलब्धि है और इसका पूरा का पूरा श्रेय जाता है श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के लिए।
इंसेफ्लाइटिस उत्तर प्रदेश से पूरी तरह समाप्त हो चुकी है। अब एक भी बच्चे की मौत इस बीमारी से नहीं होती है।
बच्चों का खास ख्याल रखते हुए योगी सरकार ने 500 बेड वाले बाल रोग विभाग का शुभारंभ किया है। हाई टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस इस हॉस्पिटल में सभी तरह की सुविधाएं मुहैया कराई हैं।
जो सुविधा पहले मेडिकल कॉलेज में हुआ करती थी, आज वो सुविधा प्राथमिक स्वास्थ्य केंद्र पे, जिला अस्पताल में, सामुदायिक स्वास्थ्य केंद्र पे मिल रही है। वहाँ डॉक्टर 24 घंटे रह रहा है, वहाँ दवाइयाँ मिल रही हैं। तो जो मरीज़ सीधे हमारे यहाँ मेडिकल कॉलेज में मस्तिष्क के उपचार के लिए आता था, आज वो मरीज़ अपनी प्राथमिक अवस्था में ही जिला अस्पताल और स्वास्थ्य केंद्रों पर ही अपने आप का इलाज करा लेता है।
एक समय था कि किसी गंभीर समस्या आने के बाद यहाँ के लोगों को बाहर जाना पड़ता था, लेकिन अब गोरखपुर में एम्स बनने के बाद ये स्वास्थ्य क्षेत्र में मील का पत्थर साबित हुआ है। करीब 1000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से बना गोरखपुर एम्स शहर वासियों के साथ साथ आसपास के जिलों के लिए भी वरदान बन गया है। मरीजों की सुविधा के लिए एम्स अब ड्रोन के जरिए दवाएं पहुंचाने जा रहा है। इससे 200 से 250 किलोमीटर के दायरे में दवाएं पहुंचाई जाएंगी। इसके लिए स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय की सहमति भी मिल चुकी है। स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में इसे एक क्रांतिकारी कदम कहा जा सकता है।
हर बीमारी की जड़ है कुपोषण, गंदगी या कुपोषण। कुपोषण के खिलाफ महिला और बाल विकास विभाग के माध्यम से एक अभियान चलाना और सभी विभागों ने अपनी जिम्मेदारियों का निर्वहन किया तो परिणाम आप सबके सामने।
इसके साथ साथ यहाँ अत्याधुनिक लैब की भी स्थापना की गई है। इससे ये होगा कि बीमारी का जल्दी से पता चल जाएगा और लोगों को अपने सैंपल बाहर नहीं भेजने पड़ेंगे, इंतजार नहीं करना पड़ेगा। साथ ही उनको बीमारी का पता चलेगा तो जिंदगियां बच सकती हैं। जब लैब की स्थापना नहीं हुई थी, तब लखनऊ से सड़क मार्ग से पुणे नमूने की जांच के लिए इसे भेजा जाता था। इससे समय भी लगता था और समय पर बीमारी न पता चलने से कई बार जान का भी खतरा होता था। लेकिन अब ये सब हमारे हाथ में है। जिंदगियां बचाना हमारे हाथ में है, खास तौर से बच्चों का ध्यान रखते हुए।
स्वास्थ्य कर्मियों की सतर्कता और हर विभाग अगर अपनी अपनी जिम्मेदारियों का ईमानदारी पूर्वक निर्वहन कर ले तो कोई कारण नहीं कि हम डेंगू, कालाजार, चिकनगुनिया, मलेरिया जैसी संचारी रोगों को भी पूरी तरह उन्मूलन करने में सफल हो जाएंगे।
योगी सरकार ने जो ये कदम उठाया है, ये पूरे पूर्वांचल वासियों के लिए एक वरदान ही है। उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार शहर में मेडिसिटी बनाने जा रही है, जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर के डॉक्टरों और लैब के लिए मेडिकल हब का काम करेगा। इसके अलावा महायोगी गुरु गोरखनाथ आयुष विश्वविद्यालय भी बनकर तैयार होने जा रहा है, जहां पारंपरिक चिकित्सा पद्धतियां पढ़ाई जाएंगी। तो अब गोरखपुर वाले शान से कहेंगे कि उनकी सेहत का ख्याल रखने के लिए योगी बाबा है ना।
आज गोरखपुर देश के अच्छे शहरों में गिना जा रहा है, तो खुशी आपको भी होती होगी, हमें भी होती होगी। आप भी कहीं बाहर जाते होंगे, गोरखपुर का नाम कोई भी सुनता होगा तो आपके चेहरे पर भी, उसके चेहरे पर एक खुशी होती है, आपको सम्मान देता होगा।
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ।
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स।
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद विच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित।
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, quite a few of them.
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते।
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से।
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की।
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और रिया की मम्मी।
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज़्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very, because I think I've done both. And I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did a long format, I did 24 and I did Night Manager. And of course, फिल्में तो मैं बचपन से कर रहा हूँ.
Any all-time favorite film?
Mr. India, yeah, it's my all-time favorite film. Yeah, it's a lovely film, wonderful film. I revisited it again when I did one of the ads, and there's something very, something which really it's stood the test of time. Yeah.
You know, like your preferred genre for film, comedy or action?
Comedy, because comedy is something which you either you can do it or you have it. Or you don't have it. Their lighting, director, music, background music that cannot help you. You have to do it yourself. You know, with action and with dramatic scenes and with anger and violence, sex. There's a lot of things which can really help you in that. You know, जबरदस्त background music चलेगा, ऐसा लगता है बहुत जबरदस्त काम हो रहा है. Comedy में सब चलेगा नहीं. और ये खुद कर रहा हूँ.
Social media पसंद है आपको? Are you on Instagram?
Yes.
What is Gen Z for you?
Gen Z for me is, I think, Gen Z is the mind, you know. For me, anybody who has a young mind, for me is Gen Z, yeah.
You would call yourself a Gen Z?
Absolutely.
Great.
Salam UAE, the ultimate reality awards is here to recognize
the contribution of real estate companies and property developers in building the UAE.
It's a small step to honor their journey and success stories
in building the property landscape in UAE.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Prime Minister Modi in UAE holds talks with the UAE President and is welcomed with a guard of honor. Prime Minister to attend the mega diaspora event Ehlan Modi today. He will also inaugurate the first Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. Punjab and Haryana High Court weighs in on the farmers' agitation, dismisses plea by farmers to suspend internet ban at Delhi's borders, but adds that use of force should be the last resort. Face off at Delhi's borders over farmers' agitation. Police use water cannons and tear gas to halt farmers' march. Farmers, on the other hand, retaliate with stone pelting. Supreme Court refuses to stay new law on appointment of the Chief Election Commissioner, but the top court issues notice to centre seeking its reply. Jammu and Kashmir police claim they have cracked the case involving the targeted killing of 2 migrants from Punjab. Terrorist Adil Manzoor arrested. Also on the show today at 6:30 p.m. we will focus on how the National Capital Region has turned into a traffic nightmare due to the farmers' agitation. If you happen to be stuck or know someone who has faced this issue, call us and share your story and we'll put it on air. Right, and our top focus, of course, is on Prime Minister Modi being in the UAE. In fact, this is his 7th visit to the country in recent times. Prime Minister was seen holding talks with the UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. PM is also scheduled to address a diaspora event later today called Ellen Modi. Besides bilateral talks, Prime Minister will also address world leaders at the World Government Summit in Dubai tomorrow. He's also set to inaugurate the first Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi, the Bab's Temple. Listen in to a comment coming in from the Prime Minister at UAE.
ब्रदर, मैं सबसे पहले तो हमारा और हमारी टीम का शानदार और ऊष्मापूर्ण स्वागत करने के लिए मैं हृदय से आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। पिछले 7 महीने में हम 5 बार मिले हैं। ये शायद बहुत रेयर होता है और हर क्षेत्र में हम लोग जिस प्रकार से आगे बढ़े हैं और आज भारत और यूएई के बीच में हर क्षेत्र में एक साझी भागीदारी हो रही है। आज भी हम कई महत्वपूर्ण फैसले करने जा रहे हैं। आज भी हम कई महत्वपूर्ण फैसले करने जा रहे हैं। हम यूपीआई मेरा और हमारा जीवन कार्ड, इन दोनों का एक प्रकार से एक नया युग शुरू हो रहा है फिनटेक का, और ये भी अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा है।
And my colleague Maria Shakil is in Abu Dhabi. She is in fact at that event where the Prime Minister will in fact visit that diaspora event shortly. Going across to Maria. Maria, you know, the Prime Minister there himself saying that in the past 7 months he has visited UAE 5 times. Why is this one so significant?
Yes, absolutely, and he was accorded a warm welcome by the President here, President Mohammed bin Zayed. Of course, there has been bilateral talks, almost like an assessment which has been done of how far they have moved on comprehensive trade agreement and other understandings, particularly to do with maritime security and you know, food security and energy aspects, which we have seen over the last few months in particular. But here, at the Zayed Stadium, just look at the crowd which has gathered here. The celebrations and of course, Tanima, you know, the stadium is already half full. It's 3.5 hours to go before the event begins and before the Prime Minister arrives. We have very interesting audiences who have gathered here. Mother-daughter combinations, they have come all the way. So let's try and speak to them and understand. मुझे अपना नाम बताइए और मुझे ये दिखाइए, ये तो सैफरन, वाइट एंड ग्रीन है, 3 कलर्स हैं दुपट्टे में आपके। कब से आप यहाँ पर हैं?
8-9 years, sir.
8-9 years, okay. Why have you come here? You know what is happening here?
Yes, I have came for Ellen Modi ji because Modi ji has came for the inauguration of the new temple and he is a Prime Minister of India.
Okay, so she knows what is happening here. You tell me what is happening at this stadium. Have you ever come to a stadium like this? And such a huge mini India, almost like of a scene?
No, I have never come here, but Modi is now coming here to do the inauguration of Abu Dhabi BAPS Hindu temple.
Okay, and
he'll inaugurate the temple.
At the stadium?
No.
He'll meet you all here?
Yeah. Some summative information.
Okay, no, I just wanted to understand these girls because So, you know,
they have come here because Modi ji is coming today for giving some information. It's some summative information has been.
Yes. So I want to understand. I mean, because you have been settled here for how many
years?
For 9 years. Okay. And obviously in school.
Yes.
And what does your husband do?
My husband is in cyber security. He is heading the Virgin Mobile.
You're from which part of India?
Mumbai.
Okay, you're from Mumbai. What about you? You're from where?
My name is Ritu Gulwani and I have been in Dubai since last 24 years and this is the ऐतिहासिक पल for us. Modi ji, ahlan, Modi to Abu Dhabi. बहुत खुश हैं, बहुत excited.
क्या बदला है भारतीयों के लिए?
बहुत कुछ बदला है मोदी जी के आने के बाद तो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस मिलने लगी है ग्लोबली इंडिया ने इतना नाम कमाया है और आज आप देख रहे हैं अबू धाबी वाले भी मोदी का यूएई वाले भी स्वागत कर रहे हैं तो दिस इज ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट मोदी जी हैज डन ग्लोबली सो वी आर प्राउड ऑफ यू मोदी जी हमें आप पे गर्व है and we are super happy and delighted to welcome you. Welcome to Abu Dhabi, Modi ji. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much. Thank you. Please go and take your place in the stadium. We have some more Indians here. Dilip Sinha, who came all the way from Bihar several years ago, 33 years ago.
33 years ago.
33 years ago, and his friend who came from Bombay 20 years back. You are part of the organizing committee.
Yes.
We were told that there are several buses which are stuck in the outskirts of Abu Dhabi. What exactly is the status with that?
So there has been some rainfall, so that's why there was some puddles some places. But there are many roads which are open right now. But there has been some delay because of the traffic. But everybody will be here, not to worry.
Okay, so you know what we are seeing is a lot of cultural celebrations there. The colors of India, as we say, the bright colors which are on display. The dhol nagada. Clearly, it almost looks like that it's a celebration happening perhaps in India. हिंदुस्तान के किसी शहर में हम वैसे ही लग रहा है.
So, if
2015 में Prime Minister came here, it was Marhaba for the first time, and now again he is coming. What was the need of organizing such a big event?
See, it's the demonstration of truly Mile Sul Hamara Tumhara. That's what we had. If you remember, when we were kids, we should listen to this song. So it's Mile Sur Hamara Tumhara. That's the cultural blend of North, South, East, West and Middle East.
And also, this is the 7th visit of our Prime Minister in last 9 years. And he has really transformed the relationship between UAE and India. Yeah, I was also the Secretary General of Indian Business Council. First of all, Common Economic Partnership Agreement has been signed, taking away all the customs duty from more than 90% of the products manufactured in UAE and India. That has boosted the trade between the two countries. It's going to reach about $100 billion very soon. In a year, it used to be $60 billion. That's a transformation. The second thing is the relationship that he has created. And also, if you see our diaspora, the kind of brotherly and sisterly relationship between Emiratis and Indians is amazing. It's over 100 years that Indians came here to do the trade. And today we are all waiting for Modi ji to come, and we are all excited for India, for India.
I want to understand from you, Dilip ji. You know, as you said, the Prime Minister has visited Abu Dhabi and Dubai several times. He himself said that almost 7 times in the last 5 months.
Yes.
But why wasn't an event of this nature organized?
Yeah, so I think in 2015 the big event was organized. In between, the visits were short visits, so every time you cannot. However, with the relationship going to another level, now this biggest event, record event of 65,000 people has been organized, and all the Indian communities have worked together to make it big. And you will see the whole stadium full in a short time.
Let me try and get you some voices of all those who are seated there. अगर आप लोग इधर आकर के थोड़ा सा बात करना चाहेंगे तो आप लोग कहाँ से आए? हिंदुस्तान में किस शहर से आए? Okay, so this is what you are seeing on your television screens as we see the Indian diaspora gathered here with all the excitement, with the slogans of Bharat Mata ki Jai hai, Jai, and also all right. If the camera would pan and show the remaining part of the stadium and see the cultural events are continuing to happen, and even as the Prime Minister's arrival is going to be roughly around 7 p.m., which is 2.5 hours from now. But Tonima, the excitement building on, it will reach the crescendo perhaps when the Prime Minister arrives.
To reach a crescendo at that point in time. Maria, thank you so much for bringing us that very energetic and enthusiastic crowd there behind you, waiting to see Prime Minister Modi at the Ellen Modi event. Thank you so much for joining us with that. And on that note, we'll slip into a short break, but more news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ।
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स।
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद विच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित।
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, quite a few of them.
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते।
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से।
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की।
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और रिया की मम्मी।
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज़्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very because I think I've done both, and I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did a long format, I did 24, and I did Night Manager, and of course, फिल्में तो मैं बचपन से कर रहा हूँ.
Any all-time favorite film?
Mr. India, yeah, it's my all-time favorite film. Yeah, it's a lovely film, wonderful film. I revisited it again when I did one of the ads, and there is something very, you know, something which really it's stood the test of time. Yeah.
You know, like your preferred genre for film, comedy or action?
Comedy, because comedy is something which you know, you either you can do it or you have it, or you don't have it. Their lighting, director, music, background music that cannot help you. You have to do it yourself. You know, with action and with dramatic scenes, and you know, with anger and violence, sex. You know, there's a lot of things which can really help you in that. You know, जबरदस्त में background music चलेगा, ऐसा लगता है बहुत जबरदस्त काम हो रहा है. Comedy में सब चलेगा नहीं. और ये खुद कर रहा हूँ.
Social media पसंद है आपको? Are you on Instagram?
Yes.
What is Gen Z for you?
Gen Z for me is, I think, Gen Z is the mind, you know. For me, anybody who has a young mind, for me is Gen Z, yeah.
You would call yourself a Gen Z?
Absolutely.
Great.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access.
Welcome back. Now, protests led by Bengal BJP chief Sukanto Mojumdar in Boshirhat against the Sandesh Khali incident turned violent with stone pelting by protesters. The police say that they have video footage to identify the culprits. The BJP leader Sukanto Mojumdar in fact took a local train anticipating police blockades set up to prevent the BJP delegation from reaching Boshirhat. The police lathi-charged protesters and fired tear gas shells to disperse them. Remember the Sandesh Khali incident where women have accused sexual harassment by aides of local TMC strongman Sheikh Shah Jahan has led to a political war of words between the two parties. The area outside the Boshirhat SP office saw stone pelting and tear gas shells being fired along with lathi charge to bring the situation under control. The BJP has accused TMC supporters of the stone pelting.
The BJP state president, Dr. Sukanto Mojumdar, also headed to Boshirhat, but he's taken a local train to avoid police pickets. Sir, you've taken a train. What was the need for you to take a train to Boshirhat? You had a pre-decided program there.
You know, we have announced the Gherao movement of SP office in Boshirhat. But the problem is that whenever I am going or conducting this kind of political activity peacefully, police is trying to obstruct us, and even today also 144 has been imposed by the police around the 500-meter area of SP office. Not only that, in different parts of the route, the TMC, according to the instruction of TMC and Mamata Banerjee, the police and its barricade so that I cannot reach the Boshirhat. So that's why I have compelled to take this way, and I am availing the local train. And with the help of this local train, I will reach Boshirhat very quickly. And as I have assured the people of this Boshirhat, that I will reach today. So it is my duty, it is my political duty as well as democratic duty to reach there. And that's why I am reaching.
अपनी जान बचाने के लिए और बाकी पब्लिक जान बचाने के लिए लाठी चार्ज करना पड़ा, गैस फायर करना पड़ा। उसके बाद सब लोग डिस्पर्स हो गए हैं, हम लोग कुछ लोग अरेस्ट किया है। अभी इनके सीनियर लीडर बैठे हुए हैं, तो जो झमेला करेगा, जो परेशानी करेगा, उसको देखना पड़ेगा। सो अभी इन सभी लोगों के ऊपर केस होगा और हम सभी लोगों को अगेंस्ट में स्ट्रॉन्ग एक्शन लेंगे।
भाजपा एंड CPM, they are trying to create new provocations, and they have started vandalism. They have attacked police by stone throwings, etc., etc. They provoke like anything, but police behaved like a restrained force, and situation is under control.
And my colleague Saurabh joins us from Boshirhat. Saurabh, so have the BJP delegation actually managed to reach over there? What are they telling you?
Well, you know, Sukanto Mojumdar, the state BJP president, is holding a protest outside the Boshirhat SP's office, and this is of course the protest site where Mr. Mojumdar is there. He's of course the state BJP president, and right behind him is the gate to the SP office, which has been barricaded, and they are protesting here. But in the afternoon, this place saw a lot of violence. In fact, you can see a lot of police presence here even now. In the afternoon, what happened was, from this direction that the camera is in, as the BJP protesters were coming in, there was some stone pelting. The police, in response, also opened, fired tear gas shells, and also after that, they had to do a lathi charge. And then, of course, the protesters who were throwing stones were moved away. We heard, Sumit Kumar, the DIG Barasat range, also say that the police have made video footage of those who were throwing stones. But heavy police presence outside the Boshirhat SP office, and currently, even as the police presence continues, Sukanto Mojumdar's protest at Boshirhat also continues.
Right.
You can see here in these pictures Shukanta Majumdar sitting on protest there and continuing his protest. And this is, of course, after the afternoon's violence that took place here.
Saurabh, quickly for our viewers, explain to us why exactly is the BJP delegation outside Boshirhat SP office? What is their demand?
Well, over the past few days, there have been certain allegations that have been made from Sandesh Khali, and those allegations is something that the BJP has taken up, and that is why they are here. They've been protesting. Yesterday, Shubhendu Adhikari tried to go to Sandesh Khali. He was stopped. Today, of course, Shukanta Majumdar came here to Boshirhat. Boshirhat is more or less, the divisional headquarters, if you could call it, or perhaps the bigger town closer to Sandesh Khali. So that is why, the Boshirhat SP is in charge of that area. And that is why they are here at the SP's office. And this protest is taking place at the SP's office. But in the afternoon, it turned violent. And there was stone pelting from protesters, following which the police resorted to lathi charge and fired tear gas shells to control the situation.
So, the flashpoint over Sandesh Khali spreading across to the bigger town of Boshirhat, where the SP office is located. BJP delegation camping outside in a sit-in protest led by their state chief. Saurabh Gupta joining us from the Boshirhat SP office there. Thank you so much for that update. Moving on to other news now, and a training aircraft of the Indian Air Force crashed near Kharagpur in West Bengal this afternoon. The plane had taken off from the Kalaikunda Air Base and the advanced trainer jet crashed into a paddy field. Fortunately, both pilots managed to eject safely on time from the aircraft. A court of inquiry has been constituted to find out the cause of the accident. Shifting focus now to neighbouring Pakistan, and news coming in that the PMLN and PPP, which is of course Nawaz Sharif's party and Bilawal Bhutto's party, they've both agreed on government formation. Bilawal's PPP to support PLMN to form the government. Bilawal's also added that he won't join the government but will give support. This of course at the same time as Imran's independent candidates who have won seats in the recent election are talking to smaller parties. Let me go across to my colleague Uma Shankar for more on this. Uma, iska kya hum log interpretation kare ke finally kya are we close to actually deciding which are the parties or which are the people who are going to form the government on Pakistan, and is there a question mark still on who will be the Prime Minister?
जी देखिए, बिलावल भुट्टो जरदारी ने एक बड़ा ऐलान किया है और ये कहा है कि पाकिस्तान पीपुल्स पार्टी जो है वो कैबिनेट में शामिल नहीं होगी। इशू बेस्ड जो समर्थन है वो देगी। पीपीपी जो है वो पीएमएलएन की जो सरकार बनेगी उसमें शामिल नहीं होगी। इस तरह से जैसे कि 2022 में जब पाकिस्तान डेमोक्रेटिक मूवमेंट बना था, एक गठबंधन की सरकार बनी थी जिसमें 14 पार्टियां शामिल हुई थी, उसमें पीपीपी ही शामिल हुई थी और खुद बिलावल भुट्टो जरदारी जो है वो विदेश मंत्री बने थे। लेकिन इस बार सीधे तौर पे उन्होंने कहा है कि पाकिस्तान पीपुल्स पार्टी सरकार में शामिल नहीं होगी। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि पीएमएलएन को वो आउटसाइड सपोर्ट देगी ये पार्टी। और एक और अहम बात की है अपने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बिलावल भुट्टो जरदारी ने, उन्होंने ये कहा है कि वो चाहते हैं कि आसिफ अली जरदारी जो है वो राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव लड़े, क्योंकि आज पाकिस्तान में जिस तरह का माहौल है ऐसे में बहुत कुछ संवारने की जरूरत है और जरदारी ऐसा कर सकते हैं। तो जो हम रिपोर्ट कर रहे थे पहले से कि एक फॉर्मूला तय हो रहा है जिसमें कि पाकिस्तान पीपुल्स पार्टी के पास राष्ट्रपति का जो पद है वो जाएगा और पीएमएलएन से जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं, प्रधानमंत्री का पद जो है पीएमएलएन के पास जाएगा। और बहुत उम्मीद इस बात की है कि शहबाज शरीफ ही एक बार फिर से प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे। तो मुल्क में जो अस्थिरता का हवाला देते हुए बिलावल भुट्टो जरदारी ने ये कहा कि वे नहीं चाहते कि दोबारा से देश जो है वो चुनाव में जाए, इसलिए इशू बेस्ड समर्थन वो देंगे नई बनने वाली सरकार को, नए बनने वाले प्रधानमंत्री को। और उन्होंने खुद अपना नाम भी प्रधानमंत्री पद की रेस से वापस ले लिया है, कहा कि वो प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बन सकते क्योंकि उनके पास नंबर नहीं है और दूसरी पार्टियों से सपोर्ट उनको नहीं मिलेगा। तो अपनी लाइन सीधी कर दी है। पीपीपी ने सीधे तौर पे कहा है कि वो कैबिनेट में शामिल नहीं होगी और जरदारी राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव लड़ेंगे।
Right, Uma Shankar there. Thank you so much for joining us with that update. Now, the countdown to the biggest festival in the world's largest democracy has started, and everyone is prepping for the 2024 national elections. India's future is its youth. To support that goal, NDTV is launching the NDTV 18 Ka Vote campaign to make youth aware of the need to vote. Our aim is to encourage voters aged 18 to show their strength in the 18th Lok Sabha elections. You can send us your video messages on NDTV 18 Ka Vote hashtag and we will show them on the channel.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
यहाँ पे जो कमांडोज इनसे अब हम मिलेंगे वो गरुड़ कमांडोज हैं। तो इनके जो कमांडोज हैं वो भी ये बहुत ही स्पेशली ट्रेन्ड फोर्सेस का हिस्सा हैं और यहाँ पे हमें ब्रीफिंग देंगे, बताएंगे कि किस तरह से इनकी ट्रेनिंग भी होती है। तो हम मिलने चल रहे हैं उन गरुड़ कमांडोज से। हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून सर। हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं कि इनकी क्या खास ट्रेनिंग होती है, इनके बारे में कुछ बताएं हमें।
कमांडो की ट्रेनिंग बहुत टफ होती है।
हाँ।
इनका ट्रेनिंग जीआरटीसी से स्टार्ट होती है और फिर आर्मी, एयरफोर्स, नेवी, चारों तरफ ट्रेनिंग होती है।
क्या खास रोल होता है गरुड़ कमांडोज का?
गरुड़ कमांडो का कोई भी मिशन मिले,
हाँ,
उसमें फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर यही होता है गरुड़ कमांडो।
हमने अब जाना कुछ कि ये गरुड़ कमांडोज जो हैं वो क्या होते हैं, पर अभी हमें ये कुछ स्पेशल एयरबॉर्न अपनी ये ट्रिक्स और वो भी दिखाएंगे, कुछ कमाल दिखाएंगे, कारनामे, जिसे देखने के लिए मैं बहुत उत्सुक हूँ कि क्या होगा। तो हम थोड़ी देर में वो भी विटनेस करेंगे।
तो आज हम ट्रेनिंग मिशन पे जा रहे हैं अपना। हमारा मिशन होगा, यहाँ से हमारा आईजेड है अराउंड 5 मिनट्स का फ्लाइंग टाइम। तो यहाँ से हम लोग इम्प्लेन होंगे, वहाँ पे स्लीदर डाउन करना है हमको इंसर्जन जोन में। बेसिकली पर्पस ऑफ स्लीदरिंग इज़ कि हम कई जगह करते हैं। वॉर टाइम में दुश्मन के इलाके में गरुड़ कमांडोज या ट्रूप्स को इंसर्ट करने के लिए करते हैं। पीस टाइम में HADR, प्राकृतिक आपदा कोई आती है तो अगर ट्रूप्स की वहाँ पर रिक्वायरमेंट हो तो उनको इंसर्ट करने के लिए करते हैं। आज ट्रेनिंग मिशन है तो पहला अपना सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस पहले हमारे ऊपर है। कोई हम मिशन पे नहीं जा रहे हैं आज, तो अपना सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस रखिए, ध्यान में रखिए।
जो कमांडोज गए थे, गरुड़ कमांडोज, वो पहुंच गए हैं यहाँ पे और हम देखेंगे अब वो वहाँ से उतरते कैसे। स्लिदरिंग एक्टिविटी है जो अभी हम देखेंगे। तो दे स्पेशली ट्रेन्ड कमांडोज
and they're the first responders.
First responders in every situation, everywhere. They are the specially trained forces. स्पेशल केयर होते हैं इनके और खास ट्रेनिंग।
Lot is dependent on it.
Welcome back. Now, the Farmers' Delhi Chalo March has been halted by the police at the national capital's border. There's heavy barricading at the Haryana-Punjab borders, and entry points into the national capital have all been barricaded by the police. Several farmers were detained and their vehicles were seized at the borders by Haryana police soon after they began the Delhi Chalo March amid heavy security. A delegation of farmers, remember, had also approached the High Court, the Punjab and Haryana High Court, seeking removal of internet ban and restrictions on the roads. But the High Court dismissed their plea, but added very significantly that both sides should hear each other and that use of force on the protesters should be the absolute last resort. But amid the agitation, the National Capital Region has turned into a region of chaos. It's 6:30 in the evening, and just like the rush hour in the morning, there are reports of commuters being stuck on the road due to all the barricading and restrictions which have been put. If you are currently stuck or have been affected due to this deadlock between the farmers and government, you can call us now on the number which is flashing on your screens there and share your story. To begin with, let me go across to my colleague Shambhu, who's at the Tikri border. Shambhu, are you also, you've been covering this agitation for the past couple of days, and right now as well, do you see how commuters are facing a lot of harassment? Commuters are facing problems because of this ongoing deadlock between the farmers and the government?
Well, exactly, because commuters are the only ones who are facing most of the problems, because right now I am at Bahadurgarh, which is 3 to 4 kilometers from Tikri border. Well, you can see each and every person has to walk by from this path because the full border has been completely sealed. As you can see, the cemented trucks. This truck has just came over here. Well, these trucks are being used to fill cement between the cemented walls, so that people can easily, so that the farmers who are coming, they cannot enter through Delhi at any cost. As you can see, police personnel are deployed on this heavy road. Well, I will try to talk to someone. ये कितना जाम आपको वहाँ पे?
हाँ जी, बहुत जाम है जी, बहुत ज़्यादा जाम।
आना क्या जाना कैसे हो रहा है?
बहुत दिक्कत की है जी।
कुछ ऑटो रिक्शा आपको नहीं मिल पा रहा है?
नहीं मिल पा रहा है जी।
आपका नाम?
ब्रजमोहन।
क्या कितनी मुसीबत हो रही है? क्योंकि देखिए, आप लोगों का रोज का आना जाना रहता होगा, पूरा रास्ता बंद कर दिया है।
हाँ,
इधर आ जाइए।
हाँ, पूरा रास्ता बंद कर रखा है।
तो पैदल ही आपको आना जाना पड़ रहा है।
हाँ,
मुश्किल तो हो रही होगी।
मुश्किल तो।
क्या काम करते हैं?
मिस्त्री का काम।
तो उसमें भी तो कितनी सा मुश्किल हो रही होगी आपको।
हाँ
जी, आपका नाम?
सुनीता।
आपको क्या लगता है कि जितना यहाँ पर बंदोबस्त किया जा रहा है, सीमेंट ट्रक, पुलिस, ये सब, इसकी वजह से आप लोगों को कितनी मुश्किल हो रही है पैदल आना जाना करना?
पैदल आ रहा, थक गया थे आते।
पैदल ही गए, पैदल ही आ रहे हैं?
नहीं, सवेरे तो टेम्पू से गए थे।
मतलब एक तरीके से आप लोगों को ही सबसे बड़ी मुश्किल का सामना करना पड़ रहा है यहाँ पर।
हाँ
जी, बिल्कुल। As you can see that people have to come over here by after crossing those barricades, will have to walk. Well, there's a metro station nearby, but even from there they will have to walk towards going towards their home, or if they are going to work. As you can see, heavy police deployment, Haryana police heavy deployment right now over here. Other than that, the senior officials of Haryana police are also at the spot. You can see that these containers which are carrying cement have been brought over here to fill on the road so that farmers cannot pass these borders. But these are very strict measures that are being taken. Doesn't look like that it's for a farmer. It feels like someone's going to attack Delhi.
Right, Shambhu, they're reporting from the Tikri border there, and crawling traffic being reported. Let me also go across to my colleague Vedant, who is joining us from Shambhu border, where I believe the Delhi police chief has just reached. But nonetheless, Vedant, our focus being on how commuters are facing lots of issues. In the morning rush hour, we have reported that. Now in the evening rush hour, when a lot of people might be going home, back home from office, they are facing an unending jam, long line of vehicles which are in fact standing in long queues because of the restrictions that the police have put over there. Take us through what you see around you.
Well, you see,
You see, Tanima, the fact is that the entire Shambhu border has been sealed. So, in fact, commercial vehicles or personal, private vehicles are not being allowed at all. So, this entire stretch, National Highway 44, has been completely sealed. So, in fact, there is no traffic movement here at all, which means that commuters have to walk on foot to actually reach the other side. Here you can see how commuters are walking on foot to reach the other side. They have to walk several kilometers because the entire border is sealed. There are no vehicles being allowed at all. In fact, some commuters here, let me get a word from them. Sir, आप अपने सूटकेस के साथ आ रहे हैं यहाँ पर, काफी किलोमीटर आपको चलना पड़ा होगा क्योंकि पूरा बॉर्डर सील्ड है।
हाँ, चलना तो पड़ा है काफी।
जी, कहाँ से आ रहे हैं आप?
मैं तो कुंडली से आ रहा हूँ।
कुंडली से। तो रास्ते में क्योंकि बॉर्डर से तो आपको सवारी से उतर के फिर चल के आना पड़ा। आप कहाँ से आ रहे हैं सर? मुझे लगता है आप डेली आते
जाना है सर।
जी, तो डेली तो आप यही रोड यूज करते होंगे, लेकिन इस बंदोबस्त की वजह से कितनी तकलीफ आ रही है?
बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही है
जी।
ये सरकारों की लड़ाई में ना, ये आपस में पब्लिक मर रही है।
जी।
अभी पिछले साल का अभी तक खड़े नहीं हो पाए पैरों के लोग, फिर आके जाम लगा दिया यहाँ।
Okay, some youngsters also coming in with their bags. आप कहाँ से आ रहे हैं सर?
जॉब से आ रहे हैं।
जी, तो अब रोज में तो आप यही रोड यूज करते होंगे आने में। आप इतना बंदोबस्त से तो आपको चल के जाना पड़ेगा। कितने किलोमीटर चल के आए हैं आप?
यहाँ हम 2 किलोमीटर चल के आ रहे हैं
जी।
और इतनी प्रॉब्लम होती है कि ऑफिस से पहले जाने में प्रॉब्लम है और फिर लौटने में भी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है हमें। पहले भी 2 साल तक ऐसे ही रहा था, अब जाके थोड़ा सुकून हुआ था, दोबारा से स्टार्ट हो गया।
तो आपको लगता है ये किसानों और सरकार की लड़ाई में आम आदमी पिसता है?
हाँ जी बिल्कुल। देखो, मैं हेलमेट में बाइक छोड़ के आया हूँ, वहाँ से पैदल चल के आ रहा हूँ।
Vedant, I'll have to interrupt you there. I'm joined by a caller, Nisha Paul from Gurugram, who is, of course, one of the persons who's called in. Nisha, go ahead. Are you somebody who's stuck in a jam, or were you in the morning because of the barricades and the traffic restrictions?
Yes, ma'am. I was stuck in the morning. I left the house on time at 8:30, and I had a flight to Gwalior at 11 o'clock. When I left from here, the Google map was showing only 40 minutes. But when I reached Ambulance Mall, there was a total jam, and that refused to, reduce that period. And somehow I could not reach. I reached the airport just 10 minutes before the flight, and I was denied boarding.
Okay, so you missed your flight because of the traffic jam. Did you get any messages, or were you aware of the fact that, the traffic is going to be slow or so many restrictions had been put up on the roads?
When I reached, and let me tell you that after we crossed the Ambulance Mall and it was just till about, maybe till Shiv Purti. After that, everything was just okay. But then I did not see what was the cause of that jam. Because it was just the cars only, and there was no reason there was no barricading. Unnecessarily, we were just stopped. Traffic was just snarling. Why?
Right, so that's the story of...
There was nothing. There was no Kisan movement there or anything.
Right, so probably this is cascading effect of the restrictions which have been put up by the Haryana police. Then Nisha Paul calling from Gurugram. Thank you so much for calling us on the broadcast. I'm also joined by Mr. Asim Jas from Ghaziabad. Go ahead, sir. What kind of inconvenience did you face because of all these restrictions and the ensuing traffic jam?
Hi, there is a lot of traffic jam in this Ghaziabad border. Also, actually 3 years back, we remember there was a lot of chaos for months together. And I am afraid that if the same situation comes back, our life will be miserable. So my request to the government, and also a question, why are you not resolving this problem? If you have given some assurance to the government, must ensure that your word is kept so that the farmers are not coming back onto the street again.
That's right, Mr. Asim just there, and Nisha Paul calling us and sharing their stories. These are commuters who have been stuck, who have in fact seen this, as the last caller was telling us about similar scenes that they had seen back in 2020 during the farmers' agitation that time as well. I'm also joined by another caller, RJ from Gurugram. Yes, sir, please go ahead. What kind of problem did you face today or yesterday because of the farmers' agitation and the traffic chaos?
It is entirely a civil issue, and whatever their demands are, right, they can put up in very constitutional manner. but it doesn't, mean that they will be interfering in our liberty. The moment they are entering into, on a road into the city, so I also have a liberty to roam around freely without any chaos. But their freedom is now entering into my freedom. So I think government must take appropriate action, and this is not actually protest. This is arm testing which they are doing. They are coming in Mercedes, they are coming in big vehicles, they are coming in modified vehicles, and these vehicles, these equipment cannot be done in 1 lakh or 2 lakh rupees. I don't consider them farmers. They are just arm testers, and they should be dealt with like that. I also come from a farmer background, and I also have a lands, and I belong to UP. But we never ever even support such kind of protest where normal public, civil public, and all civilians, they are being harassed, they are being stopped. I just saw there was an ambulance which is stuck up for more than 1 hour.
We have seen those scenes today as well. Thank you, sir, for calling us. And different viewpoints being shared by the viewers there, talking about how, in a way, the commuters are facing the kind of harassment that they have been because of this continuing deadlock between farmers and the government. Let me go across to my colleague Vishal, who is joining us from the Shambhu border. Vishal, you have in fact been camping over there where the farmers have been having meetings. There have been talks going on, but not much has really progressed. So how is it looking like even today, later today and early tomorrow? Is this the same story which people living in the NCR are going to face?
Yes, Tonima, it looks like that because I've spoken with many farmer leaders. I just spoke with Jagjit Singh Dhaliwali, is one of the senior most farmer union leaders. He just told me that farmers will not back down come what may. They have breached one layer of barricades here. There are multiple layers further down. They are totally equipped and they are totally able to, dismantle the remaining barricades and move to the other side is what they have told me. And the first layer of barricades that they removed, they were pretty adept with it. They did not face much troubles with that. Even though innumerable gas canisters have been exploding all day long. It's been 6 hours. Only about 5 minutes ago, those gas canisters stopped exploding. But for like 6 hours, frequent shelling of gas canisters from drones and from canister guns. It was innumerable, and there were at least 400 to 500 shells that we've seen laying on the ground. And people have been injured. Dozens of people have been injured. I have seen people with grievous facial injuries. Some people have had their noses broken. There are few first aid clinics set up by volunteers. They are trying to treat the people who've been injured. So
Vishal,
right now the situation remains tense.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Vishal, but Vishal, they're reporting on the police action which went on to block the farmer protesters to move forward towards Delhi. But let me also go across to another caller who is joining us, calling from Mumbai. Guru. Yes, Guru, tell us, what is your view on this?
Hi, Tonima. I am at Mumbai and I'm watching this television, and I'm really disturbed to see the way government is handling this farmer agitation again. It looks like the lessons have not been learned yet. They should have actually, if they had already promised farmers for MSP, they should have definitely come out with, so that farmers did not have any reason to come to Delhi. So it is my request to the government of the day to please consider this issue with sensitivity, because it involves a lot of people who are actually really getting disturbed emotionally, and I am having my family from Punjab. So when I see the way they are being treated in India like this, it does not reflect very good on the government. So my request is to please handle it softly, amicably, and come to the conclusion. Thank you, Tonima.
Right, Guru there from Mumbai, in fact, talking about how, even though they're not, somebody is not staying in the NCR, but the visuals there again in a way showing how the commuters get caught up in the middle. There you see on your screens there these long shots of traffic chaos coming in since the whole day today, especially during the rush hour. We had our colleagues reporting on how ambulances were stuck in the middle of all this. Emergency situations could not be addressed because of the long winding queues and the traffic mess which people of the National Capital Region have had to suffer, have had to go through because of all the restrictions which have been put in order to stop the farmers' march from proceeding forward. That's taking people a lot of time to get to work or to return home from work. And also, as I mentioned, that critical cases like ambulances being rushed, that also, we have reported pictures coming in of those being stuck in the traffic jam as well. In fact, what my colleague Vishal was also reporting on the fact is that, all the talks which are going on in Chandigarh at the moment, there's no breakthrough. It's most likely going to be a third day in a row that people of the National Capital Region are going to see the same scenes, as we know that a lot of schools had already gone online today, and most likely that's going to continue tomorrow morning as well because of the deadlock between the farmers and the centre in terms of the demands which the farmers have put forth, specifically with regard to legalization, a legal guarantee of the MSP, minimum support price on crops. Right, at this point, we will take a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll come back with more on this.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
जब हम अपने एयरफोर्स और अपने जवानों के पास आते हैं, सेना के लोगों से मिलते हैं, तो एक अलग किस्म का जोश होता है। और आपके लिए यहाँ पर तेजपुर पे आना, कुछ यादें वापस आ रही हैं? आप यहाँ पहले आए हुए हैं?
देखिए, मैंने ऊपर वाला से चाहा था कि जब मैं यहाँ शूटिंग कर रहा था कि मैं वापस आऊँ यहाँ, तो मैंने यही कहा था, चाहा कि जब आप लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि ये शो जय जवान जो मेरा फेवरेट शो है, आप लोगों को आप कि मुझे ये मेरा इट्स माय फॉर्च्यून और माय ऑनर एंड प्रिविलेज टू बी ऑन दिस शो, तो मैंने कहा कि तेजपुर में करेंगे। सो द लाइफ कम्स फुल सर्कल, क्योंकि मैंने यूनिवर्स में भेजा था कि मैं यहाँ हूँ और मैं यहाँ हूँ आपके साथ और इस शो के लिए, आपके शो के लिए।
So beautiful. Thank you so much and it's such an honor to have you. और आज पूरा दिन हमारे सामने है, हम देखेंगे कि यहाँ क्या क्या हो रहा है। पूरी तैयारी जो होती है लड़ाकू विमान उड़ाने के पहले, उसको भी हम आज दिन भर देखते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं यहाँ से। ये हमारे फाइटर क्राफ्ट्स को निकालने के पहले टो किया जाता है। सो दिस इज द टोइंग व्हीकल। हम यहाँ इसमें चलेंगे, देखेंगे किस तरह से सुखोई को टो किया जा रहा है। लेट्स गो। बहुत ही कमाल का और बहुत स्पेशल एहसास है कि हम इसमें बैठे हुए हैं और इसको इतने टनों भारी इस सुखोई जो सुखोई 30 MKI है, ये अपने हैंगर से निकल रहा है और ये टो किया जा रहा है उड़ान भरने के पहले।
Welcome back. Now, if you've just joined us, we are focusing on the kind of scenes that we have been seeing in the National Capital Region. The fact that because of the deadlock between the farmers and the government over the farmers' demands, these are the scenes of chaos that we are reporting from the National Capital Region. And even now, during the rush hour, people are calling us and sharing their stories of how they are facing a lot of inconvenience, how they have been subjected to long and winding traffic jams and taking hours to actually cover a stretch of just a few kilometers. So this is a sort of harassment that people living in the National Capital Region are facing. We've also got viewers who called in from other cities as well, reacting to the visuals on the screen there. As we know that this is, of course, the police are putting up barricades in order to stop the march of the farmers. Let me go across to another caller who's calling us from Chandigarh, Jasmeet. Yes, Jasmeet, tell us, what is your view on this, or do you have family living in the NCR who have said that, it has in fact been a traffic nightmare today?
It is not regarding the traffic nightmare. Thank God, none of my family or, friends have faced the nightmare. But it is about the problem between the farmers and the government. I wonder what would happen if one day consumers, the recent in last 6 months or something, there was a price rise of tomatoes which went up to 400 rupees per kg. Wonder what would happen if the consumers came on the road and asked for some law, restricting the price of the agriculture produce. So I believe they have to sit down and solve it, where they need to fix a band of agriculture products between, it doesn't go below that or it doesn't go above that. We are in the same country, all our brothers and sisters, we need to find a solution, not just go against each other. I mean, right. This is all politics, I believe. Fair point.
Jasmeet from Chandigarh, that there has to be a solution to this. People need to hear each other and come up with a solution which will end this kind of a chaos that we are seeing. Jasmeet, thank you so much for joining us. I'm also joined on the broadcast by Jaiveer, calling from Gwalior. Yes, Jaiveer.
Hi. So I was just watching the news and I have a view that government should handle this farmer protest clearly and crisp, because this is the second time they are doing it, and last time their demands were not met. They were set for last 1 year on the roads, and again they are doing it. So there must be something serious that should be concerned.
That's right. There has to be, this has in fact been going on for quite a few months now. We've seen back in 2020 as well, when the agitation went on for months, and this time as well, the farmers are saying till their demands are met, they will not leave the roads there. Thank you to all our callers as well as my colleagues who are reporting on this developing story. We are going to keep our focus on this constantly till, of course, we see some sort of a breakthrough happening in the talks between the farmers and the government there.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ।
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स।
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद विच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित।
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, quite a few of them.
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते।
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से।
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की।
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और रिया की मम्मी।
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज़्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very, because I think I've done both. And I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did a long format, I did 24 and I did Night Manager. And of course, फिल्में तो मैं बचपन से कर रहा हूँ.
Any all-time favorite film?
Mr. India, yeah, it's my all-time favorite film. Yeah, it's a lovely film, wonderful film. I revisited it again when I did one of the ads, and there's something very, something which really it's stood the test of time. Yeah.
You know, like your preferred genre for film, comedy or action?
Comedy, because comedy is something which you either you can do it or you have it. Or you don't have it. Their lighting, director, music, background music that cannot help you. You have to do it yourself. You know, with action and with dramatic scenes and with anger and violence, sex. There's a lot of things which can really help you in that. You know, जबरदस्त में background music चलेगा, ऐसा लगता है बहुत जबरदस्त काम हो रहा है. Comedy में सब चलेगा नहीं. और ये खुद कर रहा हूँ.
Social media पसंद है आपको? Are you on Instagram?
Yes.
What is Gen Z for you?
Gen Z for me is, I think, Gen Z is the mind, you know. For me, anybody who has a young mind, for me is Gen Z, yeah.
You would call yourself a Gen Z?
Absolutely.
Great.
Salam UAE. The ultimate reality awards is here to recognize
the contribution of real estate companies and property developers in building the UAE.
It's a small step to honor their journey and success stories
in building the property landscape in UAE.
It's indeed our pleasure to meet you
at the Ultimate Realty Awards in Dubai.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Let's look at the top headlines at this hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in United Arab Emirates holds talks with the president there, and he's welcomed with a guard of honor. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also attend the mega diaspora event, Ahlan Modi, today. He will also inaugurate the first Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. Punjab and Haryana High Court weighs in on the farmers' agitation, dismisses plea by farmers to suspend internet ban at Delhi's borders, but adds that use of force should be the last resort. Face off at the Delhi border over farmers' agitation. Police use water cannons and tear gas to halt farmers' march. Farmers retaliate with stone pelting. Supreme Court refuses to stay new law on appointment of Chief Election Commissioner, but the top court issues notice to centre seeking response. Jammu and Kashmir police say they have cracked the case involving the targeted killing of 2 migrants from Punjab. Terrorist Adil Manzoor has been arrested. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in the United Arab Emirates on a 2-day visit. He has landed there. This is his 7th visit to the Gulf nation. In the last 9 years, he has held discussions with President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, taking forward the ongoing strategic partnership between the two countries. Prime Minister will also attend the Ahlan Modi event at the Zayed Sports City Stadium. He'll also address the Indian diaspora there. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to inaugurate the Babs Hindu Temple in Abu Dhabi on the 14th of February. This will be the first Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. My colleague Maria Shakil is live from the PM's diaspora event venue. Let's go across to her to get more details on this story.
Yes, Vasudha. You can see it almost feels like that there is a concert which is going to happen at the Zayed Sports City Stadium. Of course, the Prime Minister will be arriving here in 1.5 hours from now. But the crowd which has gathered here, perhaps in the next 1 hour, we can expect the entire stadium to fill in. This is the big diaspora event that the Indian community here has been working for the last few months. In fact, Vijay Chauthaiwala, who is the Foreign Affairs cell head of the BJP, was involved for the last few days as well. You can see several students here. Let's try and get their voices and understand what brings students to this stadium. And as Prime Minister keeps talking about the youth as an important constituency, what do they have to say? आप लोग आइसक्रीम खा रहे हैं यहाँ पर, आप लोग कौन से स्कूल से?
IIS, Indian International School.
क्या है? Indian High School?
Yeah, Indian International School, yes.
Indian International School. Okay. So all of you don't have school today? No. आज स्कूल से break मिल गया? Okay. Now tell us, what brings you here?
Ahlan Modi! Ahlan Modi!
I want to understand what is Ahlan Modi.
Ahlan Modi. Hello Modi. Hi Modi. Hello Modi. Hi Modi.
It means
hello Modi in Arabic. It says that we want to meet Modi today.
Okay, so are you excited to meet Prime Minister Modi?
Yes, yes.
You have to be. You have to speak, one person at a time has to speak, then only you'll be heard on TV, okay? Patiently. You have been studying here for how many years?
I was born here. Since
2 years.
14 years.
14 years. Your parents are from which state in India?
Karnataka.
When did you last visit India?
Huh?
When did you last visit?
Last year, ma'am. July.
Okay, why don't you sit and I'll come to you and you can enjoy your ice cream in the meanwhile as well. You're one of the volunteers here.
One of the volunteers.
Okay, tell us the nature of preparations which went into it. We have seen cultural events which have happened. The cultural events, if the camera could pan and show, are continuing here. And tell us, in terms of preparations, there was a lot of efforts that were made. You know, in 2015, we saw that event which was called Marhaba Modi.
Marhaba Modi in Dubai, yeah.
In Dubai, and now here.
Okay, now we are here doing the preparation since last more than a month. And we are very excited because Narendra Modi ji is coming here, our beloved Prime Minister. And we have a different kind of teams, like we are from gate entry, there is a parking team, there is a barcode and scan team, there is a sitting arrangement team. So we divided our group in the teams and we are doing our services, voluntarily services. So we are very excited to see our honorable
volunteers.
We are total around 1,000 volunteers for different teams, yeah.
Okay, we'll try and get more voices of the students.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you? Elan Modi. Jai Shri Ram.
That's what it's called, Elan, right? Okay, now tell me, you are a student who is studying here. Yes. You've got a break here today for one day to be present.
Yes. Well, our annuals are coming up and there's been a lot of stress lately. So coming here, anticipating the arrival of Modi ji, it's truly very enjoyable for us, as well as it's a great break. We're enjoying it. Just now I was dancing with my teachers, my friend over here. We were all enjoying a lot, so truly.
Vasudha, here are the students. You can see they're enjoying their ice cream and also waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive, who will be coming here any moment. And then the big diaspora event will begin, where he will be addressing this gathering.
So there's a lot of excitement there. Maria, stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you and keep getting us more voices like that. But to make sense of the Prime Minister's visit to Abu Dhabi this time, we have with us some experts. Major General retired Sharafuddin Sharaf, who's the chairman of UAE India Business Council, UIBC. He's also the vice chairman of the Sharaf Group. We also have Shashank, who's a foreign policy expert. We have Dr. Tara Karta, who's a former director of the National Security Council Secretariat. And we have Asif Ramiz Dodi, who's also a foreign policy expert. Thank you all of you for joining us on this broadcast. Coming to you, Major General Sharaf, you know, in the last few years, especially since 2015, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi made that first visit in 34 years to UAE, you know, both the countries have been working on boosting cooperation in areas of fintech, digital infrastructure, food parks, railways, and both investment and trade has been growing between the two countries. How do you see this latest visit by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and what are the likely areas of focus between the two countries?
Well, I think Modi ji has come here for the 7th time. This shows the great bond, the relationship between the two countries. And what his visit brings to us is the growth in our relationship on economic side, which has reached to the 80 billion over, and we are targeting 100 billion. I had the privilege to meet the Honorable Prime Minister many times and thank him for his personal efforts to bring in our relationship in this high level. Our President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, has shown a lot of gratitude and respect towards this relationship. They have been meeting each other, I think, this year 3 times, which for any international level relationship is in a very high esteem. So we are here in the UAE as UAE nationals are also very privileged to have these two people in the top of our countries.
Mr. Sharaf, can you also tell us?
Very positive.
Yes, sir. Can you also tell us how has the nature of the relationship between the two countries, bilateral ties, changed since 2015? Because we realized that before that it was, you know, one sort of a transactional relationship. Probably India was also looking at other things, was too caught up in domestic affairs. But since 2015, do you feel there's a change in the engagement from the Indian side?
Yes, very much. As I chair the UIBC group in India and the Business Council, and I see the big change in our norm of business. The UAE companies are getting very welcome in India, and they have been well placed. All the government institutes in India are supporting our initiatives in India. And Modi ji's personal interest in making this relationship strong is very well seen. So since 2015, his honorable Prime Minister has been working hard to make this bond more stronger.
Right.
So we are very positive in looking into this new visit, which I think the Bharat Mart will mark that new look also to it.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Sharaf, for joining us. Let me go across to Asif Ramiz Dodi. Sir, you know, the Indian diaspora has also meanwhile increased to over 3.5 million. And today the Prime Minister is addressing an exclusive event meant for Indian diaspora there. How do these strengthening of ties between the two countries actually influence the lives and livelihoods of the Indian community living in the United Arab Emirates?
Well, that's a very good question, and it influences in many ways. You know, as you said, there is a huge number of Indian diaspora in this region. I'm sorry for my voice as I'm not feeling well. Around 3.5 million, in particular in the UAE. You talk about Saudi, about 3 billion, you know. So in total, you are talking about almost about, 1 CR, 10 million Indians, Indian diaspora here. They are being influenced, and they get influenced if we have these kinds of events. We have, for example, today, Ahlan Modi, Ahlan wa Sahlan is like welcoming somebody. When you say welcome, you say Ahlan wa Sahlan. Okay, that's the Arabic word. So these things actually have greater impact on these, Indian diaspora communities here for many reasons. You talk about businesses, you talk about people-to-people contact, you talk about anything. These things really make, especially those who live in this region, or they are not in India, and they feel that their Prime Minister is welcomed this way to their home country, the country, host country where they are staying. This brings kind of a feeling of, pride. We feel that, okay, our country is respected that much. We know that we have a very, stronger we share historical relation with the UAE, with Arab world, etc. You know, in your report, we were mentioning that it's around been 34 years when in 90s our Prime Minister visited, and then after 2015. Yeah. You look at the number of visits, these bilateral, high profile visits and bilateral meetings, etc., multilateral meetings, CEPA, you talk about the kind of strategic relationship, you talk about people-to-people contact, and now it's such that today, even in the last 8 months, I believe, there were around 5 or 6, high-level meetings and visits. So this means if you have these kinds of relations, when people think about it, when they say that India doesn't have a very good relation.
Let me bring Ms. Karta here. Dr. Karta, also tell us, like, how right or accurate is this narrative that, when India for many years was reaching outwards, it did overlook West Asia, perhaps treated Gulf as just a transit point, or maybe was India just looking at Gulf nations from the prism of its relationship with Pakistan? And can you explain to us what really changed in the last 9 to 10 years?
A lot of it is to do with the Gulf countries themselves. They have totally changed them in terms of reaching out to the world. They're moving away from petrodollars. You've seen it in terms of Saudi Arabia. Look at the changes he's bringing in. In terms of UAE, His Highness has taken the Emirate to a global, sort of level because of the massive investment that they're able to generate. So to a large extent, we've also reached out for different reasons. This government's priorities from day one, and I'm talking of the first term, the priority has always been the economy. And that makes so much sense now, isn't it, looking back? That it's because you have a large economy, which is growing, is why people are giving you that importance. You can have hundreds of years of culture and all the rest of it. So UAE, to my mind, is one of the most forward-looking governments. It's not just in terms of the Abu Dhabi Sovereign Wealth Fund is one of the largest in the world. So we are looking at big money in terms of possible investment. Right. If you give them that kind of an environment, the money will come.
Right. Ambassador Shashank, would you agree with that? You know, and also explain to us how much of an influence does investing of political capital in diplomacy work? Because, you know, I'm talking about this personal relationship or, you know, camaraderie that Mr. Modi shares with MBZ or MBS. How does that work to also, you know, exceed investments or for that matter, even enhancing cultural ties between two countries?
Vasudha, I think what Dr. Karta has said is very correct. Right from the beginning, Prime Minister Modi has paid a lot of attention to bringing investments from abroad to India. This was his unique feature even as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. And when he became the Prime Minister, he wanted to bring that special mark that very quick decisions should be taken. And if the investment could come in, it was acceptable to both the investor and the people in India, then one should just go ahead very quickly. So I think that made so much of difference that, especially in the Gulf countries where the monarchs rule and they take decisions on a personal basis, they found that here in India, for a change, there was a prime minister who was able to move the whole government machinery in a very cohesive manner. So that is number one on the economic side. Second, what you have asked me is very true, that Prime Minister Modi wanted the Indian civilizational heritage to be carried across to its partners. Secondly, wherever the Indians have been living, whether in the developed countries, developing countries, or helping the economies of various Gulf countries and other Arab countries, he said, well, we should really take care of their interests. We should make sure that whatever their pleasures and pains are, we share them. And so we have seen that whenever any difficulties arose, whether in Ukraine, whether in the Middle East, whether in Yemen, he was willing to send Sushma ji or General V.K. Singh or his other ministers to make sure that the Indian people felt that they could be taken care of by their country. I think that has made a big difference. And then since the Indian economy has been developing very rapidly, that has made a big difference. That Indians are no longer seen only as the servitors or as the lower level service personnel, but as people who really can be leaders in business, in industry, in teaching, in science, so everywhere. So we are sending our best people to these countries. So they have realized that it is not just to get these people to do the low-level jobs, but they are the best who can be respected in America, in UK, anywhere else.
Right. Thank you, Shashank sir, for joining us. Of course, all of you stay with us. We're tracking this visit of the Prime Minister through Abu Dhabi very closely. Very soon, he's going to address the Indian diaspora in Abu Dhabi. My colleague Maria Shakil is reporting live from there. We're going to go to her soon with live updates on this. But first, time for a short break.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ।
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स।
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद व्हिच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित।
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, क्वाइट अ फ्यू ऑफ देम।
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते।
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से।
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की।
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और रिया की मम्मी।
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज़्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very, because I think I've done both. And I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did a long format, I did 24, and I did Night Manager. And of course, film mein to main बचपन से कर रहा हूँ.
Any all-time favorite film?
Mr. India, yeah, it's my all-time favorite film. Yeah, it's a lovely film, wonderful film. I revisited it again when I did one of the ads, and there is something very, something which really it's stood the test of time. Yeah.
Like your preferred genre for film, comedy or action?
Comedy, because comedy is something which you either you can do it or you have it or you don't have it. Their lighting, director, music, background music that cannot help you. You have to do it yourself. With action and with dramatic scenes, and with anger and violence, sex. There's a lot of things which can really help you in that. जबरदस्त background music चलेगा, ऐसा लगता है बहुत जबरदस्त काम हो रहा है. Comedy में सब चलेगा नहीं. और ये खुद कर रहा हूँ.
Social media पसंद है आपको? Are you on Instagram?
Yes.
What is Gen Z for you?
Gen Z for me is, I think, Gen Z is the mind, For me, anybody who has a young mind, for me is Gen Z, yeah.
You would call yourself a Gen Z?
Absolutely.
Great.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
यहाँ पे जो कमांडोज इनसे अब हम मिलेंगे वो गरुड़ कमांडोज हैं। तो इनके जो कमांडोज हैं वो भी ये बहुत ही स्पेशली ट्रेन्ड फोर्सेस का हिस्सा हैं और यहाँ पे हमें ब्रीफिंग देंगे, बताएंगे कि किस तरह से इनकी ट्रेनिंग भी होती है। तो हम मिलने चल रहे हैं उन गरुड़ कमांडोज से। हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून सर। हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं कि इनकी क्या खास ट्रेनिंग होती है, इनके बारे में कुछ बताएं हमें।
कमांडो की ट्रेनिंग बहुत टफ होती है। हाँ। इनका ट्रेनिंग जीआरटीसी से स्टार्ट होती है और फिर आर्मी, एयरफोर्स, नेवी चारों तरफ ट्रेनिंग होती है।
क्या खास रोल होता है गरुड़ कमांडोज का?
गरुड़ कमांडो का कोई भी मिशन मिले, हाँ, उसमें फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर यही होता है गरुड़ कमांडो।
हमने अब जाना कुछ कि ये गरुड़ कमांडोज जो हैं वो क्या होते हैं, पर अभी हमें ये कुछ स्पेशल एयरबॉर्न अपनी ये ट्रिक्स और वो भी दिखाएंगे, कुछ कमाल दिखाएंगे, कारनामे, जिसे देखने के लिए मैं बहुत उत्सुक हूँ कि क्या होगा। तो हम थोड़ी देर में वो भी विटनेस करेंगे।
तो आज हम ट्रेनिंग मिशन पे जा रहे हैं अपना। हमारा मिशन होगा यहाँ से, हमारा IZ है अराउंड 5 मिनट्स का फ्लाइंग टाइम। तो यहाँ से हम लोग इम्प्लेन होंगे, वहाँ पे स्लीदर डाउन करना है हमको इंसर्जन जोन में। बेसिकली पर्पस ऑफ स्लीदरिंग इज कि हम कई जगह करते हैं, वॉर टाइम में, दुश्मन के इलाके में, गरुड़ कमांड पर।
रियल फैमिलीज।
Welcome back. There is Dosti, Diplomacy and Diaspora in Abu Dhabi. My colleague Maria Shakil is reporting live from Abu Dhabi, where the Prime Minister is all set to not just inaugurate the first Hindu temple, but also address a diaspora event. He's going to address the Indian community members there. Maria, tell us, what is the latest? There is excitement building. And of course, the run-up to the Prime Minister's arrival at the stadium must have begun. Tell us, what is the story of colour and celebration there?
Yes, as we said, Vasudha, you know, we have seen this cultural connect or diaspora connect that the Prime Minister often emphasizes on. So in the last 9 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, there has been that emphasis on the diaspora. Every time he has travelled, whichever country, he has ensured that there is that event in which he meets the diaspora. This is looking like more of a concert here today. And there is someone who has a sketch. It has Mohammed bin Zayed and Narendra Modi, and it says humanitarian leaders. Who made this, sir?
This is my daughter made it.
Where?
I'm from India, Gujarat, Porbandar, and I'm here last 30 years. And my daughter is studying here in 10th grade, so she could not come because board exam is ahead after 10 days. So she is studying, but she sent to here to give it to the Narendra Modi, our Prime Minister.
Giving it to Prime Minister Modi on her.
Because I'm 100% sure he will be work with His Highness, and I will give it to here. That is my hope.
You're hoping for that?
Yeah.
Yes. You tell me, you're from where?
ગુજરાતી છે અમે પોરબંદરથી છે અને મારી છોકરીએ બનાવ્યું છે.
अच्छा.
हाँ बस.
और यहाँ पर और लोग हैं. Tell us about yourself, and you all have been waiting here for the last few hours.
Yes,
4 to 5 hours.
Since morning we have left our home around 10:30 and we have reached here after a long drive. So since morning we are here waiting for him to just arrive.
Yes, please come inside and speak to all of you. And if the camera person could also
anything, we are ready to do anything. This is the best time, lifetime, like a chance we got to meet our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji.
So you're hoping that the Prime Minister will come and meet you.
We are wishing that dream come true. That's our lifetime wish, we can say.
This was our dream to meet Modi ji, and he is doing great for India, and we are very proud to have Modi ji as Prime Minister. We have been waiting the whole day.
Tell us, when you say great for India, what is that one work that you think is very great for the country?
Now India is on the globe.
It's on the globe.
What is one home? We can say it's one home, all set, everything. He made him as all a single thing. And
there is that great sense of unity among various.
Unity, you can say
so unity. All of you come from different states of India, but when you are in Abu Dhabi or in other countries, you feel united as one.
We are Indians. We are proud to say we are Indians.
We are proud Indians.
Yes. India and Dubai is the best leader now in the world.
Yes.
Yes, please tell us about yourself.
I am working in Abu Dhabi for almost 10 years. I am very proud to be here to see our Prime Minister Modi.
I've been living in Dubai for 15 years, and the way we are treated now is, oh my God, Indians have a different way of.
One moment. When you say that you have been living here for 15 years, what has changed in the last 10 years in particular? 2014 से पहले क्या था, and what about now?
Yeah, the way people are treating us, the way, the government organizations, the other nationalities treating us has completely changed. We have been recognized. We have been given opportunities. They say, boss, you are Indian. You have Modi. What else you want?
Ma'am, I am living here for I'm 46 years. 23 years I'm in India. Last 23 years I'm in Dubai. Now,
you do?
I'm the businessman. I'm the small business here. But Modi hai, to kuch bhi possible hai. Before 2024, we are Indian. But now we are
proudly Indian.
Proud Indian.
Proud Indians. I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. मैं आती हूँ उधर के लिए. उधर. Just move a little. I'll just come and I'll speak to all of you and get more voices. Yes.
Yes, we are feeling so proud of Modi ji because Modi hai to mumkin hai, because you cannot imagine a temple being built in UAE, which has become.
But there are 3 temples in Dubai already.
Yeah, but not on a bigger scale. This is like a monument, so it is historic.
So that's because it's a big temple. That's why it's special.
Yes, definitely. Okay. Yes.
मैं ये बोलूँगा, मोदी इज नॉट अ सिंपल ह्यूमन बीइंग. वो तपस्वी हैं, वो अवतार हैं.
वर्ल्ड गुरु हैं.
वो वर्ल्ड गुरु हैं. जो उन्होंने किया है, वो पॉसिबल इन द भूतो न भविष्यवती. जो उन्होंने करके दिखाया है, वी सैल्यूट हिम. वो हमारा सौभाग्य है कि मोदी जी हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैं.
Now, since all of you are here, there are 36 lakh Indians in UAE, and around 60,000 are expected to be here. You are among them. How difficult was it to get the tickets?
It was very disciplined, very easy, and very systematic. So no difficulty at all. No.
Yes, sir.
No difficulty at all. The arrangements were superb. It's very.
You're from where in India?
I am from Chennai.
You have been here for how many years?
I'm here for 18 years now, and it's a proud moment for all of us. As he rightly said, he's not an ordinary man. He's a tall, giant leader of the world. He says Vasudeva Kutumbakam, and he truly proves that the world is under one umbrella, and he is one among the tall leaders of the world. We are all very proud of being here today to meet our beloved leader Narendra Modi ji.
And this sentiment gets translated also at your home, because Tamil Nadu doesn't vote for the BJP.
Well, unfortunately, yes, my state doesn't support, but people are now rising up and understand that they need to stand up to reflect the feeling of the whole India. Now we are going to see in the coming elections.
Right, thank you so much. So, yes, one moment. Finish my show and come back to you. So, you know, as we said, there are people from all communities. If the camera could zoom in and show, there are Bora Muslims, there are members of other minority communities as well. All of them are here as Indians today, not as per their religion or even the state. Just few minutes back, we did see that cultural event where 18 states of India were represented by their members through dance and culture celebrations. And so we'll be waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive. But this is almost similar to what I've seen, Vasudha, in the past. Alphonse Arena in Sydney, and also, the Madison Square Garden event in New York City. This is actually the electric crowd that Prime Minister does draw. And then when the big messaging comes from the dais there, actually is something that these members of the Indian community carry forward. Over to you, Vasudha.
Thank you, Maria. So there's a lot of color, celebration, curiosity, enthusiasm, even as people in Abu Dhabi wait for the Prime Minister to come and speak to them. Thank you, Maria, but stay with us. Let me go across to Asif Ramiz Dodi, who's a foreign policy expert. Sir, in 2015, when Prime Minister visited this industrial city of Abu Dhabi, he also spoke to blue-collar workers. He spoke to them about safety. He spoke to them about how India was sort of like, watching out and for their safety. And now this is a different event altogether. This has people from different states who've been living in, Abu Dhabi for many years. Some of them have also traveled miles to be part of this. How do you see a response like this to Prime Minister Narendra Modi? Or do you think it's because, the kind of the nature of relationship between the two countries has changed in the last few years?
There are, Vasudha, in fact, many things have changed. Nature of relations between these two countries, especially after 2015, I have to say that because, there have been 7 visits of the Prime Minister to that country in that period of time, where earlier before, it was around 34 years when we didn't have our Prime Minister visiting that country. One thing. Second, when you talk about the blue collar workers, etc., usually the kind of impression that everybody has across the globe that, you know, there are just blue collar workers and some laborers are working in this region, but the fact is that India is shining like anything. Even those workers, those laborers, those blue collar, workers as well, and others having the professional in different fields, everyone is considered to be one of the most preferred expatriates of this region, be it in the UAE or Saudi Arabia or any part of this region. Okay, so when the Prime Minister visits that country, when we have these kinds of bilaterals, when we have people-to-people contact, when we have Ahlan,
so people-to-people contact is the most important thing here. Let me bring in Dr. Karta here. Ma'am, also, I wanted to ask you this. G20 presidency was hosted by India last year, and we also saw COP28 being hosted by Dubai. And both these events tell us the kind of influence that India's positioning and posturing in these two events also helped the country in some ways to sort of raise its standing, or was it just regular business and it did not really help that much?
I think the fact that, see, G20 itself, what they signed in terms of climate change and all, is pretty pathetic, right? But the fact that India hosted G20 was a huge event. So basically it's a question of raising your country's profile. So even in terms of UAE getting the COP through, and UAE is very serious about climate change because they have a genuine problem. And I said His Highness is very committed on this issue. So I'm just hoping that these two or both these countries, can get together on this. And one other issue, if I may bring it up, is that just now I just read in the news that an Al Jazeera journalist has been killed in Israel. Now, the position of UAE is they have a very, very deliberately equivocal policy. They don't, support Israel. Neither do they support the Palestinians, and they want the war to stop. I was hoping that maybe somewhere we could get some sort of informal mediation for the IMEC to go through. The international, the Middle East Europe corridor, which is supposed to go through, which has UAE is a very, very important part of that, because as long as this war remains, that corridor is going nowhere. So let's see, because he's told Israel also, he's told Hamas also, right. This is not the way to do things, right. Because they are very anti-Muslim brotherhood.
So, Dr. Karta, geopolitically, India is in a sensitive position and its posturing would matter to the world. Yes, of course, we're tracking this story very closely. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back in a short break.
Brought to you by No Drive is just another drive when you are in a Volkswagen Tiguan.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust, when the noise ends, the last word begins.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
जब हम अपने एयरफोर्स और अपने जवानों के पास आते हैं, सेना के लोगों से मिलते हैं, तो एक अलग किस्म का जोश होता है। और आपके लिए यहाँ पर तेजपुर पे आना, कुछ यादें वापस आ रही हैं? आप यहाँ पहले आए हुए हैं?
देखिए, मैंने ऊपर वाला से चाहा था कि जब मैं यहाँ शूटिंग कर रहा था तो मैं वापस आऊँ यहाँ। तो मैंने यही कहा था, चाहा कि जब आप लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि ये शो जय जवान जो मेरा फेवरेट शो है, कि मुझे ये it's my fortune or my honor and privilege to be on this show, तो मैंने कहा कि तेजपुर में करेंगे। So the life comes full circle, क्योंकि मैंने यूनिवर्स में भेजा था कि मैं यहाँ हूँ और मैं यहाँ हूँ आपके साथ और इस शो के लिए, आपके शो के लिए।
So beautiful. Thank you so much and it's such an honor to have you. और आज पूरा दिन हमारे सामने है, हम देखेंगे कि यहाँ क्या-क्या हो रहा है। पूरी तैयारी जो होती है लड़ाकू विमान उड़ाने के पहले, उसको भी हम आज दिन भर देखते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं यहाँ से। ये हमारे फाइटर क्राफ्ट्स को निकालने के पहले टो किया जाता है। सो दिस इज द टोइंग व्हीकल। हम यहाँ इसमें चलेंगे, देखेंगे किस तरह से सुखोई को टो किया जा रहा है। लेट्स गो। बहुत ही कमाल का और बहुत स्पेशल एहसास है कि हम इसमें बैठे हुए हैं और इसको इतने टनों भारी सुखोई जो सुखोई 30 MKI है, ये अपने हैंगर से निकल रहा है और ये टो किया जा रहा है उड़ान भरने के पहले। आप लोग तो यहाँ पर पिछले दिनों आए और आप लोगों ने शूटिंग की, तो आपको काफ़ी अच्छा ये एक्सपीरियंस मिला होगा कि किस तरह से हमारे फाइटर क्राफ्ट्स, बल्कि फिल्म जो है फाइटर, उसमें इसका बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस हुआ होगा, समझने का, देखने का, कैसे हमारी एयरफोर्स और एयरमैन काम करते हैं।
नहीं, एब्सोल्युटली बड़ा मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है घर वापसी है मेरे लिए। एंड और सबसे मिलना, भाइयों से मिलना और पूरे टीम मेंबर्स और जिन्होंने मेरी हम सबकी और इस फिल्म की बहुत ही, इनके बयान नहीं आते। तो ये फिल्म जो आप देख रहे हैं वो देख नहीं सकते आप। सब ने जो भी काम किया है फिल्म के अंदर और जो डिटेलिंग हुई है हर चीज़ की, वी आर जस्ट वेरी वेरी प्राउड दैट वी हैव सच अ ग्रेट ऑफिसर्स एंड ग्रेट एयरफोर्स।
बिल्कुल, बहुत ही खास मौका, बहुत खास लम्हा है और आप वापस आए यहाँ पर। इट जस्ट शोज हाउ स्पेशल द एक्सपीरियंस मस्ट हैव बीन फॉर यू।
नहीं, एक्चुअली सुखोई में बैठना, सुखोई को देखना, उनका टेक ऑफ, उनकी लैंडिंग आसमान में, वो समथिंग एल्स।
जब आपने पहली वो यूनिफॉर्म पहना होगा जो आपके लिए बनाया गया होगा, वेरी स्पेशल फीलिंग, नो?
पहले मैंने जब मैं सबको देखता था तो मुझे लगा बड़ा आसान होगा देखने में, मगर जब मैंने पहली बार पहना, मैंने नहीं, आई हैव टू बिकम फिट अप, आई हैव टू लुक बेटर। सो फॉर दैट, टू गेट इनटू दैट यूनिफॉर्म, इतना फिट नहीं हूँ अभी जितना मैं था जब मैं शूटिंग कर रहा था। मगर उसके लिए मैंने काफ़ी वजन भी कम किया और आई हैड टू रिड्यूस इन इंचेस टू गेट इनटू दैट यूनिफॉर्म, सो दैट आई गिव फुल रिस्पेक्ट to that beautiful uniform of a fighter. I play a commanding officer in fighter, so it was, for me, that was a big challenge.
You tell us a little bit, what is fitness for you? आपके लिए क्या मतलब है इसका?
Me, I think it's a way of life. It's a religion. It's like brushing your teeth. So that's what I do. So for me, obviously, for इस किरदार के लिए कुछ ज़्यादा करना पड़ा और ज़्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ी और मैंने जो मेरे में ताकत थी वो सब मैंने इस रोल के अंदर डालने की कोशिश की है। I sacrificed a lot.
For real families.
So I am inside the Zayed Stadium. Here the Prime Minister is going to be arriving in another 45 minutes. In fact, other officials of the Prime Minister's office have already arrived. And then he will be addressing the diaspora. Let's get you more voices. of people who have gathered here. आप लोग यहाँ पर कितने साल से हैं? आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम किशले मिश्रा है. We have been here for last 1 year and we thank you for coming along. Welcome to Abu Dhabi. We are here to support Mr. Modi for 2024 and many more. And the most important thing is the relationship of UAE and India is very palpable on the ground. When you go and meet across, be it business sentiment, be it industries, be it school, we are more well respected here in UAE. Hail Modi, Alhan Modi.
So you are saying that Indians are respected now?
More respected, the business-friendly environment is more welcoming, and it has trickled down to common people. That is why we are all here celebrating this event.
I can see you celebrating, ma'am. आप डांस भी अभी थोड़ी देर से पहले कर रही थी.
यस यस हाँ. मैं तो यहाँ इंडिया से आई हूँ इन लोगों के पास 2 महीने से और मतलब मेरा एक बहुत बड़ा ये सौभाग्य है कि मैं यहाँ पर मोदी जी से मिल रही हूँ. आई एम वेरी हैप्पी. मैं बहुत 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 खुश हूँ और यहाँ के सुल्तान और मोदी जी की दोस्ती जो ऐसा ही भगवान बरकरार रखे. जय हिंद.
There are more voices. In fact, there are children here. Tell me about yourself. What brings you here?
I'm Razana from Abu Dhabi Indian School. I have been wanting to meet Modi ji since a long time as he's my role model, and it's really a proud moment to be here to see him.
Okay. What about you? What's your name?
Pritish.
What brings you? You're in a school uniform.
Yes.
Papa ke saath aaye?
Yes.
Okay. So you can see the children are there, and perhaps I'll get you more voices. आप लोग चाहेंगे इधर आ जाइए. You want to speak? You are here for how many years as an intern?
Since last 18 years.
18 years.
In Abu Dhabi.
Okay. What do you do?
I doing the engineering jobs.
Okay. The entire family is here?
My family is here. She is my wife and my daughter.
Okay.
Razana.
And you are from which part of India?
I am from Baroda, Gujarat. Narendra Modi city here.
You are from Narendra Modi's state?
Yeah. Yes.
So what has changed? He is saying that Indians are being looked at very differently now.
Yeah, definitely. We are very initiative and very encourage our Prime Minister. We are feeling the beliefs, everything. We are now as a new country, developed country. We are very proud right now, and we can't explain how we have to explain for that one. Yeah.
We are here for Modi. It's a proud, very proud moment for all of us, all the Indians over here. Yes. Too very much excited. Yes.
We are really excited to see our Prime Minister Narendra Modi here in Abu Dhabi, especially inauguration of the new Hindu temple. However, it is really difficult to get a permission in GCC countries where we are not finding Hindu temple over here. It's very really we are grateful.
There are temples. There are temples. 3 temples in Dubai.
Yeah, there are traditional temples are there, but the huge temples which was recently built and government has dedicated free land. So we are really grateful for the Narendra Modi to give such a great opportunity here in UAE. Thank you so much. One moment.
मैं जो है भारत से आया हुआ हूँ और यहाँ भ्रमण पे हूँ और इलाहाबाद से आया हूँ प्रयागराज संगम से जो है और माननीय मोदी जी से मिलने के लिए ही सिर्फ मैं रुका हुआ था जो कि जब माननीय मोदी जी यहाँ पर जो अबू धाबी में सबसे बड़े मिडिल ईस्ट के मंदिर का उद्घाटन करेंगे तो हम लोग उसको देखेंगे. उस मंदिर में हमारे हिंदू धर्म की क्या क्या चीज़ें उसमें जो है.
टेम्पल आप गए हैं जो
अभी बन चुका है उसमें भी जाना है हम लोग को. 18 तारीख को हम लोग का रिजर्व उसमें है जो ऑलरेडी.
बात है कि यहाँ एक हिंदू टेम्पल बहुत बड़ा हम लोग के लिए बहुत गर्व की बात है.
Dubai government also, we are really thankful to Dubai government also that they allow a Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. So it is really you can say it is creating, every community is coming here and we are so grateful for the Modi and for Dubai government here.
Thank you so much. What about you, ma'am? Yeah. Which part of India?
I'm from Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Okay. So it's a very big...
Here for how many years?
15 years. 15 years. And I'm really happy to be a part of the show and I'm really happy to see our Hindu temple soon. Maybe March 3rd or 4th we are planning to visit there.
You said that you did seva.
Yeah, हम लोग सेवा के लिए गए थे और उधर गर्भगुड़ी में सेवा किया था और सीमेंट और ब्रिक और सब.
हम लोग ब्रिक लगाए और गर्भगुड़ी में वो सीमेंट का वो रहता है ना, वो बैग्स पूरा ऊपर लगाए। 2-3 बार गए, बहुत अच्छा लगा हम लोगों को। इधर अबू धाबी में ऐसा बहुत बड़ा टेम्पल, हम लोग बहुत प्राउड है। यहाँ हम लोग सब पूजा के लिए जाएंगे।
आप लोग, you have been here for how many hours? 5?
Yeah, 1:30.
1:30. You've been waiting for last 5.5 hours. So, as we have been saying, you know, this is the kind of euphoria that you see among the Indians who have gathered here. आप थोड़ा सा मुझे जाने देंगी? Thank you so much. So, children here, Indian diaspora, all excited to perhaps welcome the Prime Minister. And in some time, we'll be seeing the arrival of the Prime Minister. And over to you in the studio now.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ।
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स।
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद व्हिच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित।
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, क्वाइट अ फ्यू ऑफ देम।
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते।
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से।
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की।
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और रिया की मम्मी।
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज़्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very, because I think I've done both. And I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did a long format, I did 24 and I did Night Manager. And of course, फिल्में तो मैं बचपन से कर रहा हूँ.
Any all-time favorite film?
Mr. India, yeah, it's my all-time favorite film. Yeah, it's a lovely film, wonderful film. I revisited it again when I did one of the ads, and there's something very, you know, something which really it's stood the test of time. Yeah.
You know, like your preferred genre for film, comedy or action?
Comedy, because comedy is something which you know, you can do it, or you have it, or you don't have it. their lighting director, music, background music.
Wish everything was this intelligent.
There's dosti, diplomacy and diaspora in Abu Dhabi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed in Abu Dhabi. He's on a 2-day visit to United Arab Emirates, his 7th visit to the Gulf nation. My colleague Maria Shakil is live from the Zayed Sports City Stadium in Abu Dhabi, where the Prime Minister is going to address the Indian diaspora soon. Over to you, Maria.
Yes, so Vasudha, the sun has set down. Sunset is done, so perhaps in another 15-20 minutes is when we can expect the Prime Minister to arrive. But Vasudha, 36 lakh Indians. That's how robust and strong the Indian diaspora in the entire UAE is. That's the reason why there have been great efforts that have been made by both the leaders from both the sides, be it Mohammed bin Zayed and Prime Minister Modi in the last few years, to ensure that particularly the blue-collared workers, I did speak to some of them who are present in this crowd that you can see. Of course, those are children where the camera has panned right now, but a number of them were of the opinion that in the last few years, there are certain decisions that have been taken for the blue-collared workers, which has to do with their grievance redressal and other concerns, which has been addressed, and overall support has been provided by the UAE government. Even as chants of Modi continues, there is this entire euphoria in this entire stadium. It's electric. And the organizers say that the entry areas for Abu Dhabi has been stopped by the police, by the local cops and the security, and they were expecting far more people to have gathered here, but that is not something that we see. But it's interesting to see children in uniform. It's a holiday for them perhaps. So you can see them in the uniform. They have come here. They'll be witnessing what will be history in making with the address of the Prime Minister. The largest diaspora event in Middle East will be happening, and they're all part of that event. So these children, as you can see, they are waving to the camera now, and Vasudha, so Ehlan Modi, the messaging is of Vasudev Kutumbakam, that it's one big family. The entire world is one big family. So there is that effort that has been made, which we see when we speak to the diaspora here, that they talk about how they do not consider themselves as belonging to various states of India. The larger unifying message of being an Indian outside India is something that unites them. And how Prime Minister Modi emphasizes on that aspect, that these NRIs, these members of the Indian diaspora, have great role to play in becoming ambassadors of India outside. They are actually playing that role in which they carry forward the India story. They tell about it, and they also share those stories with people back home, their families back home. With that, it's a wrap from me. I'll be joining you in just a bit. Thanks so much for watching.
Salam UAE, the Ultimate Reality Awards is here to recognize
the contribution of real estate companies and property developers in building the UAE.
It's a small step to honor their journey and success stories
in building the property landscape in UAE.
It's indeed our pleasure to meet you
at the Ultimate Realty Awards in Dubai. See you on the 17th February.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ।
Wait.
Good evening and welcome. It's 8 p.m. on the clock. Time for the news on NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. These are the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Mega Gulf Outreach Diaspora Connect Mandir opening tomorrow. Prime Minister is going to, in fact, be at the Alan Modi event in just a short while. Farmers march to Fortress Delhi. High Court of Punjab and Haryana steps in, says make Delhi a party to the case. Farmers have a right to move. Face off on NCR borders, tear gas, water cannons and stones all in action. Supreme Court refuses to stay new law on appointment of Chief Election Commissioner, but the top court issues notice to centre seeking its reply. Former Chief Minister and Congress leader Ashok Chavan joins the Bharatiya Janata Party. More trouble for the Congress in Maharashtra. Nawaz Sharif's brother likely to become the Prime Minister again. Bilawal Bhutto's PPP to support PMLN government. Imran Khan's independence talk to smaller parties. In just a short while from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be addressing the Indian diaspora in UAE. Earlier today, the Prime Minister received a grand welcome as he landed in the UAE. He was received by UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed. He thanked the UAE President for the cooperation in building the